Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter loved Slytherin? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry dreamed. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. In the rubble of the old landslide, Harry left them. They didn't notice. He went on towards the chamber and found the door open. At the end of the last tunnel, he peered out into the great chamber. The far end was lit by a circle of torches, each torch held by a hooded and masked figure. The dead and rotting basilisk formed a circle about them, and its stench rolled in visible chartreuse waves to envelope Harry. He was sure there was a charm to clear the air, but he could not remember it. At the end of the chamber, one of the Death Eaters hissed. The others echoed the sound. The great statue of Salazar Slytherin opened its mouth. Nagini slithered out. On her back was Voldemort. Voldemort stood in mid-air, above the Death Eaters. Nagini continued, making a circle that covered the rotting basilisk, and he arose, alive once more. The two serpents reared up, one on either side of the circle. Quite suddenly, they struck at something inside the circle. A silver dragon shot out of the middle and headed straight for Harry. Harry reached for his wand and realized he'd forgotten it. He waited for death, but the dragon simply raced past him. Harry noticed first that it was quite a young one, hardly larger than Norbert, and second, that the Death Eaters were coming after it and therefore straight towards him. He turned and tried to run, but the tunnel was full of loose rubble and bones, with deep, slippery puddles of blood, or perhaps ink. He caught up with the dragon just outside the chamber door. A rock slide blocked their way. The Death Eaters came up behind them and arrayed themselves, in lines and lines, far too many lines, on the far side of the doorway. Harry pressed back against the piled rocks. He didn't have his wand or even a knife, and Ron and Hermione wouldn't hear him if he called. The small dragon crouched beside him, growling and trembling. Dominique Lestrange floated to the front, her dark hair shining thick about her. Regally, she pointed at them. "Kill the spare," she said. Suddenly, Harry realized that he was not helpless. Voldemort had not come with his Death Eaters. Only Harry and Voldemort could open the chamber. As the Death Eaters' wands slowly rose and pointed, Harry hissed out a command. The door swung closed and sealed itself. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Then, the Lestrange woman, well, no mystery about that. After the death of her husband, she had announced to the world that she would kill him. So he pictured her in the Dark Lord's place, starting the cycle of Cedric all over again. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Why had he thought of that? Was he reassuring himself that the ability did not make him evil? Or was he standing before Lestrange as the mirror of the Dark Lord? Maybe it just means I should use what I've got, Harry thought. Or maybe I wanted out of the dream, and that was the only way I'd left not to die. Just before he fell back to sleep, Harry realized that he had never closed the chamber door when leaving the Real Chamber of Secrets. He was pretty sure he had heard the door close behind him, though. Had the chamber sealed itself or not? Though the details of the dream faded, Harry was unable to stop thinking about the Chamber of Secrets. He had never explored it, he realized. Could have other things in it, after all it wasn't called the Chamber of Secret. He also wondered about the door. Did it need to be properly sealed? Or did it seal itself automatically when the Parselmouth left? A few days later, Harry woke from another nightmare, in which the chamber was swarming with baby basilisks, and Hagrid cooed over them and would not allow Harry to kill them. Harry lay in the dark for a while, picturing the spreading yarn ball of tiny, deadly serpents. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep until he investigated. Quietly, Harry got out of bed and took his invisibility cloak from his trunk. He went to wake up Ron, but Ron's bed was empty and undisturbed. Frowning, Harry went to the window and looked out at the waning moon. It was very late. Where was Ron? He found his watch and decided not to wait. At this point, he would need to hurry to get to the chamber, check it quickly, and be back before dawn. He closed the curtains on his bed, so it was not obvious he was gone, put on his invisibility cloak, and crept down the dark stairway to the common room. Cautiously, Harry moved through the dim-lit halls to the first-floor girls' toilet. He looked to confirm no one was near, then opened the door and slipped quietly inside. A whispered charm set the lamps alight, and he pushed back his hood to look around. Harry surveyed the dingy bathroom and tried to remember what was where. He hadn't been in here for a few years, he realized. The scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. "Don't say hello, or anything," a petulant voice said behind him. Harry turned to see Myrtle hovering outside her cubicle. Hi, Harry said. "What are you doing here?" Myrtle asked. She smiled coquettishly at Harry. "Have you come to visit?" she cooed. Harry's stomach squirmed. I need to check on the chamber." "You never come see me," she whined. "Look, Myrtle, I'm really not supposed to be in here." Harry tried to smile engagingly at her. He didn't really like her, and he hated pretending to be friendly. Felt slimy. "You said you'd come visit me. After I helped you, too." Myrtle advanced on him in a savage swoop. Her icy shade slashed through him like an icicle. Harry jerked back. With a wordless wail, she did it again, then again, until he had retreated all the way to the wall beside the door. "Myrtle, this is a girl's bathroom." Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. "Myrtle, I'll be out in a minute, Peeves," Myrtle shrieked. "There's a boy in my bathroom." "Myrtle, please don't."
"No.
"You're just another nasty boy who pretends to be nice when you want something. Nasty, sneaky, lying Harry. I don't like you anymore." "Myrtle, I just want to walk through your bathroom." "Well, you can't." "Peeves, I have someone you can get in true glee." At Myrtle's sing-song trouble, a crash sounded from above. Harry threw the hood of his cloak back over his head and bolted out the door. He rushed wildly away, stopping to be silent now and then. He heard Peeves cackling nearby several times, but he never sighted the poltergeist, and he was not revealed. Harry made it back to his dormitory before anyone else awoke. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry stopped the thought there. No one uses that bathroom, he told himself. No one will see the hole. I can't shut it now. I'll shut it tonight. That night, Quidditch practice ran late. Harry was half asleep before he thought of the sink. Tomorrow, he murmured, and drifted off. Over the next few days, he worried about the sink often, but never when he was able to do something about it. When he might have gone back, the matter slipped his mind completely. It wasn't until he had another nightmare, worse than the first, that he was pressed to act. It was late at night, not early in the morning. All his roommates were in and asleep. Harry again drew his bed curtains and returned to Myrtle's bathroom. Unable to see the snake, Harry tried to run his hand along the pipe, but his hand went through it. Instead, he nearly fell into the open space. Harry wrenched himself back so quickly he tumbled to the ground. A satisfied snicker came from one of the stalls. Harry ignored it. He felt along the ground. The sink was not there, it just looked like it was. Harry poked his head through the intangible pipes and pedestal. Once inside the illusion, he could see the real pipe, descending into darkness. Bracing himself carefully with his left hand, Harry pulled out his wand with his right, and cast a ladder charm. Strong thin strands sped out of his wand and spun themselves into a rope ladder, which bonded seamlessly to the floor. Harry climbed down into the pipe. It took a lot longer to climb down than it had to slide down for years earlier. Harry walked down the tunnel. It was long, but not as long as he had remembered. His previous circumstances had probably distorted his sense of time. When he came to the chamber door, it was closed, but not sealed by the ring of serpents. Harry shivered. He set his hand to the circle of stone, but it was flush to the wall and too heavy to budge with just his fingertips. He stepped back and pointed his wand at it. "Aloha Mora," he whispered. The door opened. Harry shook his head. This was bad. Harry walked as quietly as possible down the last tunnel, his wand held low and behind him, to shed as little light as would allow him to walk. At the end, he peered out into the great chamber. It was entirely dark. Harry wasn't sure what he had expected. Death Eaters? Slytherins? Ron and Hermione? The last thought made him grin. This spot certainly had privacy. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. He nearly tripped over an object on the floor, and had jumped back precipitously enough to strain his ankle, before he recognized that the hard thing was just an unlit torch. Cautiously, he picked it up. Fax incendia, he whispered. The torch flared to life, shedding far more light than Harry's wand. He pointed to the torch with his wand. Fax leviosa. He let go of the torch. It floated up above him, shedding a wider circle of light. The first things Harry saw were the reflective lines of water. They led his eye, inevitably, to the massive statue of Salazar Slytherin which dominated the end of the chamber. The statue's mouth, Harry noted with relief, was closed. There was no sign of the basilisk, however. Harry would have felt better if there had been bones, at least. Salazar sneered disapprovingly at an empty room. Harry didn't want to look up at the huge monument to Salazar Slytherin's self-importance. He looked away, over at the wall on which Tom Riddle's memory had written his name, in words of blood red. That spot was blank now, but closer to Harry was new writing, in plain black. Harry walked closer so he could read the words. They said simply, "My friends suck." Harry's first reaction was to be shocked that someone had defaced the wall of such an important place. When the thought sunk in, he looked over at Salazar's statue, and slowly he smiled. "This isn't your manner anymore," he said quietly, but with satisfaction. He looked back at the writing, and found he was tempted to add, "Mine too," underneath it. Slowly he brought out his wand. His friends didn't suck, not really. They just didn't notice him now. Harry looked down at the water-stained stone of the floor. If he really had problems, ones he could tell them about, Ron and Hermione would make time. He was sure they still cared, really. He looked back up at the wall. "My friends suck," he repeated under his breath. He took a step closer and whispered scribery. Pointing at the mineral-streaked wall, he wrote, "My friends don't have time for me." He felt a little nervous, under Salazar's disapproving frown. For a moment, he was tempted to deface the statue, just to make it less frightening. The ridiculous spell sprang to mind, and he pictured Salazar in Neville's grandmother's clothes and smiled. Despite the moment of amusement, he decided he wanted to be away. His ankle ached, and he was dizzy with unused adrenaline. He would explore another day. He left the chamber, hesitating at the door, but finally leaving it open. At the bathroom, again he hesitated. He looked back at the sinks and realized he would need to find the right one. Again. Shrugging, he decided to leave it. If the worst thing that would happen was student graffiti, he could deal with that. Harry regretted that decision by the time he woke up. He thought about going back the next day, but Quidditch practice ran late, in a rain that turned to snow, and by the time he got back to the dormitories, he could think of nothing but burrowing into his warm bed and staying there. He woke up terrified. "What was I thinking?" he muttered as he dressed. "I didn't even check to make sure it was safe. I need to go back. Tonight." Friday evening, the Slytherins had the pitch. Harry did his homework in the common room. He hoped Ron and Hermione could be persuaded to come along with him. It was always better to explore with friends. When he had finished, however, Ron and Hermione still were not there. He considered checking the Marauders map, then decided against it. He wasn't going to hunt them down for this. Besides, he was not sure he wanted to find them. He'd never dared ask Ron for details on how much he did with Hermione. Harry didn't even want to think about it, so he wasn't sure how embarrassing it would be to find them. Harry left the dormitory, threw on his cloak, and went directly to Myrtle's bathroom. The Chamber of Secrets was empty, but the torch and a second one had been affixed to the wall with something that looked like spun stone. Harry lit both torches. The light reflected from the water and lit a small central section of the long hall. On the wall between the lights, under Harry's words, it now said, "I'm not sure I have friends, really. I have lots of people." Harry knew what to add to this. He wrote, "I do." He thought about that. Ron and Hermione were his friends, and eventually they'd remember that. Neville, Dean, and Seamus. He sighed. He liked them well enough. They liked him. For all that, they weren't real friends. Not the share secrets sort of friends. The same with Ginny. And Sirius was something altogether different, perhaps because he was an adult. With a whispered charm, he tried to erase I do. It was difficult. The words seemed to have soaked into the stone. He managed to get the do faint and changed the line to, I have at least 2 friends. Usually. And some other people. Harry looked around at the pool of light. It was a good idea, he decided. He resolved to lift a couple of school torches on the way down, next time he came. He looked back at Salazar Slytherin, looming in the gloom at the end of the hall. His gaze tracked down to where Ginny had lain. A dark stain marked the spot. For one horrified moment he thought it was blood. Slowly he walked to the spot and knelt. The stones were black with spattered ink, but there was no blood or fong. He looked back along the wall to the space between the torches. His new words shimmered beneath the old. A shiver went through him as he remembered the diary. Now here he was again, conversing with an unseen correspondent. Somehow, though, my friend suck seemed like a very human, a very student thing to write. Hesitantly, he raised his wand again. Deliberately picking the spot where Tom Riddle had written his old and new names, he wrote, Are you here? Harry stared at the words, but nothing happened. He crossed them out with a single line and began to explore. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry left the chamber, climbed out the ladder, performed a quick cleaning spell on his robe, and headed back to Gryffindor Tower. He wanted more than ever to talk to Ron and Hermione. When he got back to the tower, however, they still weren't in the common room. Ron wasn't in the dormitory either. Hi Harry, Neville said quietly. He was doing his homework in the seat by the window.
Una villa.
Harry managed a quick smile. Have you seen Ron or Hermione? I need to talk to them. Neville shook his head. I thought they might be with you for once. He glanced down, then fearfully up. We're supposed to be in now, he said almost accusingly. Yeah, well. Harry shrugged slightly, smiling just a little. It wasn't so bad for him to be out, he thought, but Hermione was a prefect, and should be setting a better example. I know. You don't care about that. Neville shook his head. I don't know how you avoid Filch so often. Harry laughed. It's an inherited trait, he said. So I'm told. Neville's smile faltered quickly, and he turned back to his homework. Harry stared at the back of Neville's round head. What had Neville's parents been like in school, he wondered. Did anyone tell Neville about the things they did? Or did he just hear that we're smarter, more talented? For the 50th time that year, Harry opened his mouth to ask. That was my dad. What were your parents like? But he couldn't get the words out. He left again. The common room was almost deserted. 2 seventh-years were snogging on the couch. They might have heard the portrait swing closed, but Harry was safely out of sight by then. He wandered about the school, looking in the dark library, the astronomy tower, and some of the cozier classrooms. He didn't find Ron or Hermione, and he eventually got tired of walking in the cold stone corridors. He realized he should have checked the Marauder's map, and went back to his dormitory. Neville was asleep now, and Seamus's and Dean's beds had the curtains drawn. Ron's bed was still empty. Harry, rather than getting the map, lay down on his own bed, feeling suddenly angry. Well then, maybe he wouldn't talk to Ron. What was the point, really? He imagined himself whispering his fears to Ron at breakfast. Ron, I've been down in the Chamber of Secrets, having a conversation by writing on the wall. Do you think it could be Tom Riddle, again? Or something older? I think it's just another student. And Ron would gaze at Hermione and say, aha. Yeah, I mean, likely so, right? And Hermione would say, you what? You can't go down there, Harry. What if Salazar Slytherin left some other little surprise? Or, worse yet, she wouldn't notice what he'd said to Ron, and just nod when Ron nodded. Harry decided Ron could just stay out of it, and Hermione with him. He closed his eyes and tried not to think. When Ron came in, he lay still. He heard Ron's breathing steady before he fell asleep himself. He was tempted to go down to the chamber the next night, but Hermione was studying, and Ron wanted to play Exploding Snap. Harry was too surprised by the offer to refuse. They had a pleasant enough time, and twice Harry nearly mentioned the chamber, but he didn't want to be the first to talk about what he had been doing. Ron never asked. Ron's conversation consisted mainly of complaints about how he couldn't buy Hermione the Christmas present he wanted to get for her. Harry wished he could just give him the money, but Ron would never accept money from him. He tried telling Ron not to buy him a present and spend the money on Hermione's instead. When that didn't work, he suggested that his present to Ron could be buying Hermione's present. But Ron would not agree to that either. Finally, Harry said, "Honestly, Ron, she loves you. Get her anything she can keep and hold. As long as she can look at it and know it's from you, she won't care what it cost. You just don't understand anything." Ron had shouted, throwing down the rest of the cards and causing a minor series of explosions. "When are you going to grow up?" Harry went to bed, taking turns.
J.K. Rowling.
"I am a trespasser, playing for my amusement, and hopefully yours, taking turns." Sunday night, right after dinner, Harry returned to the chamber. He took a torch from the end of the first hallway, doused it with a quick spell, and hid it under his cloak. In the chamber, as he expected, a third torch had been added, this one on the wall across from the writing. The torches, Harry decided, were reassuring. A person was coming here, and someone who wanted more than wand light. Harry didn't know how to spin a sconce from the stone, so he just laid his torch down across from the other, completing a square. He made himself wait a moment before looking at the new words. This entry asked, "Are they worth it? My friends are idiots. I can't talk to them about anything. And no, I'm not lurking behind you in an invisibility cloak." Harry thought about that for a while. Hermione was impressively clever, and Ron. Well, Ron could be dense sometimes, but he wasn't stupid. He just thought he knew how things worked, and often as not, he didn't. He was clever enough to be fun, though. After some thought, remembering how difficult it was to obliterate the marks, he wrote, "Mine are smart enough about most things. There are still things I don't talk about. There are some things you can't explain to someone who hasn't experienced them." On impulse, he added, "I need a girlfriend." He regretted that immediately, and the longer he looked, the more annoyed he became. He didn't want a girlfriend. He added a caret after the A and added friend without A. Friend without A, I need a girlfriend. He wondered if his correspondent was a boy or girl and thought about Hermione. She was an okay friend, really, though not as fun as Ron. On impulse, he added or boyfriend, then looked the entry over and shook his head. What a mess, he thought. Harry lay on his stomach on the cold stone and did his divination homework, which was a long-range prediction meant to cover the next term. It was laughable easy to predict doom and despair. Subtle tragedies flowed from his quill with barely a thought, but with no sense of reality, isolation, betrayal, strange alliances, loved ones in mortal danger. He thought he'd keep himself out of danger in this one, just to avoid becoming too repetitive. Despite some stiffness in his muscles, he felt better when he left. At least his homework was done. Monday night, he stayed in the common room, although Ron was studying with Hermione. It was, after all, his correspondent's turn. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Is that need a girlfriend or boyfriend or a friend without A? Harry reddened slightly and wrote, I need a friend without a girlfriend or boyfriend. Sorry, I was messy. I wrote the first bit, then realized I don't want a girlfriend now. I tried that. I'm not ready to try it again yet. That brought the entries down almost to the floor. Harry started doing his defense against the dark arts essay. This year's teacher, Professor Horser, had given them an interesting assignment. You were to pick a spell from a list of spells commonly classified as dark arts, describe how the spell worked, then write arguments both for and against allowing its use. Harry had just finished outlining legitimate uses for a spell that burned flesh, when his yawns grew too close together to continue. He sat and rolled up the parchment. On impulse, he wrote, high on the next bit of wall, today's assignment, write a personal advert for a friend. Grinning to himself, he extinguished the torches and left the suddenly dark room. The next night, Harry declined games with Ron. He was too tired to play. He did his potions homework as well as he could, then went up to bed and fell immediately to sleep. Thursday, the wall said, seeking friend. Must be intelligent enough to hold a conversation, difficult to intimidate, and capable of independent thought. That is, must be able to break rules. Being under alternate rules, as in service to the Dark Lord, does not count. Harry read this a few times. Well, he was certainly all of that. He was unsure what to write for himself. He had spent most of potions, while not defending Ron from Malfoy's sniping, thinking about what mattered to him in a friend, but he still found it hard to categorize. Finally, he wrote, "Seeking friend. Must be fun, perceptive, and willing to explore after hours. Must not treat me like a—" He stopped. He couldn't think of anything to put there that would not be too strong a clue of his own identity. He found he liked being anonymous. He considered and discarded freak and collectible and exhibit and finally crossed out the not and finished with real person. Saturday afternoon, Harry was working on an essay for Transfiguration. He felt almost ready for exams, except for potions. Hermione, in contrast, was frantically revising. She actually snapped at Ron when he tried to cuddle her. The loud words caused Harry to look up. "Not now, Ron. I should have done this days ago." Harry saw Ron look over towards him. Quickly, he returned his attention to his parchment and quill. Ron came over anyway. He sat down on the couch beside Harry. Harry ignored him. "Heard from Mum," Ron tried. "How is she?" Harry asked. He wondered if he should repeat some things Professor McGonagal had said about transfiguration theory, just to show he remembered them. "Fine. She." Ron paused, and Harry glanced up at him. Ron looked uncomfortable. "She wants me to come home this year. With Hermione." Harry concentrated on the parchment. "Have fun," he said. "Will you be okay?" Ron asked anxiously. Harry put on his best smile and looked up at Ron. "I'll be fine," he said, pushing all his available sincerity into his voice and his smile. "You two have stayed for me every year, Ron. Go home for once." He forced a grin. "I could probably use the time to bring up my grades a bit." Ron looked relieved. "If you don't mind, then. Bill will be there and everything." He rolled his eyes. "It will be crowded. Tell him I say hi," Harry said. He blew on the end of his scroll to dry the ink. "I left charting the dark arts upstairs," I think he improvised. "See you at dinner?" "Sure," said Ron. "Thanks. You're a true friend, Harry." "Thanks," Harry responded. He turned away quickly. He did see Ron at dinner, but they hardly spoke. Ron was busy detailing Weasley Christmas traditions for Hermione. Harry left early. In the well-lit center of the great Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, Harry responded to, "Neither of us wrote what we ourselves are like. Would that provide too much information?" With, "Yeah, I think so." His correspondent also had a request. "Give me an example of something that cannot be explained." Harry thought for a moment, then wrote, "Watching someone die. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines." He had carried from a hard-to-find parlor on the second floor, but the thought of holidays alone kept coming between him and the required dark visions. He was supposed to do a medium-range prediction, covering until the end of the holidays. He thought it should be something about isolation and loneliness, but that seemed a little too mild. He tried a tarot reading, hoping to get inspiration for something more specific, but that was a complete failure. First, he laid down the sun, crossed by the Page of Cups, reversed. A quick scan of the rest of the reading showed nothing worse than the second card, and the only other thing that looked at all negative was the juggling act in the Two of Pentacles. "Just what I need," Harry muttered. An entire layout of happy cups and coins. Carefully, he noted all the cards and their places on the top of a new sheet of parchment. Below the record, he wrote, "For no fathomable reason, I am going to enjoy the holidays." Harry looked at that and frowned. If he was seriously going to say he would have a good time, he better be able to spin it. Maybe he could tie it in to the last prediction as a setup for some disaster. At any rate, it would need thought. He rolled up the parchment. Before leaving, he added to the wall, "Are you going home for Christmas?" Harry went back upstairs late and yawning. Ron was in bed for once, or at least his curtains were drawn. Harry told himself he couldn't care less. He got into bed and fell asleep. He dreamed of the Weasley Christmas, which was somehow a television show that he watched from the back of the Dursleys' living room. When Harry next went to the chamber, the longest entry yet filled the wall below his. The graceful letters had shaken to a scrawl, as if his correspondent wrote with the quickness of anger. "I hate going home. My father will tell me what a failure I am and punish me for not achieving what he thinks I should. Never mind that. He has no idea what it's like here now. Awful things will happen, just because it's home, and I'll have to pretend I don't notice or that I'm impressed. Maybe I'll just stay. They won't care. Harry felt immediately sympathetic. He added, I don't have a home. The people I live with despise magic. They hate me just for being a wizard. Until I came here, they kept me in a cupboard. After my first year here, they didn't dare, so I got the small bedroom, but they put locks on the door and bars on the window. A few years ago, I met a dangerous man, and now they are better to me because they are afraid of him. They know he will protect me. Harry looked at that, and was afraid. Would his correspondent recognize the boy who was kept in a cupboard as Harry Potter? He didn't think most people knew about that. He looked beyond the torchlight to Salazar Slytherin's scowling face. The statue's impotent disapproval cheered him. He settled on the floor with charting the dark arts, deliver us from evil, and a blank roll of parchment that filled steadily with a reasonable analysis of criteria used to evaluate the legality of new charms and hexes. Monday night, he found that his correspondent had added to his own text. A red line under the people I live with despise magic led to a side question also in red. Are you a Muggle born? Under the main text, Harry read, dangerous friends are great when they're not around. I'm fine at school, my father's such a terror, but then I have to go home. Harry considered that. This was the second time his correspondent had written about his father as if he was afraid of him. Harry thought that must be worse than not having a father at all, having one you did not like or trust. He wrote, I'm not really Muggle-born, just Muggle-raised. I'm only second generation on one side, though. My godfather, the dangerous one, has never hurt me, but I can't live with him, because he's a fugitive. The next response was disappointingly short, but intriguing. His correspondent had replied with, what kind of a fugitive? Is he a Death Eater? I know a few fugitives. I wouldn't trust any of them. Harry wrote, no, he's been convicted of a multiple murder. He didn't do it really, but we can't prove that. I wouldn't feel safe with a Death Eater. The writing replied, is he really dangerous, then? You wouldn't necessarily be unsafe with a Death Eater. Well, on second thought, you would. Half second generation isn't enough to get you on the victim list, though. It's just that all Death Eaters are unsafe. Harry laughed at that. He agreed completely, he thought. He considered writing that he had met a few of the Death Eaters, but thought that might cut into his anonymity too much. Well, either that, or my correspondent will think I'm in Slytherin, he muttered. Harry looked at the first line again and thought about Sirius. He loved and respected Sirius, and would gladly go live with him, but, yes, he is dangerous, but not in the way people think, or as much as certain people think. Okay. So I forgot to tell the Muggles he's innocent. He's powerful, both physically and magically, and he has a wicked temper. I know he's been willing to kill before. I'm his, though. I am safe. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry got up late the next day and walked Ron and Hermione down to the train, but he hoped he didn't need to wait for long. Now that they were leaving, Ron and Hermione were more focused on him. Try to enjoy the holidays, Hermione said, looking worried. I've left my present and Ron is going to send his. Harry shrugged. Yours are in Ron's trunk, he said. I snuck them in before breakfast. Hermione giggled. Harry wondered if it would be acceptable for him to say goodbye and leave now. Hermione quieted, and the silence grew awkward. Will you be all right, Harry? Hermione asked. It's just a few weeks. In the distance, Harry heard the train. Now that it was close, he felt braver, and decided to say something he had been trying to get up the courage to say since late November. Hermione, I think you should be a better prefect next term. What? He just wants you not to wander off with me, Ron said lightly, glaring at Harry all the while. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry smiled amicably throughout their goodbyes, and while the train was pulling out, as the last of the cars disappeared around the bend, he turned away and scuffed angrily through the scant inch of snow on the frozen ground. He saw Draco Malfoy up by the school. The Death Eater's son was staying, for some unknown reason. Perhaps his parents were going abroad, and didn't want a whiny teenager with them, Harry thought. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry, Hagrid called, hurrying up behind him. I went down to see their students off. Come in, then. I haven't seen yet since the snow fell. Motioned Harry to a seat by the hearth and immediately set about making tea. Heard you'll be staying alone this holiday, Hagrid remarked. Harry shrugged. Hermione is going home with Ron. Hagrid shook his head, but his eyes twinkled. Children do grow. Hardly seems but yesterday when I was bringing you lot over the lake. Harry's eyes blazed. Can't I be lonely without being told I'm simply immature? He demanded. Hagrid looked over, his brows drawn in a puzzled frown. Why at ISN that, Harry? Yeah, just haven't found anyone yet. And they have. It doesn't happen all neat and scheduled. Life doesn't. He set the lid on the filled teapot and turned to get cups. It'll settle out, though. They'll stop wanting to be together all the time, or you'll find someone else to be with. He laughed, or worse, both at once, but after a time it'll settle. He set down the cups. Now who'd be saying that you're immature? Ron, Harry growled. Hagrid frowned. When he comes back, Harry, I'll have a talk with him. The boy can tell Fur's love from being all grown up. No, Harry said quickly, in embarrassment. It's okay. Hagrid shrugged his great shoulders and drank his tea. Fong came over, and Harry slipped him a biscuit. Yeah, all right otherwise, Harry? Hagrid asked. I guess Lestrange can't get at Hogwarts, Harry. Harry shrugged. I'm not worried. Hagrid stopped. His black eyes squinted at Harry. Ya shouldn't let em get to ya, he said. But they are sommat to worry a boo. Not a lot o' worry. Just enough. Harry looked into the dancing flames and sipped at his warm tea. The small room was starting to feel stuffy. Ya do know about the Lestranges, don't ya, Harry? They're couple of Death-Eater nutters who got out in the fall of Azkaban last year. They blamed me for the fate of Barty Crouch and wanted to kill me. Messily. Then he died in the attempt to capture me, and she blames it on me. Harry shrugged. What else is there to know? They were terrible people, Harry. Her especially. At their trial, she was proud of the horrible things she'd done. I saw some of it. 'Twas before ye were born, Harry. Harry trailed off. He wondered if he would have been better off not knowing these things. I'm too curious, sometimes, he muttered. Does Neville know, you know? Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Yeah, don't sound eager. He's kind of boring. Harry shrugged. Nice but boring. He remembered Neville's tentative criticism of his night wandering. A few weeks passed. I can't see that we'd ever be real friends. I mean, it wouldn't be like with Ron or Hermione. Enemies, strangers, lovers and friends. Enemies, strangers, lovers and friends. In the Great Hall that evening, Harry looked around to see who had stayed. There were more students than usual, but that was still not very many, and the long house tables had been replaced by short ones with space for 12 students at each. None were close to full. At the Gryffindor table sat Harry, one seventh-year girl, Linda Talbot, and one second-year boy, Davy McGonagal. Hufflepuff had 2 third-years that looked barely familiar, but Ravenclaw had a full 6 people, all 4th year or above, who seemed coolly comfortable with each other. Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, with one scared-looking 1st or 2nd-year boy, sat at the Slytherin table. Harry surveyed each group several times. If his correspondent had stayed, he or she was somewhere in this room. Harry began to evaluate the remaining students, eliminating the ones who could not have written the words in the chamber. Crabbe and Goyle he dismissed as too stupid, and the 1st and 2nd-year students as too young. No Hufflepuff, Harry judged, would have his correspondent's disregard for rules. He was certain Linda, the remaining Gryffindor, would not wander around the school at night. That left all the Ravenclaw students, 2 girls and 4 boys, and Draco Malfoy. Harry decided he didn't want to think about that last possibility right now. Perhaps he should investigate the Ravenclaw students. As he lay in bed, however, in the otherwise deserted 6th-year boys' dormitory, his thoughts returned to Malfoy. Malfoy's father certainly was a terror, and his friends, at least Crabbe and Goyle, were idiots, so those facts fit, but the attitude seemed wrong. Harry had never heard Malfoy speak ill of his father, or any other member of his family, before. Indeed, he tended to bring up his father to bully others. Harry frowned. That fits, actually, he thought. But his family, he used to make fun of me for not having a family. I can't imagine him saying he doesn't want his own. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. You told Ron you'd be fine, he scolded himself. It's not his fault if you lied. He forced his thoughts back to Malfoy. Yes, that was what Malfoy had said their first year, but then, the second year he had been here himself. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had assumed it was because he was the heir of Slytherin, but they had been wrong. Why had Malfoy been at school? Was he there to keep an eye on the plot, or had his family just not wanted him that year? The next night, there were no new messages in the chamber. Harry, with mixed annoyance and relief, considered the possibility that his correspondent had gone home after all, though 5 days ago he had written, "I'm staying." Harry wondered if he should reseal the chamber. Under his message from the last day of exams, he added, "Are you a parselmouth?" By the end of the next day, Harry reluctantly eliminated one of the Ravenclaw girls as someone who would not go anywhere as dirty as the tunnel that led to the Chamber of Secrets, and all of the Ravenclaw boys as simply too unimaginative to find anything so far from the library. This, he noted apprehensively, left the other Ravenclaw girl and Malfoy. On December 23rd, he lay in bed, considering this. Over holidays, he had planned to try to meet his correspondent. It seemed clear he had merely to violate the alternating day rule, and he stood a good chance of surprising the other. But if it was Malfoy, did he want to? I can go down there quietly, he thought, leaving my cloak on until I see the other person. If it's the girl, there's no problem. But what if it's Malfoy? What do I want to do then? I could ignore it, never publicly violate the schedule, and be sort of friends with him in writing as if I didn't know. I could stop writing to him. I could take off the cloak anyway and see what he does. He's probably as horrified as me if it's him. He may be lying in bed now thinking, what if it's Potter? Draco Malfoy, Harry remembered, had tried to make friends with him the first time they met. He had gone about it in entirely the wrong way, trying to sound important, confiding plans to extract presents from his father, and warning Harry against the wrong sort, but he had done so nonetheless and without knowing who Harry was. Of course, ever since Harry had refused to be friends with him, during their second encounter, he had been perfectly horrid. Dumbledore, Harry thought, gave people second chances. He was famous for it. On the other hand, what reason did he have to give Malfoy a second chance? Some vague expressions of unhappiness and fear? But then, if there was some good to Malfoy, what chance did he have of finding it when they were enemies? The next morning, Harry wandered aimlessly through the school. He thought he had best go down to Hogsmeade in the evening after Honeydukes closed, take what he wanted and just leave money. He had decided he wanted butterbeer, but wasn't actually sure where to get it, other than for drinking in the Three Broomsticks. Perhaps he decided he could ask Dobby. Fred and George had found some way to get bottles of the stuff. On his way downstairs, he saw Albus Dumbledore, just inside the Great Hall. Harry slipped in through the door. No one else was in the huge room. The headmaster appeared to be surveying the 12 Christmas trees, all hung with gold stars. The enchanted ceiling was a flat slate gray, but everything below it glittered with Christmas cheer. Dumbledore swung round. "Harry, we missed you at breakfast this morning. Are you enjoying your holidays?" Harry glanced down. "It's a bit quiet," he admitted. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. "I've grown accustomed to seeing you with young Mr. Weasley, or with Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. It requires practice to enjoy having the run of the place to oneself." Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure he understood. Did Dumbledore mean he would learn to do without friends? He looked at the giant, glittering evergreen in front of him, and sighed. "What makes people friends, sir?" He thought it was an idiotic question as soon as it left his mouth, but Dumbledore appeared to seriously consider the matter. "That depends, Harry, that depends. There are as many ways for people to be friends as there are for them to be lovers." He looked up at the nearest tree. Perhaps more ways. Shared interests, complementary interests, sympathy, even just inexplicable love. Nor is that all. "Ron just ignores me now," Harry complained. "Ah yes, he is in love with Miss Granger, is he not? It's hard to lose a friend to true love." Dumbledore sighed. "I recall when my daughter married. Suddenly, I had no one to play checkers with in the morning. I was compelled to take this job as Hogwarts headmaster, so that I had available players." Harry laughed out loud. "You realize I don't believe that for a minute. And why not, young Potter? I'm told you had your choice of this or Minister of Magic." Dumbledore waved a hand dismissively. "There was never any contest, Mr. Potter. Ministry of Magic people play only wizard chess. Harry grinned. A checkerboard, he noticed, was sitting out on the Gryffindor table. Either he had overlooked it earlier or it had just appeared. "Would you like a game of checkers, Professor?" he asked. I could not imagine anything better. At first, Harry played with great concentration. He did not have much practice at Muggle games, and Professor Dumbledore was a superb strategist. 10 minutes in, most of the pieces were still on the board, and Harry could see that Dumbledore's next move would leave him unable to move without being captured. Suddenly, Dumbledore jumped 3 of Harry's pieces, exposing 2 of his own and opening up the middle of the board. "Sir, your turn, Harry." "But why did you do that? You could have." "I did that because it was too fun to miss." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled over his half-moon glasses, and Harry grinned in response. After that, both Harry and Professor Dumbledore played recklessly, taking any possible capture. In 2 minutes, only 3 of Harry's pieces and 4 of Dumbledore's were left, and every remaining piece had been kinged. They met in the middle for foolish duels, and Dumbledore won. Dumbledore sat back. "Very satisfying," he said. "It is so rare that I encounter an opponent who understands how to play." "Another game, sir?" "Something different, I think." "Exploding Snap?" Harry suggested daringly. Professor Dumbledore was properly silly about playing Exploding Snap. He patted his eyebrows nervously after a particularly exuberant explosion. Harry felt more relaxed than he had in days. On impulse, he asked, "Professor, when do you decide to give someone a second chance?" "Sorry?" asked Dumbledore politely. "Someone like Professor Snape. Someone you know has done bad things. You're famous for giving people second chances. How do you know when to do it?" "Ah," Professor Dumbledore thought. "It is hard to define. Sometimes you see a hidden goodness in someone, something that has had no opportunity to express itself. Sometimes you see some cause of ill behavior and believe you may be able to counter it. Sometimes it is nothing more than sympathy for someone you see as trapped." He dealt out a hand. Harry's topmost card blew up, singing the ones beneath it. "Children's stories would have you believe that when you release an animal from a trap, it is grateful," the headmaster added, his voice growing more serious. "This is not true. Most often, when you release an animal from a trap, it will turn and bite you. It is hurt. It is confused. It is full of hate for the world. People are only slightly better. When you release someone from a trap, you must be prepared for them to bite you, ready to endure that first animal response. Soon after, you will know." He paused. "You won't always be right, you know. Even I am not always right. But how do I know when to try?" Harry persisted. Professor Dumbledore peered over his glasses. "If you are a good man, as I believe you will be, Harry Potter, son of James Potter, the glorious son of Lily Potter, the perspicacious, you will feel the stirring of sympathy within your soul, and you will know when the time has come to take your risk." He held Harry's eyes for a moment, until 3 cards on the table simultaneously exploded. The headmaster chuckled. "Well, I'm afraid I must get back to work. After this hand, of course. Thank you for the diversion, Harry. I haven't had such fun in too long a time. Beer and chocolate, beer and chocolate." Harry felt much more focused after his talk with the headmaster. He went down to the kitchens and talked to Dobby, who brought him 6 bottles of butterbeer, all packed in holly boughs in a basket, without question, which Harry found rather embarrassing. Harry had decided that if he was to try to make friends with Malfoy, a generous amount of butterbeer and chocolate was probably the best first step. He went to Honeyduke's in mid-afternoon, guessing they would close early on Christmas Eve. When he arrived, the shop was dark, with snow falling outside the gray windows. Harry picked out chocolate frogs, fizzing Whizbees, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans first, then an assortment of other sweets. He left money on the counter, and was back at Gryffindor Tower an hour before dinner. Nervously, he packed the sweets around the butterbeer. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Dinner was a quiet affair. They were still sitting at the small house tables. Harry knew from experience that those were likely to be gone at Christmas dinner. The Ravenclaw girl looked unconcerned as she chatted with her friends. Malfoy looked pale and left early, without Crabbe and Goyle, who stayed for thirds on pudding. When the Ravenclaw girl left, Harry left. He went upstairs and ditched his robe. He put on gray slacks, his one pair that actually fit, and a black turtleneck so he looked as little the Gryffindor as possible, then picked up his cloak and the basket of treats. Once in the corridor, he covered himself and the basket with the cloak, and he headed down to the first-floor girls' bathroom. Harry walked quietly along the dark tunnel, the way lit only by the dim light of his wand. In sight of the chamber entrance, he extinguished even that, and crept forward in the faint light that bled out from the torchlit center of the hall. Halfway down the hall, he could see that his correspondent was indeed Draco Malfoy. Under Harry's last words, Draco was writing, "No, I'm not Harry Potter. Sorry I haven't been here. It was odd. I keep looking at the people at meals, wondering which one is you. Do I want to know?" Draco sat back. Harry watched him mutter something to his wand, probably canceling the scribery spell, then sigh. He looked pensively down the hall toward the statue of Salazar Slytherin. Harry came within a few feet of Malfoy and put down the basket. He stepped back. This, he knew, made the basket seem to appear from nothing. Malfoy goggled at it. Harry pulled off his cloak. Although he would have enjoyed seeing Malfoy's expression, he deliberately looked away from Malfoy's face, though keeping his wand hand in sight, to give the Slytherin time to recover. "I know you're not me," he said. "I was just wondering if I could seal the door, that's all. You need to be a Parselmouth to open it." He looked back at Malfoy, who was regarding him with his usual sneer. "Honestly," Harry continued with a smile, "you're the absolute prince of Slytherin, and can't even talk to snakes." He took a butterbeer from the basket and offered it to Malfoy. "Want one?" After several seconds in which Malfoy did not move, Harry shrugged, opened the bottle, and took a drink from it himself. "I was afraid it was you," he offered. "We're a fine pair, aren't we? Happy Christmas, Malfoy. Take some of it." "You have an invisibility cloak," Malfoy said finally, taking and opening a bottle of butterbeer as if he hardly noticed it. His voice was accusing. Harry grinned. "Well, you knew that. You saw my head in Hogsmeade, right? Would have got me in major trouble if Lupin hadn't intervened for me. Snape's a git, but a clever one. He'd nicked me, all right. You put mud in my hair. I protect my friends." Harry tried to sound calm, but he kept a close eye on Malfoy's wand hand. "You're nasty to Ron, I'm nasty to you. Nothing personal." Harry tossed a chocolate frog at Malfoy, who caught it reflexively. "So where's Ron now?" Malfoy asked, smirking slightly. He opened the chocolate frog and pinned it expertly. Harry looked down, but mostly to hide a smile. "At home with his girlfriend. Mudblood Granger." "That's right." Harry looked up. "Watch your mouth, Malfoy. He may not be my constant companion anymore, but I still love her. And don't try to turn that into anything scandalous, either." "As you wish, my host," said Malfoy, imbuing the words with utter disinterest. Harry sat down on his rug. "You're welcome," he said. Malfoy shot him a glare. "How did you find it, anyway?" Harry asked. "I know I left the door open, but..." Malfoy grinned. "There was the ghost in the prefect's bathroom. Some awful whinging girl. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Well, it's not like she can touch me, or anything. I enjoy torturing people like that." So she came in all pleased, saying a boy had been awful to her, and she frightened him off, and he'd done something he shouldn't have done. She didn't say it was me, though? Oh no, she wouldn't even say where. So I cast Umbrum Jubo on her. "What's that?" "A spell to control ghosts. Teach me it?" Harry said eagerly. Malfoy smiled. "Maybe later, Potter," he drawled. "If I decide you can be trusted. Actually, it just enables you to give one command to a ghost." "So you asked her?" Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. "What was that?" Harry asked. "What, that spell? You heeded it. Don't you know that?" Malfoy asked, frowning. "Malfoy, you know I was raised by Muggles. I don't know a thing I didn't learn at Hogwarts." "I'll show you," said Malfoy. He took Harry's bottle of butterbeer. "Watch the wand movement. That's important." His wand wavered up the bottle in a flickering motion.
Kale.
He handed the bottle back to Harry. It was a beautifully warm, as if he'd just received it from Madame Rosamerta. "Brilliant," said Harry. Malfoy looked arrogantly pleased. "I told you I could help you," he retorted, It's taken you 6 years to believe me? That wasn't what you offered to help me with, Harry countered. Not exactly, but it was implied. I just heard someone who talked about my new friend the way my aunt and uncle talk about me and my parents. What? Malfoy said. He sounded confused. The wrong sort, said Harry bitterly. People like that. They mean wizards and witches. I didn't care what you meant. Malfoy drank some of the butterbeer. After a few seconds, he added, almost sulkily, I meant to be friendly, actually. Yeah, said Harry. Well, for friendly, I'd rather have someone who'd explain Quidditch and the cards and chocolate frogs and what the houses of Hogwarts are. I can choose my friends myself. The butterbeers from the kitchens, Harry confessed. And the sweets from Honeydukes. I know a secret passage into Hogsmeade. Malfoy's eyes widened. Show me. Maybe later. Harry looked archly at Malfoy. If I decide you can be trusted. Malfoy smirked, but it didn't look so unfriendly now. Of course, that was partly because he was now floating several inches above the gray stones. Later in the evening, Harry noticed Malfoy had opened a third butterbeer, which meant there was only one left. He took it and held it out in his left hand, then cast Kale on it. Malfoy looked over at the light steam. There you go. Good thing you weren't brought up in a proper wizarding family. You'd be beating me at classes. He shivered slightly. And wouldn't that have father in a rage? Harry leaned back against the wall and wondered if there was a way to heat that as well. Malfoy had been alternating between friendly and cool all evening. He didn't think it was a good time to press for details on Malfoy's relationship with his father. He looked at the butterbeer instead. I suppose at a certain point you get too tiddly to do the right bit of waiver? He speculated. Malfoy shrugged. At which point you probably don't care that it's lukewarm. Harry looked speculatively at Malfoy. So? What? Are we going to try being friends? Malfoy was silent for so long that Harry was afraid the boy was going to attack him. He brought his right arm casually up across his knees, so he could get his wand back out in a hurry. It hardly seems advisable, Malfoy said diffidently. My house would despise me for it, and your house would despise you, and my father would have fits. He frowned for a moment, then smiled slightly. Unless, of course, I persuaded him it was all an elaborate plot. Malfoy began to look rather dreamy. Maybe I'll just spend the holidays figuring out the last semester of potions. Then Harry said quickly, well, no, we could do things together, during holidays. We'd need to be discreet, of course, but Crabbe and Goyle are hardly a challenge to avoid. Malfoy smiled lazily. Perhaps it would be fun. Diamonds and broken glass. Holiday fun. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Opening his presents wasn't as much fun with no one to talk about them with. He had the usual new jumper from Mrs. Weasley and collectible Quidditch cards from Ron, including a complete set for one team, though not the Chudley cannons. Harry suspected that would require Ron to get 2 full sets, as he wouldn't give away his first. His best present was from Hermione. It was a spherical compass that you could set to point back to anything. Harry set it to his bed just to wander around and see it work. At the end of Christmas dinner, Dumbledore asked all the 6th and 7th-year students to stay. That left Linda from Gryffindor, 3 of the Ravenclaws, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Harry. Harry found himself glancing at Malfoy, who ignored him. Now, Dumbledore said, you are still at school, but it is the holidays and I feel some extra freedom is in order. You all have my permission to travel to Hogsmeade, as you wish during daylight hours. Someone cheered. Harry grinned. By sunset, you are all to be back in the castle. Is that clear? Everyone nodded. Several people, Harry included, murmured their assurances. Very well. Happy Christmas, and enjoy your holidays. As the students turned to leave, Dumbledore added, Harry, would you stay a moment, please? Later that night, Harry wandered down to the Chamber of Secrets. That was odd, he thought, as he moved along the now clear tunnels. He'd somehow managed to turn the nightmare into a place he hung out. He wasn't sure if Malfoy would bother with it tonight, but the Slytherin was already there, sucking on toffee and playing with a miniature, lightning-laced cloud that floated between his hands and sent flashes of brilliant, bluish light across his pale face. Happy Christmas, Harry said. And yourself, Malfoy returned absently. What did you get? My parents sent me this stormlight and cakes and a book of debilitating potions and all sorts of things, and my aunt gave me toffees and chocolate, like always. Mrs. Weasley gave me a jumper, Harry answered, as always, and Hermione gave me a sort of magical compass that you can prime to point to a particular thing. Ron gave me a set of Quidditch cards that's complete for one team with some of 3 others, and Sirius sent me a book on animagi. Fred and George sent a bag of their new inventions. I'm not sure I want to touch those just yet, perhaps if I get very bored. What about the Muggles? Harry smiled weakly. Dryer lint. Honestly, I don't know why they bother. 2 years ago it was a single toothpick. It's some sort of spell, Malfoy said absently, his attention still on the cloud. That will do for ritual. Malfoy, they're Muggles. Malfoy frowned and looked up. The lightning gave him a small shock. With a curse he disabled the cloud, which turned into a small gray ball, and he sucked for a moment at the side of the injured hand. With the hand holding the ball, he waved Harry at the toffee. Hesitantly, Harry took a piece. He hoped it hadn't been doctored with any debilitating potions. So what did Dumbledore want to say to you? Malfoy asked. Harry suspected this question, and wanting to show off his new toy was why Malfoy had bothered coming down. He wondered if Malfoy was envious, or if he hoped Harry had gotten into trouble. Harry shrugged and sat down. Since the Lestranges have stated they're out to kill me, you can't go to Hogsmeade, Malfoy guessed. I can, but he wants me to be with another student at all times. Harry let his annoyance at that show a minute, then stretched back, looking at the faraway, dark ceiling. Strange as it may seem to be asking a Death Eater's son to come guard me from the Death Eaters. He glanced over at Malfoy, who was watching him coldly. Want to go into Hogsmeade with me? Tomorrow? A long walk in the wet snow, Malfoy said mockingly. How inviting, Potter. Walk? Harry laughed. Honestly, Malfoy, you and I own the 2 best brooms in the school, and a quick flight, in the brilliant winter cold, sounds inviting to me, especially if there's a hot drink at the other end of it. Malfoy actually smiled at that. Yes, he said thoughtfully. Yes, I could enjoy that. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Grinning, Harry moved lower, closer to the powdery snow. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry went higher again and turned to see Draco Malfoy. The blonde was covered, head to toe, in powdery snow. Potter, you rear, he screamed. Harry grinned, but his smile faded as Malfoy whipped out his wand. The spell caused a large crack behind Harry, and he turned to see a large icicle, broken from the great gates, coming at him like a spear. Harry yelped and started to fly. He dodged the first pass of the icicle easily, but then it began to turn for a second run. Harry whipped out his own wand and pointed it at the gate. A second icicle came loose and sped towards him, but this one was under his control. Harry flew up, fast, then dove, getting some distance between himself and Malfoy's icicle. Then he paused to regain control of his own icicle and brought it up to Malfoy's. The missiles crashed. A cloud of glittering shards descended from the impact. Harry brought what was left of his icicle against what was left of Malfoy's. Yeah, Malfoy yelled. They did it again, then again, until no icicles of worthy size remained, and the lawn before the gates glittered as if it was strewn with diamonds. Malfoy flew up to hover by Harry. He surveyed the dazzling scene in silence. For a while, he seemed to have forgotten his earlier anger. Brilliant, he breathed, like a field of broken glass. Harry snorted. I thought diamonds, he said. Malfoy looked at him oddly. Let's go, Potter. I'm wet and freezing, thanks to you. He took off and Harry followed. They didn't stop until they reached the door of the 3 broomsticks. They drank a warm butterbeer apiece, and Harry enjoyed actually browsing in honeydukes. He found a suite he hadn't seen before, one that was enchanted to stay just out of reach until you wanted it enough. Like chasing your food, Potter? Malfoy asked with some amusement, as Harry bought a bag of the elusive confections. As long as I win, Harry remarked absently. Malfoy's eyes widened. Why, Potter, he drawled, what a positively Slytherin reply. Harry felt himself blushing brilliant red. He didn't want to talk about houses with Malfoy, not just yet. Where else shall we go? He asked. They spent much of the next week together, flying, going into Hogsmeade, and talking about people. The first day, they arranged to meet at the Quidditch pitch after breakfast, and, by unspoken agreement, continued with that every day until the weather turned grim. That day was dark with sleet. Harry, after some internal debate, headed down to the pitch anyway. But there was no one there. The changing rooms were dark. He took refuge at Hagrid's hut on the way back. Come in, Hagrid. He drew Harry through the door with a pull that hurt Harry's shoulder. The moment he was inside, Harry forgave him. Hagrid's fire was cheering, and the hut warm. Hagrid took Harry's cloak and pushed him gently towards the hearth. "What ye be doing out in this weather?" he asked. "Can't ye see it's not fit for a stroll?" I was just going down to the pitch," Harry confessed. "Habit, and yet be flyin' in this?" Hagrid asked. His beetle-black eyes were almost hidden by the furrowing of his brow. "Or lookin' for someone ter fly with?" Harry looked into the fire, hoping his sudden shamed blush was hidden by the glow. "I've seen ye with Malfoy," Hagrid said grimly. "No good comes o' his sort, ye remember that. Never been a Malfoy that weren't bad as they come. And I've seen how he torments you and Hermione." Harry stared into the flames. His sword again. He supposed it had more meaning here than it usually did. "He's my fun for the holidays," he said lightly. "Anyway, he hadn't said he wasn't meeting me, so I had to check. He'll tell me I'm an idiot Gryffindor, as usual." That night, Harry worked on his potions homework in the cheery common room until the questions of Davy, the second-year student, mostly concerning the disastrous Triwizard Tournament, grew too annoying. He packed his books, parchment, ink, and quill into his school bag and headed down to the library. Malfoy was not there. On impulse, Harry continued down to the chamber. Harry came in sight of Malfoy in the corridor outside Myrtle's bathroom. Malfoy whirled at the sound of footsteps. He was visibly relieved to see Harry. "No cloak. Tonight?" "No cloak." They went into the bathroom and down into the pipe. At the bottom, they walked along the tunnel to the true entrance. "Want to see how it works?" Harry asked. "It's kind of neat." At Malfoy's affirmative reply, Harry closed, then reopened, the chamber. Draco Malfoy watched, openly awestruck, as the circling snake caused the others to retract out of its path. He and Harry were in the chamber itself before he spoke again. "What did you say at the door?" he asked. "Open," Harry said. Malfoy shivered. "What's that like? Talking to snakes?" Harry shrugged. "The first time wasn't bad. That was a boa constrictor." "A pet?" "No, an exhibit. I was at a zoo with my cousin Dudley. He's awful. You can't meet him, you'll think he validates your anti-Muggle prejudice." "So? Later." Anyway, Dudley had been banging on the glass, yelling at the snake to move, and when he gave up, I stayed and apologized to it. It answered me, and I didn't know what to say. I hadn't known I could talk to snakes. So I asked him about Brazil. "You what?" "Well, the plaque said he was Brazilian." He pointed out that it also said he was born in captivity. Then Dudley was worse, and I made the glass go away just by accident, as wizard children will. "So what did the snake do?" He thanked me and took off. People were screaming all over the place. It was a very strange day. Malfoy grinned. "Strange," he repeated. "Yeah. The second time was the one you set on me. It was meant to be impressive. It was fine, would have been if Lockhart hadn't been there. That time, though, I was just yelling an order." "What was it?" Harry shivered. The scene rose before him, the great, angry snake, his eyes fixed on Justin. "Leave him," he commanded again. "I was hoping for it in English, Potter," Malfoy drawled. Harry pulled himself back from the memory. "Sorry. I said leave him. That was all. What other snakes have you met?" Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. "I haven't really talked with a snake since the boa constrictor. I heard the basilisk whispering 'kill' as it slid through the pipes, and I kept getting in trouble following the sound. I heard Nagini speaking to her master as he held me tied to his father's headstone." Harry shuddered. "It's rather put me off snakes, actually." Malfoy was looking at him with wide eyes. "Nagini is the name of the Dark Lord's serpent," he said. "Yeah," Harry replied. "That one. Bloody, huge, poisonous, nasty thing that was promised me for dinner." Malfoy looked uneasy. When they settled under the torches in the chamber, and Harry took out his homework, Malfoy jumped at the opportunity to help. He seemed relieved to be discussing potion ingredients and the influences of changes in preparation, rather than his father's master. Harry listened, asked questions, and wrote until his seat was sore from cold. He put aside the parchment and stood to stretch. "Am I going too fast for you?" Malfoy taunted. "This place needs chairs," Harry returned. Malfoy scowled. "If you know the contraction charm, by all means bring some down. It's a tricky spell though, so easy to break things." "There's a contraction charm to make things smaller?" Harry asked. Malfoy looked at him as if he was a Martian. "Yes," he said finally. Harry frowned at the space. "Muggles have some chairs that are inflatable," he offered. "Inflatable? Like a balloon. You fill them with air. They're not elegant, but they're comfortable enough. How would we get them down here?" "Uninflated." Malfoy laughed. "Might be worth it. We can't play on the pitch once the other students are back." "Can you buy these chairs?" Harry shrugged. "I don't even know where we are. Is there a Muggle town nearby?" Malfoy stared. "We're not supposed to go past Hogsmeade." Harry rolled his eyes. "Malfoy, we're not supposed to be out of our dormitories at night. In Muggle territory. In Muggle territory." Despite his assumed nonchalance, Harry wished they could have gone immediately, so he need not worry about Malfoy writing home and having an ambush set up for him. He realized, however, that he did not want to travel in the sleet, and that he needed Muggle money. It turned out that Gringotts had an exchange counter in Hogsmeade for converting galleons into pounds, and Malfoy took him to do that the next day, which was overcast and frigid, but not actively wet. Harry was amazed at how many pounds he got to the galleon. The gold he had brought came to well over 200 pounds. He told Malfoy they would go to the Muggle town the next night, then, in the hall after dinner, changed it to that night. "You need your compass," Malfoy said. "I have it," Harry replied, pulling out the object, which was hanging on a cord from his neck. Malfoy nodded. "Good. We'll stop at the Shrieking Shack and prime it to the gatepost there." "Why?" Malfoy smiled. "Hogsmeade is enchanted so people don't walk into it," he said. "So is the school. We have an advantage in that we know they're there, and, of course, we're wizards, but it would still be difficult without assistance. The compass will tell us how to get there, even when our instincts are screaming to veer away." Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. "Wouldn't your father be pleased, though?" Malfoy scowled. "You'd think so, wouldn't you? But I've thought it before. Removed him." The sleet had stopped. Thin clouds slid rapidly across the waning moon as Harry and Malfoy flew, low to the ground and keeping to cover, from Hogwarts to the Shrieking Shack, and from there to the west. After 20 minutes of cautious flying, they crested a hill, and looked down upon a bright-lit town at the edge of a dark loch. Malfoy landed, and Harry followed suit. "There it is," Malfoy said. He sounded nervous. Harry looked at him curiously, and saw him bite his lower lip, turning it dark. Suddenly, Harry understood. Malfoy had been brought up to hate Muggles but also to avoid them. Hatred of that sort was very close to fear. He had probably never walked into a Muggle area without his parents or guards. Or perhaps, Harry amended uneasily, Death Eaters. "There's a little ruin." Harry pointed to an old stone building near the town. "We can stash our brooms there and walk. Come on now. We probably have only another 2 hours with any chance of open shops." They stashed their brooms where Harry had suggested, then walked under the invisibility cloak to the road. "This is odd," Malfoy said. "Sharing the cloak? You get used to it." "Not that. I mean the whole thing. I didn't think you'd do this." Harry laughed. "What? Why not?" Malfoy gave an annoyed snort. "Well, you're the good boy, right?" "Oh, do tell." Harry laughed. "Say that to McGonagal. She'll laugh in your face. I'm well known for being where I shouldn't." Malfoy. "Really?" Malfoy sneered. "What does the headmaster say about his darling pet?" "Fox?" Harry asked in assumed innocence. "What do you mean?" "Fox is a phoenix, Dumbledore's pet. You know what I mean." "Yeah, I know. I don't think it's right, though. But, he says I'm like my father. As Lupin said, as Snape says." "Did your father go where he shouldn't?" Harry grinned. "My father headed a group that called themselves the Marauders." "Marauders?" Malfoy snorted. Potter, I didn't think Gryffindors used names like that. They had reached the road. Harry pulled the cloak off them and took the time to roll it and stow it in the front pocket of his bag. Well, they did. It was my dad, Sirius Black, and a couple others. Malfoy shuddered. Black. Now there's a nightmare, and just as real as one. He's not that bad. Malfoy stared. Potter, Black betrayed your parents. You know that, right?
No.
It was really Peter Pettigrew. Malfoy frowned. Further down the road, Harry could see a bus sign. I think I've heard the name before, Malfoy said. But how about Wormtail? Does that mean anything to you? Malfoy flinched. The Dark Lord's servant? He asked uneasily. That one. He's Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed my parents. Sirius was set up. They walked. The sign came closer. Sirius Black is your dangerous friend. Then, that's right. He's my godfather. He gave me the firebolt. Should you be telling me this? Malfoy asked cautiously. They had reached the sign. Harry stopped and began scanning for the next bus. He thought it unexpectedly generous of Malfoy to warn him. I expect your father knows, he said. Voldemort certainly does. He told me Black betrayed your parents. Consistency helps the plot, I'm sure. He may have even believed it at the time, until Wormtail returned. Harry sat on a nearby rock. Let's stay here. It's less than 10 minutes until the next bus, and we'll get in faster that way. You need to wait for Muggle buses? Harry looked up the road the way they had come. The road curved along the shore, preventing him from seeing far. A sign on the curve of the road warned caution, black ice. Yes, they go on a schedule. They found a store which carried inflatable chairs, and Harry bought two, one in neon green, and one in international orange, which was as close as he could get to a Gryffindor color. He found inflatable cushions in gold and silver moire, though, and bought one of each. Malfoy looked on disapprovingly as Harry stood on line to pay. Just throw on your cloak and walk out, he whispered. You don't need to give Muggles money. I'm buying these things, Harry hissed back. I don't mind paying for them. They left the store with two heavy bags. Malfoy did not offer to carry either of them. In the alcove by the door, Harry transferred the cushions to his pack, which helped a little. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Lacking a Muggle coat, Harry also wore a cloak, though just plain school one. A few doors on from the first store, they came to an off-license. Malfoy paused at the window. We're not old enough, Harry whispered. The Muggle world has rules about that. Malfoy, after a brief glare at Harry, marched in. Apprehensively, Harry followed him. The shopkeeper noticed them immediately. He would need to have been blind not to have, Harry thought. You 218? He called over. Harry thought it was sort of a friendly warning. Malfoy raised his head as high as it could go. That is no concern of yours, he said haughtily. The man laughed. Long as you don't try to buy not true enough. But I'll be wanting proof of age if you do. What does he mean? Malfoy asked Harry quietly. There are official documents you get from the government that say what year you were born. He'll require one to sell us liquor. Harry paused. One that says we're older than we are. Malfoy frowned, then addressed the shopkeeper again. Mother would like some cognac, he said, in his perfect, cultured English. Harry tried not to shrivel at the painfully aristocratic tone. Fleur de Charmes, 30-year, is her favorite. The shopkeeper glowered. Never heard of it. Out of here, I say, or I'm calling in the police. Malfoy seemed to realize his error. Before he could recover enough to speak, Harry pulled at his sleeve. Come on, Malfoy, he urged. This is not home. You cannot buy liquor here, trust me. Let's go. The baleful eye of the shopkeeper on them. They left the shop, but Malfoy lingered at the window. Come on now, Harry said again. Let's go.
No, Malfoy retorted.
I want cognac. I will have cognac. We're not attacking them. Hardly necessary, Potter. They are only Muggles, after all. Malfoy pulled Harry closer to the window. I don't know what it would look like. The Muggle names must be different. Do you see any? Against his better judgment, Harry looked. Uncle Vernon sometimes bought expensive brandies, and cognac, Harry knew, was a classy type of brandy. He looked for a familiar bottle and saw one, in a wood and glass display case next to the cash register. There, he said. In the case. He had hoped the inaccessibility of the object would discourage Malfoy, but Malfoy's head came still higher. Very well, he said. When do they close? Harry checked the door, then the clock inside. In 10 minutes. Come along, then. Malfoy led the way down the street, then into the next alley. They followed a narrow track behind the shops. Malfoy, Harry said urgently. I don't think we should. This would be the door, wouldn't it? Malfoy asked, as if Harry had not spoken. Probably, Harry admitted. Look, Alohomora. Malfoy had pointed his wand at the door. To Harry's disappointment, it responded to the simple charm and opened, revealing a storeroom lined with crates of liquor. Malfoy looked in. This would be a good time for your cloak, Potter. I am not helping you steal brandy. Malfoy looked disdainfully over his shoulder. As you wish, Potter. I wouldn't think you'd like to risk getting caught. They heard footsteps. Draco Malfoy darted inside and into an alcove between the crates and the wall. Harry followed, letting the door close behind him. Who's there? Called a voice. Harry fumbled with the front pocket of his pack and managed to get the invisibility cloak out and over them, just as the storeroom was flooded with light. Footsteps stalked nearer, and Harry adjusted the cloak to cover the edge of his bags. The shopkeeper looked into their alcove, tested the door, then stomped back to the shop. This is brilliant, Malfoy whispered. I'm going to have Father buy me one. Harry whisked the cloak off Malfoy. I am not, he tried again, helping with this. Malfoy turned and smirked at him. Oh yes you are, Potter. And it's very amusing. With that, he pointed to a small window above the door into the shop. Levitate me to there so I can get my bearings. Harry considered refusing, but letting Malfoy look seemed harmless, and more than a bit funny. He had discovered the previous year that the attention of the Ministry to Magic at the Dursleys' house was not common to most places. He levitated the other boy up to the window. After a minute, Malfoy motioned to the ground, and Harry let him down again. He's closing up, Malfoy confided. We'll wait until he leaves. Then I'll go open the case. They probably have motion detector alarms, Harry warned. What are they? Harry had noticed the last summer that his grasp of Muggle science was a bit weak. He supposed he would have learned more about it in Muggle schools. His knowledge of alarm systems was mostly based on a video game Dudley had played non-stop throughout June. I think it's some sort of beam. You can't see it, but when you cross it with your foot or something, the alarms go off. Malfoy thought about this. He looked quite studious, and somehow rather proper, which Harry found amusing. They'll be by the floor, then? He asked. As far as I know, Harry returned, trying to make it clear that asking him about Muggle alarm systems was probably as useful as asking Malfoy about magical housecleaning techniques. Good, then, Malfoy answered. You levitate me over to the case, and I'll open it without going near the floor. Malfoy, oh come on, Potter. Where's that marauder spirit? Look, you're not afraid of breaking some Muggle law, are you? Unexpectedly, the taunt crystallized Harry's feelings about the matter. No, he said. I just don't approve of cheating people. It's hard enough for wizards without money. It's worse for Muggles. This is expensive or it wouldn't be in a case. I don't want the owner to lose money. Malfoy said stubbornly, want cognac. And you'd like it, Potter, pleasant and fast. Tell you what, Harry offered. You agree to leave money, the right amount of Muggle money, where the bottle was, and I'll help. I am not paying a Muggle. Would you let me leave my money? Malfoy looked absolutely scornful. If you insist. Harry could hardly breathe while he was levitating Malfoy over to the case. No loud noises started. No lights came on, and no doors opened. He started to relax. A minute passed, then another. Malfoy was having trouble with the door. Harry could feel the knife he had gotten from Sirius weighing down his pocket. Harry pulled Malfoy back. Potter, Malfoy hissed. Send me over, Harry growled, holding out his hand for the money. I can open a goddamned case. The cognacs ranged in price from £35 to slightly over £100 in price. Harry took a £50 and a £75 bottle, which used up most of his remaining Muggle money. He motioned to Malfoy to float him back. In the storeroom, they stashed the bottles in Harry's pack. You're brilliant, Malfoy exclaimed, and Harry found a pleasant glow had taken over his embarrassment. He felt giddy now that it was over. The alley out back was empty. They slipped down it, then out onto the nearly empty street. The buses had stopped running by now, but Harry remembered their turn. Such a surprise you are, Malfoy crooned. His pale eyes flashed in the harsh artificial light of the street lamps. I think I like you even if you do coddle the Muggles. An exchange of gifts. Tuesday, the students were due back at school. Harry and Malfoy spent most of Sunday afternoon out on the pitch, even though it was a cold, gray day. Once, Harry looked down and saw Hagrid standing by the gates, watching them. He pretended he hadn't noticed. When they landed, in the icy, refrozen snow, Malfoy nudged Harry. My place tonight, in Slytherin, wear your cloak, and meet me in the library after dinner. We can walk down together. With that, he jogged off towards the castle. Harry gave him a bit of a head start, then walked up more slowly. When Harry got to the library, he saw Crabbe and Goyle first. They were frowning at nearly empty rolls of parchment. The Slytherin second year was sitting with them, glowering. Why do I have to help them with writing? He whined. From the stacks, Harry heard Malfoy's voice. You don't have to, Ruthven, he drawled. You could finish your potions homework by yourself instead. The boy looked sullenly back at Crabbe and Goyle, then bent to read Crabbe's work. Malfoy chuckled. Harry went around the other end of the stacks and tapped Malfoy on the shoulder. Malfoy spun, and Harry had to step back quickly to avoid getting hit by the boy's arm. He was startled to see that Malfoy had pulled his.
Harry whispered.
Malfoy nodded and relaxed. He tucked his wand back into his robes. See you in the morning, he called to the three students. Harry could picture Malfoy's smirk just from the tone. Malfoy strode for the door and Harry followed. A level below the Great Hall, Malfoy slowed. Still there? He whispered. Still here, Harry replied. Malfoy smirked and strode on. They went down, further and further under the castle, not meandering aimlessly, as Ron and Harry had done, the time they had gone looking for the Slytherin dormitory, but at Malfoy's assertive pace. Finally, Malfoy stopped in a corridor that Harry would not have known from the others and whispered to the wall. A section of it slid back, giving entrance to the low, dim Slytherin common room. Harry stepped nervously into the light of the hanging green lamps. The burning fire at the end of the hall turned everything before it into a dark silhouette. You can take the cloak off now, Malfoy said, in a normal tone. Everyone else is in the library, and Snape's away for the evening. I saw him leave. Harry had seen Snape, during dinner, twitch with sudden pain, then leave the Great Hall. His left arm pressed inconspicuously to his side. Snape, then, was with the Death Eaters and Malfoy sounded like he knew it. Harry hoped he didn't have any visions while with Malfoy. Voldemort seemed unaware that Harry had these glimpses of his actions, and Harry wanted to keep it that way as long as possible. Harry took off the cloak. He and Malfoy moved up the Slytherin common room. From further in, Harry could look back on the firelit sides of things, which made the room a little less creepy, though no more cheerful. This way, Malfoy said. He went through a door to the right of the fireplace, down a short corridor, left, up and left again. The next door brought them into a square dormitory slightly larger than Harry and his yearmate's tower room. From there, Malfoy went through another door into a smaller room with one bed. Father pays for me to have my own room, he said proudly. Of course, that enables me to do certain things. He met Harry's eyes and smirked. Harry repressed a shudder. He suspected Lucius Malfoy coached his son in dark arts, and this room provided privacy for practice. So, what do you think? Malfoy prompted. Harry looked around. The room was impressive. The bed, trunk, and desk were all of ebony with silver inlay. A thick carpet in green and black covered the floor between the bed and the desk, which was closed. A signed and framed Quidditch poster with 5 wizards and 2 witches, all in blue and silver, was the only break in the Slytherin colors. Wow, he said. Very, Slytherin. Draco walked over to a huge, medieval-looking sideboard, also ebony and silver, that stood beside the door. It had 4 doors below, a wide shelf above those, then carved columns of dragons supporting an upper, narrower set of cabinets, fronted with narrow diamonds of opaque Tudor glass, letting them overhang a still narrower, solid set at the back of the counter. Well, of course, Harry. Harry stared at Malfoy's back. Malfoy had just called him Harry. He was glad Malfoy was facing away and so could not see his face. He wondered if he could manage to call Malfoy Draco. He wasn't sure it would come out right. Malfoy opened an upper cabinet and took out 2 crystal snifters and the more expensive cognac. I hope you don't mind I brought this up here. I haven't had any yet. He demonstrated this by unsealing the bottle. I thought it would be pleasant to be someplace comfortable for a change. Smiling, he walked back and handed Harry one of the snifters. Seen from above, the cognac seemed to barely cover the bottom of it. Harry looked at it from the side and found the pouring looked deeper that way. Malfoy sat in the room's only armchair, ebony and green velvet, Harry noted, only just managing not to roll his eyes. So Harry sat in the chair by the desk. Skull, Malfoy said, lifting his glass. Harry did the same, then took a cautious sip. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Do you need some water in that? Malfoy asked with a smirk. No, that's fine. Harry glanced over at the desk. It was closed, but a few books had been left on top. He picked up the first one, a slim, red book with plain, black lettering. The Dueler's Dictionary, he read. Effective 1- and 2-syllable hexes. Isn't that great? Malfoy said. In spontaneous fighting it doesn't matter much, but when your opponent knows the exact second you can start, it helps to use short incantations. Or you can just cheat, Harry said in mild rebuke. Malfoy rolled his eyes. In something overseen by Snape and Lockhart I can cheat. There are times that is less advisable. Too much cognac? Malfoy asked solicitously, bending over Harry at a dizzying angle. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Malfoy went away. Harry closed his eyes, and immediately the room began to spin clockwise. This was interesting and fun for about 3 seconds. Then it was horrible. He opened his eyes and focused on the ceiling beams. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Okay, Harry acquiesced. Too much brandy. Oh. He'd let his eyes drift closed, and the room had taken off again, moving in quick, clockwise quarter turns. His eyes snapped open. He focused hard on the edge of the desk and willed it to stay still. If you're going to be sick, Malfoy said, try to make it to the bathroom. Is that door? He pointed, and dizzily Harry looked. Don't think so, he said. He was feeling better, he thought. He just had to continue to focus on something with straight lines. If you're not going to be sick, I think you'll find my bed more comfortable than the floor. Harry dared a glance over at Malfoy, who smirked and patted the space in front of him. The bed looked very far away and much too high up. Harry cautiously let his head relax back. But that would mean standing, he answered lazily. I'm comfy here. As you wish, Malfoy returned. He was silent for a while. What's wrong with stuff? He asked finally. Awkwardly, Harry tried to explain why things could only be interesting a few at a time. Finally, he gave up on that. The thing is, he said you talked at me for a long time, but I don't know any more about you, just about your stuff. Malfoy was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, I've got one more thing to show you and I think it matters. I'll wait until tomorrow, though, because you won't appreciate it now. Harry thought that was a good idea. After that, he must have fallen asleep, because he woke later in complete darkness. He could faintly hear Malfoy breathing somewhere above and in front of him, probably on the bed. By moving away from the sound, Harry managed to find the bathroom. He used the toilet, then drank several handfuls of water from the tap, stumbled back to the carpet and went back to sleep. Wakey, wakey. The irritatingly cheerful voice was accompanied by the even more annoying feeling of someone tickling his nose with the feather end of a quill. Harry swatted the hand away and felt slightly nauseous from the motion. Jesus, Draco, what are you doing in? Harry stopped abruptly, as his surroundings came into focus. He was lying on the floor of Draco Malfoy's room, and had apparently slept there, which explained the crick in his neck, and perhaps some of the headache. In my room? Draco asked wickedly. Well, let's see. Maybe because it's my room? Fine. Ouch. Ah. Poor whittle Gryffy have a drop too much? Draco teased. Harry grimaced. He managed to roll over to his side and get up to one elbow. My neck hurts, he said petulantly, and my head, and I seem to have a nest of snakes in my stomach. Well, let's see, said Draco with a wicked smile. Butterbeer is 2 to 3% alcohol. This cognac is. He lifted the bottle and peered at it, 44% alcohol. He put down the bottle and looked back at Harry. You do not need 3 glasses of it. I don't even need 3 glasses of it. Harry managed to sit up. Slowly, he tried standing. He didn't feel any better vertical, but he didn't feel any worse. Great, he said. This would have been useful information 12 hours ago. He headed for the toilet. As he closed the door, Draco called, perhaps unnecessarily loudly, "Don't forget, we're going to Hogsmeade today. Last chance." Harry felt a bit better after using the toilet, and though he wouldn't consent to go to breakfast, he agreed to meet Draco in 30 minutes, outside the Great Hall. Before you go? Draco sounded almost shy. Harry had never heard anything like it from him. He felt a little better when he looked at Draco and saw the sly smile on his face. Yeah, I want to show you my collection. Draco crossed back to the sideboard, pointed his wand at one of the solid doors at the back of the counter, and whispered a charm. The door clicked and swung open, as did 2 of the other 3. Inside each compartment was a large rack partially filled with something. Harry came closer and saw the racks contained glass vials, almost like old-fashioned test tubes, filled with all sorts of different liquids. What is it? He asked. Potions. I nicked 2 samples of anything we make that looks useful. Gingerly, Harry slid a vial out of the rack and read its label. The hair-raising potion is useful? Draco rolled his eyes. I'll think of something, he said. Harry looked at more of the potions in the front of one rack. Draco seemed to have sorted them by type, so they went from physical effects at the left to mental effects in the middle, then emotional effects at the right. Harry pointed this out and Draco nodded a confirmation. Are the racks different? Harry asked. Draco pointed. Beneficial, neutral, harmful. Ah, good to know. Harry wondered what was in the 4th cabinet. He looked at the potions once more and nodded. I am impressed. We'd better go, though, if you want breakfast. Harry felt better yet after walking up to Gryffindor Tower, changing his clothes and washing his face a second time. He put on his winter cloak over his robes, got the Marauder's map from his trunk and tucked it in a pocket, then went down to meet Draco. Here, Draco said, handing him a napkin-wrapped bundle. I nicked some toast for you. There's nothing on it. It should stay down. You need to eat something or you'll feel sick all day. He gestured to the door. Shall we go? He started up the stairs, and Draco followed. They went to the 3rd floor. Gryffindor isn't this way, is it? No. Where's my present? It's not an unwrapped sort of present. Oh. Draco pouted. Harry had to laugh. You have enough stuff. This is a place. We're nearly there, he said. However, in sight of the one-eyed witch, Draco cocked his head to the side. Someone's coming, he said. Harry, listening, heard footsteps. Duck in here, quick, he said. He pulled Malfoy into an unused classroom. The door muffled enough sound that they could no longer hear the approaching person. Draco knelt down and pressed his ear against the door, but Harry motioned him back. We can't hear. Draco protested. It's okay. Harry pulled out the map and unfolded it. Currently, of course, it was a blank piece of paper. Draco stared. What, are you going to write an essay? Harry took out his wand and tapped the paper. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, he whispered. Draco stared. Then he covered his mouth with both hands, presumably to keep from laughing. Harry thought Draco might actually be biting his fingers. Harry checked the map. It was Snape, he said. But he's leaving. Halfway down the stairs. This seemed to cut through Draco's hilarity. He edged forward and looked at the map. Harry pointed to the dot that said Severus Snape. What is this? Draco breathed. He would have taken the map if Harry had let him. But Harry was sure he didn't trust Draco that much. The Marauder's map. It was made by my father and some of his friends, but I actually got it from Fred and George. Anyway, the coast is clear. Harry wiped and re-rolled the map. Let's go. Out in the hallway, Harry brought Malfoy to the statue. You touch the hump here, he said, bringing out his wand, and say Descendium. The hump opened. Climb in, Harry offered. You first. Shrugging, Harry climbed in and slid down to the passageway, then moved out of Draco's way. He whispered Lumos. Draco followed seconds later. Draco looked around at the bare passage. I'm not thrilled yet, he said. Harry smiled. This is the passage to Hogsmeade. The other end of it comes up in the basement of Honeydukes. Draco's eyes widened. Now that, he said, is worth the trouble. Let's go. In Hogsmeade, Draco suggested Harry get some clothes that fit. I'm low on money, Harry explained. I mean, I have plenty in Gringotts, but I probably won't have a chance to go there until next September. Draco stared at him. So send someone. Hagrid goes in every few weeks or so. You'd trust him to get some gold from your vault, right? Of course. Well, all right then. I'll loan you some for today. For what interest? Harry asked suspiciously. Draco looked offended. I am not a merchant, Harry, and I've said I like you. A loan, no interest, he scowled. But only if you do not insult me again. Sorry, Harry said quickly. I didn't mean. I'm not used to you being generous, that's all. Well, I'm not used to associating with people who dress like house elves. Draco drawled. So let's remedy both of those, shall we? An hour later, Harry had spent a theoretical 24 galleons on clothing, and had a pair of almost normal-looking black jeans, some flowing, loose-legged black trousers that wouldn't pass on privet drive, a dark crimson velvet tunic with black and gold edging at the neck and sleeves, a bright red silk top with gold embroidery, and a plain black silk shirt. He also had comfortable socks and underwear. Draco had failed to persuade him to try anything in green. It would bring up your eyes, he said a final time as they left. Really, I don't want people looking at my eyes. Draco dismissed the matter with a shrug. In any case, this will be much better than what you have had. I'm kind of embarrassed I never thought of it, Harry confessed. I don't have any money when I'm with the Dursleys, so buying things never occurs to me. You could take money home. Then they'd find out I had money in the wizarding world, and then they'd try to take it from me. No, I just need to wait until I'm 18. Draco shook his head. That's so strange. Imagine you being no one at all. The Three Broomsticks was quiet on a Monday afternoon. Draco went to claim an inconspicuous corner spot. When Harry got back from placing their order at the bar, Draco had a present out on the table. It is the unwrapping sort, he said. Go ahead. Harry unwrapped his present. It was a book, bound in red leather. A gilt stag and sparking wand adorned the front cover. The title read simply The Potters. What is it? Harry asked, at a whisper, as he opened the front of the book. The title page was a little more helpful. It read, The Potters, the complete lineage with edifying anecdotes and events of an historical interest. It's your family book, Malfoy said. All the old wizarding families have one. If you'd been raised properly, by wizard relatives, you would have been given a copy between the ages of 6 and 8. I could tell from how you've talked that you've never seen it. Harry turned to the back of the book. The last page detailed that the only currently living Potter, Harry James, had survived his parents and was currently enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Scotland. Oddly, it had no mention of Voldemort, curses, scars, or murder. See? Malfoy said. From 1196, your family isn't terribly old to now. What's yours like? Harry asked. Draco rolled his eyes. Ours, he said, is the union of two lines. One goes back to 519, not terribly old either, just terribly pure, in Norway, and the other to 138 BCE, which is quite respectable, in Rome. The name Malfoy is much more recent, of course. Where did that come from? Harry asked. He'd always wanted to know. Bad Faith seemed like such an odd name to keep, much less be proud of. Of course, Malfoy probably thought the same of the plebeian Potter. From an ancestor of mine who was murdered as a devil worshipper. By Muggles who knew he practiced magic, Malfoy said haughtily. They ambushed him in his keep, then burnt it to the ground. The family kept the name in his honor when they fled to England in 1292. They were in France rather briefly then. In Perche, that's part of Normandy now, for a few centuries. One of my Norse ancestors conquered part of it during the Viking Age. That's where they married into the Roman line. Of course, we've maintained a tendency to marry into French families. Malfoy smiled tightly. This is the sort of thing you should know about the Potters, Harry. You may not be a pureblood, but your father's name is enough to get you into the best parties. Malfoy shrugged apologetically. Politics aside, their drinks came. Draco took a large draught of his butterbeer. Harry, who was still feeling rather unwell, sipped cautiously at his own, and wished he'd thought to order pumpkin juice instead. Quite what I'd say myself, Harry said boldly. Draco looked coldly at him for a moment, then smirked. Yes, I suppose that would be worse for you. It would at least provide some excitement for the rest of us. Houses and risks, houses and risks. On the way back to Hogwarts, Harry decided to invite Draco up to Gryffindor. His house was so much nicer than Slytherin that he couldn't resist the chance to show it off. I can't conveniently dispose of everyone, he said, but there are only 2 of them. If we leave dinner early, we should be able to get up to my room. In fact, it turned out to be just that easy. Harry whispered the password so that Draco would not hear, wondering as he did so if this type of unsanctioned visit was the reason the passwords were always changed the first day after holidays. Draco goggled at the cheery common room. Belatedly, he shielded his eyes. Bloody heck, Potter. What is it with Gryffindors and God? I've seen Tie Street markets that were more sedate. For all that, he crossed over to the chairs before the fireplace and sank into one. Comfy, though. He smirked. You lot are all soft, really. We better get up to my room, Harry urged. Davy never eats much. Draco nodded and followed him to the stairs. Put that back, Harry ordered, catching sight of Linda's shrinking chest set in Draco's hand. But it was just out there, Draco protested, wide-eyed. I don't know about Slytherin, Harry retorted, but in Gryffindor we respect each other's property. You do not steal from my housemates, Malfoy. Put it back. In the tower room, Draco seemed drawn to the windows. The night was still moonless, but the dark was broken by splashes of light at Hagrid's hut, and an eerie glow somewhere in the forest. Harry came up beside him and pointed. That fire is next to Hagrid's. No idea what he's doing, and the glow is a bit into the forbidden forest. It's a pretty good view in the day, or when the moon is close to full. Can I stay the night, or come back in the morning? Whatever. Harry grinned. I don't have any cognac, though. Shall we get it? God, no. Harry shuddered, and Draco laughed maliciously. I suppose we should be well rested when the others return, he said idly. He looked down at the worn sill and ran the side of his thumb along it. So, when people come back. Harry watched Draco curiously. The blond boy was looking at the grain of the wood with great concentration, as if it was a crystal ball and no more inclined to reveal the future than the crystal balls Harry had used. Backed by the Gryffindor tapestries, he looked less pale than usual, his hair more gold than white. I think we had best behave towards each other as we always have, Draco said pensively. It won't be the same, of course, more of a game, but they shouldn't know that. Would you really get in trouble for being friends with me? Of course. Draco looked up. And honestly, Harry, what would they do to you? Granger? The only person I've been worse to is the weasel, or maybe you. Could you not be quite so awful to them? Harry asked quietly. Nothing noticeable like being nice, just not go to such lengths to get at Ron. Draco tossed his head dismissively. I'll think about it. He grinned. Shall we catch some of your sweets, Harry? Harry got out the bag of teased toffees, which he had quite forgotten, and they had a fun and exciting time chasing the elusive candies around the room. Harry managed to break a rod of Neville's canopy leaping on a sweet that had perched there, and Draco had to mend it. By the time they had caught the last one, both were breathless and flushed. Harry flopped, spread eagle, back on his bed, and sucked on the soft toffee, which was still squirming slightly. Is that your bed? Draco asked. Harry nodded. Whose is this? Draco asked, pointing at the bed next to Harry's. Ron's. Draco smirked, and settled himself territorially on Ron's bed. I can sleep here, then, unless you'd rather I was in reach. Honestly, Draco, Harry exclaimed, almost laughing. I don't mistrust you that much. They rested for a while. Draco examined the various objects on Ron's bedside table. He looked closely at a perfectly ordinary, though beautiful, seashell as if trying to figure out what it did. He read the postcard from Bill, who was vacationing in Indonesia. He picked up a magical timetable that highlighted in red upcoming classes for which you had not completed your homework. It was currently quite festive. It was a birthday present from Hermione. That I can imagine. Draco put down the timetable. Why do you like Ron, anyway? He asked, a bit petulantly. He's fun, Harry returned, surprised. He likes games, he tells jokes, he's willing to risk getting into trouble to go places and find things, whether because we need to or just for fun. Harry shrugged. At least it used to be like that. I don't know if it will be again when he and Hermione get past this stage, or if he's just grown up in some other way than me. And he's more bitter now. I'm tired of that. At least while he's obsessing about Hermione, he's not obsessing about money. And Hermione? Hermione is great. She's really smart, she's really nice, she's brave as anything, and she can break rules when she thinks it's the right thing to do. The only problem with Hermione is that she thinks everyone should try as hard as she does. The hat said I could go anywhere, but Hermione's really the one. She's clever as a Ravenclaw, diligent and loyal as a Hufflepuff, ambitious as a Slytherin, and so brave and, well, chivalrous, really, a protector, that no Gryffindor would ever question that she's one of us. Malfoy ignored Harry's praises of Hermione. The hat said you could go anywhere? The Sorting Hat? Well, not exactly anywhere. I don't think it ever implied Hufflepuff. It really wanted. Harry stopped. Draco was staring at him. Harry hadn't intended to bring up his sorting. Does it? I remember how long it took to choose for you, and you looked terrified. Did it think at you? The hat thought I'd do well in Slytherin. Slytherin. More precisely, it said that Slytherin would help me to achieve greatness. I just sat there and said, not Slytherin, until it put me in Gryffindor. It had noted at the beginning that I was brave and smart, so I guess it had been considering Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Draco continued to stare. Slytherin. He shook his head. I always wondered why some people took so long. I knew I'd be in Slytherin. When the hat touched my head, I was thinking it had better be Slytherin. It would horrify the family if I was put anywhere else. Maybe if you're certain, it just believes you. But I'm certain Slytherin is where I belong. I suppose I could qualify for Ravenclaw, but I'd be bored silly. Draco grinned at Harry. You too. And it's just as well you're in Gryffindor. You turn such a fine Gryffindor red. He smirked. When I get you to act like a Slytherin. Harry, to his embarrassment, could tell he was blushing a fine Gryffindor red at the observation. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. It doesn't matter that they're stupid when they are my things, Draco replied. They were trainable. Their fathers know my father, and he thought they were suitable companions for me, as long as I kept them in their place. So we already knew each other before Hogwarts, and they knew they needed me to survive. I've seen their fathers with your father, Harry said. He felt a wave of cold wash over him as the words slipped out. He had stopped feeling that time alone with Draco was dangerous, but discussing what he knew of the Death Eaters took the association to a different level. Harry rolled onto his side and brought a hand across his chest to be near his wand. Draco just looked annoyed. Yes, I heard Father ranting. You saw all of them, he said, then escaped. Harry laughed. It sounded a bit hysterical to his own ears. Voldemort is an idiot, really. He could have killed me so easily after the Triwizard Tournament, but he had to show off, no, to play. To prove he could kill me after I had my wand back. He had your wand and gave you it back. Draco sounded horrified. Harry smiled in grim satisfaction. I had a twisted ankle. I'd been bled. He'd hit me with the Cruciatus Curse. I'm sure it seemed safe. But really, he could have just slit my throat while I was tied. Or at least cast the killing curse while I was unarmed. But that wasn't good enough, oh no. So he gave me my wand, and I escaped. Draco bit his lower lip until it turned dark. Does that bother you? Harry taunted, rolling onto his side. That Lord Voldemort makes stupid mistakes? Of course it bothers me. Draco snapped. He settled back, looking sullen. Father's doing it too since he returned. He's gone from being effectively ruthless to damaging his own efforts with useless displays of power. Voldemort was not convinced of your father's loyalty. He chided him for it. Your father may be trying to prove his devotion. If the Dark Lord wants devotion, he should recruit Hufflepuffs, Draco spat. Harry stared at Draco in amazement. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Draco turned over, so his back was to Harry. Harry rolled onto his back and looked up at the canopy. After about 5 minutes, Draco pointed his wand at the lights and doused them. Harry wasn't sure whether to get up and get into his pajamas or just stay in his clothes. It seemed safer not to move and have Draco stay silent. After about 5 minutes of lying in the dark, Draco spoke. The Cruciatus curse is awful. Isn't it? Yes. Did you scream? Yes. Good. It's not just me then. I hate being weak. I still scream. Everyone does. Harry stared into the blackness. He wondered what Draco was talking about. When did you get hit with Cruciatus? Father does it sometimes. For training or just because he's angry. It used to be only for training, but since... You know who? Harry didn't know what to say. He wondered what one could possibly learn from being the target of a Cruciatus curse. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Of course not. Harry exclaimed. What was Draco thinking? The Cruciatus was one of the unforgivable curses. He suddenly realized that perhaps the Cruciatus curse itself was one thing to learn from being hit by it. Have you? He asked. Of course not, Draco said blandly. And I wouldn't tell you if I had, now would I? After Draco's breathing shifted to the sounds of sleep, Harry got up, changed into his pajamas, and came back to bed. He looked across to the vague form in Ron's bed. He wondered if Draco thought he had a good deal or not. How much stuff and prestige was it worth to take the Cruciatus curse? In and out the windows, in and out the windows. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Sorry, Harry said, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. Have you been awake long? About an hour, Draco said. He yawned, but not very awake. He reached over to his bag and pulled the Honeydukes packet from it. Let's have the pumpkin pasties, that will do for breakfast. And in fact, they did quite well. Afterwards, while Harry was changing into his robes, Draco went back to the window seat and looked out. This is amazing. Do you ever see anything happen by the forest? Harry thought about Sirius and Crookshanks. Occasionally, he said. The deep forest creatures, though, centaurs, unicorns, giant spiders, those things, don't come that close to the edge. He grinned. I saw when Hagrid was setting up the Niffler class. I was wondering all day why he was turning a new vegetable bed. Draco nodded. Good way to keep an eye on him. Is that why you trust him so much? Harry stared. Draco. He thought about how to explain Hagrid. Look, he said firmly, Hagrid was the first person I ever remember being nice to me. He gave me my first ever birthday present. Right before I started here, Hedwig. He took good care of me when I was first accepted here, and I learned later that he was the person who got me out of the wreckage when my parents died and brought me to Dumbledore. I've never had any reason not to trust him. Draco looked astonished. Well, he began uncertainly. He stopped. You'd never got a birthday present till you were 11? Never, Harry said. Because Draco was still staring, he ended up telling the story of his 11th birthday, starting with the letters from Hogwarts, Uncle Vernon's increasingly mad efforts to keep Harry from the letters, and his rescue by Hagrid on his birthday itself, complete with birthday cake, also a first, and sausages cooked in the fire and Dudley's pigtail. Harry hadn't told the story since it had become long enough ago to be simply absurd, and he played it up, trying to bellow like Uncle Vernon under the rain of letters, and managed a good enough impression to have Draco on the floor with laughter. When they had finished gasping, and Draco had picked himself up and settled back on the window seat, his normally perfect hair a bit tousled, he met Harry's eyes and smiled. Not smirked, Harry though actually smiled, so that the corners of his eyes showed the change. Very well then, he said magnanimously. I won't torment the giant unless he deserves it. He frowned slightly. I'm not putting up with blast-ended scruts the way you three did. That's fine, Harry said. He smiled. That's great. Draco turned away and opened the window. He looked down at the far-off ground and flinched. Then he looked out back to the forest. Hagrid was just leaving his hut, Fong bounding happily beside him. Draco looked down again. A slight smile played slyly about his lips. You know, he said you could fly out of here. It's too narrow, Harry objected, looking at the window. Well, you'd need to get up on the sill. Then mount your broom in the air, Draco said casually. But that's not too difficult. I wouldn't suggest it to Neville, but I'm sure you could manage it. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Well, I could get through, but I wouldn't have space to turn forwards. The broom is going to be parallel to you anyway, Draco said, as if this were obvious. He smirked as Harry stepped down. Don't tell me my Gryffindor is scared. Of course not, said Harry absently. He thought, again, about seeing Crookshanks with Sirius. If he'd been able to get down there quickly. Harry got his broom out of his trunk and stood up on the sill. Again. Draco, to his surprise, drew back, moved quickly to the next window, and poked his head outside. Harry ignored him. This would need to be fast, he thought, or he'd panic. He put the broom outside the window. It was difficult to force himself to hold it with only one hand, but he needed to brace the other against the embrasure. The wind outside the tower window was fierce, though it didn't look bad below. Harry, Draco called. He said something else, but the wind carried it away. Harry ignored him. With one hand tight around the hovering broom, he stepped sideways off the tower and plunged downward. 2 sets of windows lower, the broom was with him. He matched the plunge, then pulled out of it, still well above the castle walls. He zoomed up in a dizzying rush of exhilaration, past his windows, with Draco Malfoy still hanging half out of one, clutching his wand. Harry flew 3 times around the tower, waiting till his grin had faded enough that he thought he could talk, then went back down to hover by the window. That was great, he crowed at Draco. Draco's usual pallor seemed to be overlaid with a slight ashen tinge, and he was visibly shaken. Harry, he said hoarsely, you should try it. It's brilliant. I don't think I can get in this way, though. Go down to the common room and let me in? The windows are bigger. Yeah, Draco croaked, and vanished into the tower. Harry swooped around, remembering belatedly to keep the tower between himself and the place he had last seen Hagrid. In less than a minute, he heard Draco calling, and saw an open window below. He glided in and landed triumphantly on the carpet. You told me to, he said. Yeah. So? Hasn't anyone ever warned you not to do every stupid thing your friends tell you to do? You said it was easy. Well, I lied. Okay? I didn't think you bloody do it. And then you ignored me when I told you not to, and all I could do was wait there, hoping I could cast Leviosa in time. Draco broke off and turned away. Stupid Potter, he said quietly. Well, it was fun, Harry said quietly. You should give it a try. It really wasn't hard. You are mad, you know that, don't you? Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. I am not jumping out of a tower window, but it's fun. Try as Harry might. He could not persuade Draco to mount his broom out the tower window. Eventually, they went down to the pitch and flew there until lunchtime. After lunch, they had only a few hours until the train came. Most of the students went to the library to finish up homework. Harry and Draco went up to the astronomy tower, from which they would be able to see the train arrive. A light snow had started. I'll miss you, said Draco. We can still meet in the chamber. Yeah. Every other night. Again? I guess. Tomorrow? Sure. I'll bring the cognac, Draco suggested. Oh, thanks. Old friends and ancestors. Old friends and ancestors. Hermione ran off the train and hugged Harry in quite her old manner. And for a little while, Harry was happy and sure that everything would at last go back to normal. He rode back to the castle with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Neville chatted cheerfully about a cousin he had just met again, after a gap of 8 years. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Hermione launched immediately into a funny story about something Fred and George had done to Charlie. She and Ron went on for a while, trading the lead in telling Harry all about events at the Burrow. It was all entertaining except for when Ron was whinging about Fred and George actually making money, so now I'm not even better than them, and Harry enjoyed hearing about the Weasleys. Afterwards, however, as Harry lay in bed readjusting to the sound of 4 other people breathing, he noted that he had never needed to decide what to answer when asked about his holidays. Ron and Hermione had never asked. The first day of classes was fairly normal. Potions and Transfiguration, the classes the Gryffindor 6th years had with Slytherin this year, were the oddest because Harry saw Draco but did not speak to him. Though Draco had said they should treat each other as they used to, he did not launch any barbs at Harry, and Harry could not bring himself to start anything, or even to encourage Ron. "What do you suppose is up with Malfoy?" Seamus asked at dinner. Never seen him so quiet. After dinner, Harry collected his homework, put on his cloak, and fled to the chamber. The next night, Harry settled alone in the common room. He had finished his potions essay with Draco the night before, and needed only to do a quick timeline for History of Magic. When that was complete, he finally took out the family book Draco had given him. He started reading. The book started with an overview, noting the tendency of the Potters, including an unusually high percentage of Potter women, to die in early adulthood in accident or battle. Harry snickered. There was a map of England marking areas that had been, at any point, Potter lands, and a few charts, including an overview of sortings for Potter children who had attended Hogwarts: 71 Gryffindor, 17 Slytherin, 11 Ravenclaw, 1 Hufflepuff, rounded. After that, it had a biography of the initial wizarding Potter, a Muggle-born Potter's son who did glazes for his father, until a local alchemist noted that several of his designs were impossible by Muggle techniques of the time, and took him as an apprentice. After that, the book went into long sections of genealogy, broken by occasional anecdotes on the more interesting or historically significant members of the line. Harry found some of them, such as the story of a Potter woman single-handedly taming a griffin that had been sent to eat her, rather unlikely. On the other hand, he supposed most of his life was rather unlikely as well. He flipped ahead to the end of the 19th century, and began reading about his great-great-grandfather who, under special license from the Ministry of Magic, had bred Kneazles to some sort of monkey-like thing to produce a new magical creature that detected and disliked the oral residue left by the use of dark arts. It was called a query, Kiri, and had been used by Aurors until the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald, after which the whole population of Quirus had staged a mass escape. Harry's great-great-grandfather, who had been lobbying for being status for the Quirus for 20 years, had refused to recreate them. There were occasional rumors of self-sustaining colonies of the clever creatures, but no one had ever captured a living one. "Hello," Ron said. Harry checked the clock. The library would just have closed, so Ron and Hermione were not late. For once. "What's the book, Harry?" Hermione asked. Hermione would, of course, recognize that it wasn't one of his textbooks. Harry raised the volume so that she could see the cover. "I'm reading about Quirus," he said. "Quirus?" Hermione asked. "The Auror creatures from the beginning of the century?" "That's a family book," Ron said flatly. Harry looked up. Ron was angry. Harry shrugged. "They were created by an ancestor of mine, Leslie James Potter, in 1892. "Really?" Hermione looked impressed. Ron did not. "What are you doing with a family book, Potter? Going to start looking for a good breeding prospect soon?" Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. "What's a family book?" Hermione asked. Ron sighed. "There are these books," he said. "Lineage records, with some questionable history, for the wizarding families that are deemed important enough." "I thought all the old wizarding families had them," Harry interrupted. "Yours doesn't? We're not important enough." Ron snorted. "The Weasleys only date back a few centuries, at least in England." He rolled his eyes. "Now the Malfoys," he said sarcastically, "have probably been here since the 1500s and 1200s, Harry answered, without thinking. Ron stared. Harry thought quickly. "At least, well, I have a Malfoy ancestor from then." "You're related to Malfoy?" "I wouldn't admit it if I were you. Seems rather a small pool, I suppose. I found quite a few surnames I recognize. I seem to be related to Neville several ways, for example." Neville heard his name and jumped up. He came over to them. "What about me?" Harry held up the book. "We're 40th cousins or something." "You have a family book, Harry?" "That's great." Harry smiled. Hermione, who had been looking uneasy at Ron's reaction, relaxed at Neville's. "I'm told I should have got it by the time I was 8. That's usual, though some people wait longer, these days. I got mine when I was 6. Neville smiled weakly. "Gran is a bit old-fashioned that way. Do you know how this Eudora Celine Longbottom fits into your family?" Neville took the book and peered at the entry. "No, I'd need to look her up." "Can I look at your family book?" Harry asked. He saw Neville's expression and backtracked hastily. "I mean, if that's permissible. I just want to see how like each other the family books are." There's no rule that you can't. They can be bought by people who aren't members of the family. I don't have mine at school, though. Neville forced a smile. If you check the library, you'll probably have your choice of family books. The Caldwells might be more interesting, or the Malfoys, perhaps. Black, like the one who was after you a few years ago, is another old name. Oh, that might be interesting, Harry said. Perhaps I'll research his line. He winked at Hermione. It could be useful to know what the family talents are. Ron scowled. Harry deliberately looked back to his book and began reading about Leslie Potter's sons, Frederick and Raymond. Fire and flight. Notes, fire and flight. The next night, Draco left dinner early, and was already in the chamber when Harry arrived. This, he said, punching the neon green inflatable chair he was sitting on, is driving me insane. Back to Crabbe and Goyle all bloody day, and anything they notice I do will make it back to Father. Pansy wanted to know why I didn't say anything when you knocked over Hermione's beetle eyes. You probably should have, Harry advanced. I mean, it would be uncomfortable, I suppose, but not as much as having you ignore me. How's your life? About the same as before holidays, except Ron is offended by the family book. Hermione isn't?
No.
Neville isn't, so she's not. Of course, Ron might change her mind. Did you see what Blaise did? With the beetle eyes? Harry grinned. Yeah. That was actually creative enough to be funny. He sat down on the orange chair. Wish we could talk in class. Draco looked thoughtful for a moment, then shook his head. Well, we can talk now anyway. He frowned at Harry. You've got the ribcage of something stuck to your robe, he noted. Great. Gingerly, Harry picked the brittle old bones out of the weave of his hem. We've got to do something about that tunnel. I enjoyed the atmosphere initially, Draco drawled, but it has gotten tiresome. I trailed a mouse skull all the way to Slytherin the other night. Cognac or butterbeer? Harry considered. It was early, but he had a lot of work to do. Butterbeer, he decided. Harry took the proffered bottle. Kale, he said absently, as he wiggled his wand up the length of it. I had an idea for the tunnel, Draco advanced. MMN? The bone-burning curse. Harry flinched. The curse had been one of the available options for the defense against the dark arts essay evaluating an illegal dark curse. Did you find instructions in the restricted section? He asked pointedly. Guess again. Draco smirked at him. Harry bit his lip. You learned it at home. Very good. You're a smart little lion, aren't you? Draco stretched back. Shall I teach it to you? No, Harry said quickly. Draco, I am not doing any dark magic. Draco snorted. Well, I am, he said. And honestly, Potter, how often does one get a chance to do something like that with no harm to anything? He smirked at Harry. I've just been waiting for an audience. Come on. Do you think it will work? It worked on the basilisk. Harry took a sip of his butterbeer. It was far too hot. He really ought to pay better attention when casting charms. Reluctantly, he followed Draco out to the tunnel. Draco stepped over the first few feet of bones to position himself at the start of a long, straight stretch of tunnel, where they were thicker. Harry watched him draw his wand and take a deep breath. Draco's face was hard with concentration. He took another breath, sighted along the rock and bone-strewn floor, and lifted his wand. Osum crema, he bellowed. Red fire shot from his wand and blazed across the bones, flaring to blue on contact. Harry counted. In 4 seconds, all the bones in the hallway had been consumed, leaving only a thin layer of ash. Draco laughed. Harry, though an evil cackle might match the devastation, but this laugh was instead a sparkling of delight. Harry turned his attention from the flame-scoured tunnel to his friend. Draco was flushed and breathing quickly, and his pale eyes glittered in Harry's wandlight. Like diamonds, Harry thought, or perhaps broken glass. You want the second stretch? Draco asked a bit shakily. No. Harry shivered. You're frightening me. There are worse spells. I know. It's just how pleased you look. Ah, yes, it's a brilliant rush. Certain you won't? Completely. You may never get another chance to do this with no harm. Still, if I want to rush, I'll jump out my dormitory window, thanks. Draco laughed again, a bit more steadily. You're an odd one, Lightning. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. That was fun, Draco said. He sat by Harry's feet and leaned lazily back against Harry's near leg, letting his head rest back against Harry's knee, so he could look up at him. You should have seen the basilisk, he added. It was worth the stink just to see it flare up. The entire chamber was twisting from fire shadows. I nearly passed out from the loss of air. He thought for a moment. I probably would have, if it wasn't for the air purification charm I was using against the charnel reek. I wondered what had happened to it, Harry said. The lack of dead basilisk was a bit nerve-wracking, actually. He wasn't sure how to react to Draco leaning against him, so he ignored it. He rested his near arm along the back of the chair, so it was safely clear of Draco's head. You thought something dangerous was here? Draco suggested. Exactly. Draco smirked. You were right. The Slytherin sat up straight and twisted quickly to look at Harry. Let's go flying, he said eagerly. Now? Right now. I can't. Why not? We'll take the tunnel to Hogsmeade, or slip out one of the garden entrances. No one will see us. I can't get my broom. Harry did like the thought of flying. We could do it on school brooms, he suggested reluctantly. Draco made a disgusted face. Of course you can get your broom. Put on your cloak and go. I can't get in and out of the Gryffindor common room now. It's early enough that there'll be people there to notice if the portrait hole opens. What are your housemates going to report you? Draco said incredulously. His eyes narrowed as he watched Harry's face. They would, wouldn't they? None of the sixth-year boys would, Harry said defensively. Actually, I'd pretty much trust everyone fourth year and over unless that person is angry at me. Lavender, mind you, is angry at me pretty much constantly, and Ginny Weasley has spontaneous fits of it. You can't trust the younger kids, though they take it too seriously. If a Slytherin did that, we'd destroy him, Draco snarled. We'd be queuing up to put the boot in on him and competing for the best curses. I go in and out as I removed, well please. Harry rolled his eyes. Borrow a broom for me, then? And what am I to say about why I need a second broom? Shall I tell them it's for Potter? Draco mocked. Slytherins are supposed to be sly, right? You can come up with something. Or tell them it's for me if you'd rather. Draco snorted. Rather not. All right, Potter, I'll get you a decent broom. Meet me outside the entrance hall. By the roses, Harry countered. Hagrid has exceptional night vision. Ah, good to know. Secrets and spells, secrets and spells. Draco flipped the book shut to show him the title, Magical Signaling Through the Ages. I was looking up insignious charms. The dark mark is the only one in current widespread use, but they were formerly quite common, especially in medieval times, he said. The Ministry discourages them now, officially because Muggles monitor so much of the sky. Really, I think because it reminds them of the dark mark, but they are still permissible for emergency use in rural areas. Draco set the book aside and focused intently on Harry. So, he advanced, I've been thinking, call Professor Trelawney. I'm finally developing an inner eye.
I senza.
Harry raised one hand dramatically to his temples. Trouble.
Danger.
Flagrant disregard for rules. Draco smirked. Oh, shut up and listen. He leaned over to pour Harry a glass of cognac. You can tell me I'm brilliant later. Draco stoppered the bottle and passed first the book, then the glass to Harry. Page 184. Follow along now. How much is a furlong? 220 yards. I don't think we can do Slytherin to Gryffindor unless they're vertically more in line than I think, but we can easily talk in class. And my notes are your notes, and vice versa. The procedure doesn't look too bad, but the ingredients will take some doing. We need a book, first, bound in the undyed and unbleached skin of a white goat, with papers that are similarly not dyed, bleached, or marked in any way. I can order that by owl. It will take a few days to get it. Then we need some potions ingredients for the title ink, but I can lift that from Snape stores. If he catches me, he'll just approve of my dedication and interest. Then one of us needs to cast the Fissum spell, and the other Geminis simultaneously off a copper mirror, which, again, I will need to order by owl. The spells are not hard, but the timing, and aim, must be precise. Harry frowned at the written instructions. He realized Draco was no longer talking and looked up. Draco was looking at him expectantly. Is this the bit where I tell you you're brilliant? Harry asked innocently. If you like. Draco, you're brilliant. Harry toasted Draco with the cognac. Draco smiled. Chamber. Tonight? Draco wrote that Thursday in Transfiguration. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. How would I be able to stop her? That spell you used to find the place? I told you that spell is limited to one command. One really effective one, that is. I could use it on her a second time, but it would not work as well. Harry thought that was an odd restriction. Why? He wrote, something about ghosts. There's no physical brain to help. You need to do all the manipulation exclusively on the soul, which is more resilient, at least after death or something like that. After a moment, Draco added, do you still want to learn it? Can I tell her to never tell anyone anything about people who go in or out of the chamber? Yes, but it's a bit drastic. She couldn't tell you then, if anyone had gone in before us. She wouldn't anyway. She hates me now. Well, think about other phrasings that get you what you want. It's not a difficult spell. I could teach it to you tonight. What if I get it wrong, though? Can I do it to her again if it doesn't work the first time? There's a forester's ghost in a shack near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He never comes up to the castle, and I doubt he would protest if you did something trivial to him. We can fly out there for your first try after Quidditch practice. Trivial? Make him sing the school song or something. I don't think I could stand that. Harry managed to keep himself from laughing at the memory of Dumbledore, Fred, and George singing the school song. There was nothing he could claim was particularly funny about McGonagal's dry explanation of turning books into bats. Harry had just tucked the Marauder's map in beside his wand, and was putting the invisibility cloak into his bag when he heard a noise at the door. He quickly stuffed as much of the fabric in as possible. If the person opening the door had been anyone other than Ron, he probably could have succeeded in looking innocent. Ron, however, knew the cloak well enough to identify it from a brief glimpse. Where you going to? Ron asked curiously. Just around, Harry said as casually as possible. Can I come? It's been a while since we did anything. You know? I know, Harry thought. School had resumed almost 2 weeks ago, and this was the first time Ron had indicated noticing they no longer did things together. Harry thought that if he was not meeting Draco Malfoy with specific plans, having Ron along might be fun. He was surprised to realize he was not sure of it. Not tonight, Ron, he said. His voice came out rather cool, he thought. Not icy like Draco's would have, but cool, disinterested. Ron looked stunned. Harry tried not to be pleased. Why not? Ron sputtered. What? Harry shouldered the bag quickly. I wouldn't want you to get in trouble, he said. He opened the door and started quickly down the stairs. You planning on getting in trouble? Ron hissed after him, but Harry ignored him. He knew Ron wouldn't yell. Ron wasn't the sort to rat out a friend, even a sort of half-maybe friend. You had to be Ron's enemy for that. Harry loitered around the Quidditch field waiting for the Slytherin team to finish discussing their practice session and head back to the castle. Finally, they began to emerge. Coming, Draco? Warrington called back as he left the changing rooms. I'll be up later, Draco responded. I have some things to do outside. Don't get caught, was the cheerful reply. Harry waited for the others to leave, then slipped into the room. Draco was combing something into his hair. Harry took off the cloak. Draco continued to arrange his hair. What does it look like without that? Harry asked. Draco looked overtly scandalized. Almost as bad as yours, he confided. Your father's hair isn't messy. Oh, mine will be fine when it's long. Are you growing it? Harry asked, confused. Draco's hair looked about the same length as usual. Draco turned and stared. Of course not. I'm not officially an adult until I graduate. You can't grow your hair until you're an adult? Well, it's not. Draco sniffed. It's not done, that's all. Harry thought about that. It fit well with wizards that he had met. Traditional men grew their hair, but none of the boys did, even the boys from traditional families. Today's lesson in wizarding culture, he remarked. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. They flew around the edge of the Forbidden Forest for several minutes. Draco landed outside the trees. Let's go over the spell here, he said. The shed is slightly inside the forest itself, but not so far that we are likely to have problems. I've been in the forest a few times, Harry said. Were any uneventful? Draco asked wryly. Harry ducked his head. No, he admitted. Draco looked thoughtful. For a moment, he stared off into the trees and bit his lower lip. Finally, he seemed to come to a decision. You know who's after you, right? He said. You want the full list? Harry asked with exaggerated disbelief. Top 2. Okay. Voldemort and Dominique Lestrange. Am I right? Good. Here's another reason to be careful near the Forbidden Forest. I have heard it implied that there are places, deep in the forest, that are gateways to other places in Britain. I don't know where. My father won't tell me if it's even true, but he gives me the feeling it is. Goyle swears that his father says that one goes to a ladies' clothing department in some big Muggle store in London, but I think he just misunderstood an off-color joke. I've also heard Fountains Abbey, which would be more useful. Anyway, some people, perhaps including Lestrange, may be able to get into Hogwarts via the forest, rather than the gates, so be cautious here. Harry was rather astounded Draco was telling him this, even this vaguely. He tried to think carefully about the repercussions, to keep himself from being frightened. Perhaps that's how Barty Crouch made it in, he said. Junior or senior? Senior. I don't see how he'd know, Draco said dismissively. Harry shrugged. Who says the Aurors don't know some of them, too? He could have learned that way, I suppose. It seemed to be a foreign concept to Draco that Aurors might know anything useful. His brow furrowed as he considered it. Well, be that as it may, he said finally, the spell. The words are Umbrum Jubo. That's I order the shade, followed by your command. The wand motion should be very direct, almost aggressive, and as you say the command, you should push it with your will along the line of the wand. Try just that. Harry tried. He felt a little silly with the pose when he first took it, but at the end he just felt silly not to have a command. I don't know. I like the singing idea. How about Hal and Toe? Entirely the wrong season. The still January. By the time they reached the shed, Harry had decided. The ghost came floating out to meet them, and recoiled slightly at the sight of Draco. You, it said disapprovingly. The ghost had been a large and hale man, though nothing to compare with Hagrid. From the way he had his foot and a large axe tucked under his left arm, Harry suspected he had maimed himself chopping wood, then bled to death in this lonely place. The ghost focused on Harry. This is not a safe place, it warned. No one will hear you here if you scream. No one will find you if you are harmed. Therefore, he has me to take care of him, Draco said haughtily. Just because you died here, old man, doesn't mean we will. The ghost drew himself up to answer, but Draco said quickly to Harry, just cast. I want to get out of here. Harry drew himself up and pointed at the scowling ghost. He tried to do as Draco had said, sending his will out from the wand like an invisible beam of command. Umbrum Jubo to sing his favorite song once through. Harry felt a burst of something coming out of him, and was left gasping. The ghost looked momentarily taken aback, then launched cheerfully into one part of what Harry guessed to be a rather complicated madrigal. Even the single part was rather pretty. Before the third section had finished, Draco drew Harry to the door. Harry was reluctant to leave, but supposed perhaps they should before the spell wore off. You have a great voice, he called, before letting the door close. Draco started flying slowly. Harry overtook him in a moment, and wove with reckless delight through the trees, Draco in pursuit. In the clear, he raced even faster, forcing Draco to a real effort to keep up. Draco overtook him as they left the edge of the forest, and beat him to the castle doors by 1 or 2 seconds. Harry landed beside him and laughed. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Draco shrugged. That was the point, wasn't it? Umbrum Jubo to say nothing to anyone of me or Draco. The command, the thought of it, shot out of Harry's wand like an arrow, piercing the shade of a particularly whiny ghost. I hate you, she wailed, rising up towards the dingy ceiling. You're awful to me. With a lingering scream, she looped over and back, then shot down into her toilet. Water splashed into the sides of the stall and sloshed down on the floor. Burbling sobs rose up from the refilling bowl. Beat the flood down, shouted Harry, and descended the pipe as he had the first time, sliding recklessly from bathroom to tunnel. He waited impatiently for Draco's slower descent, then walked before him to the chamber. Harry threw himself down in the chair so hard that it bounced. An empty bottle that had been resting against the base of it rolled a few inches, and Harry, laughing, reached down, scooped it up and hurled it against the far wall. The bottle shattered beautifully, spraying broken glass for yards out from the hard wall. Harry felt a fierce surge of delight. "You need to learn to ground," Draco said harshly. He was leaning against the near wall, arms folded across his chest, looking deeply annoyed. "I feel so." Harry frowned at Draco. "Okay, that was satisfying, but why do I feel like this?" Draco shrugged, then suddenly smirked. "Welcome to dark arts." Harry felt instantly furious. "Draco!" he roared. Draco raised an eyebrow at him in a calmly inquiring look. "Couldn't you tell me? You knew I wouldn't if I'd known." "I can't believe you would." "Oh, don't get tetchy with me, Harry. If you'd thought about it half a minute, you would have known." But what?" Draco sneered. "You can't be bothered to think? It's not an ambiguous spell. Not some is it primarily intended to cause permanent bodily harm? Thing. This is under spells that compel a person to act contrary to his or her will. Evaluative criterion 1. She's a ghost of a person. You cast it on her, Harry argued. "Yes," Draco said coldly. "I did. You know I practice dark arts. It may be unofficial, but it is hardly a secret. You've seen me. You also know how to evaluate whether or not a spell is dark arts. Horser was so impressed by your essay on the flesh-burning curse that she made you read it aloud." Draco looked intently at Harry. Slowly and distinctly he said, "You shouldn't do anything just because I do it. So what are you saying?" Harry said angrily. "That I shouldn't trust you? 10 points to Gryffindor." Draco stabbed upward at the air. His eyes burned maniacally in his pale face. "Bloody brilliant, Potter. You shouldn't trust me. Very good. So should I go back to last-minute schedule switches when we leave the castle?" Harry asked coldly. "Not come down here with you? How does this work, precisely?" "Harry, it's fine now. I mean, you can be alone with me. I don't have any orders about you, but—" Draco lost his fiery look in a strange desperation. "That won't last. I'm going to be a Death Eater. Then I will have orders." "Why the bloody removed do you want to be a sodding Death Eater?" Harry bellowed. "The Death Eaters are nothing. They are slaves taking out their slavery on the victims approved by their master. What I want has nothing to do with it." Draco screamed. "What I want has nothing to do with anything except stuff." With that he turned and ran. Harry could hear him stumbling in the corridor they usually picked their way through, sending stones tumbling on the rough floor. Harry was too surprised to follow. He waited quite a while, occasionally querying for Draco in the Liber Geminis, but Draco did not return, and if he read any of the messages, he did not reply. Trust and trials, trust and trials. Harry had come in very late, and woke up feeling disconnected and grumpy. As he dragged himself out of bed, he remembered writing an apology to Draco in the Liber Geminis, in the wee hours of the morning. Terrified that it would be horrible, he went straight to his bag and pulled the book out. He was glad his roommates had already gone to breakfast. He was relieved to find the apology reasonable, although messily written, and threw on his school robes just in time to get to breakfast before it ended. Ron, who was leaving the great hall as Harry arrived, glared at him as he passed. Harry pretended not to notice. Neville was still at the table. "Better take something before it disappears." "Harry?" he squeaked. Harry nodded. He grabbed a roll, split it, and quickly put 2 sausages inside it. He just had time to wipe his fingers on a clean napkin before napkin and dishes faded away. Neville was standing, shifting uneasily on the balls of his feet. Transfiguration? Harry nodded, his mouth too full for speech. They started up the stairs together. Halfway up, Neville asked, "Harry, pardon, but are you and Ron still friends?" Harry shrugged and swallowed. He couldn't bring himself to say no. "I'm hoping it will come back," he said quietly, pausing on the landing. "I don't know. You don't seem to be trying very hard." And he's not trying at all. Harry took a very large bite of the roll and sausage, so he could not be expected to say any more. "Pig," someone whispered in passing, and Harry looked over just in time to catch a glimpse of Malfoy's smirk. Draco, himself, seemed to have foregone breakfast in favor of getting his hair and robes in order. He looked impeccable. Harry started climbing the stairs, again. At least Draco didn't seem to be mad at him. I always thought that must be wonderful, Neville said. You and Ron and Hermione. The times when you are friends, Harry managed to swallow. He hurt his throat, slightly, but the food went down. He said. Maybe it will be again when they're over each other. I don't mean over, really, he corrected hastily. When they're not obsessed. He stuffed the last of the food into his mouth before entering the classroom, and he and Neville snagged seats at the back of the class on the aisle. Harry resolved to make more of an effort with Ron. That night, he tried inviting Ron to play chess. I'm busy, Ron said shortly. He turned a page in his potions text without looking up. Shrugging, Harry went up to the dormitory. He tried to read his herbology homework, but kept wondering if Draco really had accepted his apology. In retrospect, he found it rather funny that a one-word insult had been so cheering. Sighing, Harry packed up his homework, got out his cloak and map, and headed down to the Chamber of Secrets. Draco was there, frowning at a length of parchment. Hi, Harry said. Draco actually smiled. Wondered if you'd show up. You weren't in Transfiguration. Draco shrugged. I had a little accident in care of magical creatures, and I needed to take the afternoon off. Right, Harry answered disbelievingly. In answer, Draco smirked. Harry volunteered. I've been thinking I should rename this place. You should? Well, I'm the resident Parselmouth. How about the Chamber of Hanging Out with a rather fun Slytherin who wants me to trust him sometimes, but not others? Do you think it's too long? Draco burst out laughing. Frankly, yes, he managed finally. How about the Chamber of Relative Privacy, the uncommon room? Oh, good one. Harry sat down and took out his herbology text. Sorry about snapping at you last night. I expected it, really. I just want you to understand that I do not consider your honor my responsibility, especially not on your terms. That makes sense, Harry admitted. It's like jumping out of your window. You need to have more sense. There was nothing wrong with jumping out my window, Harry argued. I did think about what you said, and it was reasonable. I still think you should try it. Slytherins do not jump out of windows. Brainless Gryffindors jump out of windows. You could try it from the astronomy tower. That's even higher. Draco's scornful look changed to an angry scowl, and Harry tried to explain himself. The higher the tower, the easier it should be, right? Tasteless, Harry. What? Harry looked at Draco's angry face and did his best to convey his confusion. Shouldn't it be? What's wrong? The higher the tower, the easier the trial. Do you know what that refers to? Is it a saying? I've never heard. Draco sighed, but his anger faded. No knowledge of wizarding traditions, he muttered. Honestly, he collected himself. There was a test called discernenti, the sifting, which was once common among pure-blood wizarding families. It's not now. It was outlawed in 1838. You know how wizard children will start to manifest accidental magic somewhere between 6 and 10 years? Harry nodded. I kept finding myself on the shed rood when Dudley and his friends were chasing me. Draco raised a pale eyebrow. The shed roof? They were all a lot bigger than me. Well, anyway, there is a period directly after birth, within the first 8 hours, in which a wizarding baby has some retained womb instinct for magic. During this time, if you take the baby and drop it off a tower, it may be able to save itself by levitating. Harry felt rather sick. He must have looked it because Draco shifted his attention to his essay. This practice had some problems, Draco said clinically, still looking at his parchment. Obviously, Harry thought, as early as the beginning of the 19th century, statistical analysis of families holding to this practice and families eschewing it showed that the number of wizarding children unable to survive the fall was likely quite high, probably in the range of 50%. Furthermore, generations of this practice did not raise the survival rate, so it seemed likely that the practice did not significantly decrease squib births. From this tradition, we get the optimistic saying, the higher the tower, the easier the trial. Draco looked up briefly. That's disgusting. People still do it, Harry guessed, horrified. I expect so, though you wouldn't catch anyone admitting to it. Draco shuddered. I sometimes wonder if they put me through it, he added lightly. I'm fine with heights on a broom or a flying horse, but I have a terror of high balconies and windows and the tops of towers. I'm reaching out to catch myself as soon as I see the air." Harry didn't know what to say. Draco cleared his throat. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. "Something you want to do but would normally restrain yourself from doing," Harry answered quickly, welcoming the change of subject. "For example, I might momentarily want to turn Snape into a worm and toss him in the lake. But I never would, and if I somehow did, I'd feel really bad afterwards." "Ah, so something that represses your conscience, or other inhibitions." "Exactly." Harry finished his herbology reading, then said goodnight and went back to Gryffindor Tower. He continued to try to be friendlier to Ron, but with limited success. A few nights they played games together, and Ron even came down to Quidditch practice one evening and borrowed Harry's broom for a bit, but he did not ask again to come along when Harry slipped out at night, and Harry never felt like skipping an evening with Draco to invite him. By the beginning of February, Harry found his time more polarized than ever. He spent roughly half his evenings with Draco. Usually they would just do homework together, but occasionally they went flying around the countryside, and they generally spent at least one weekend night drinking. When he wasn't with Draco, Harry studied, or sat in curiously strained conversation with Ron and Hermione. They never asked why Harry was away so often, and Harry found himself paralyzed by his inability to start the conversation. Seamus gave Harry grief any time he returned to the dormitory drunk, but no one else seemed to notice, though Seamus, always when no one else was near, would tell him how he smelled of it, when he returned and in the morning. Harry appreciated Neville's constancy. Neville continued to watch Harry with mild, non-intrusive admiration. He sat with Harry when Harry invited him, which Harry did more and more frequently as he tried to get up the nerve to ask Neville about his parents. Harry was surprised by the quiet boy's grasp of magical theory. He decided that if Neville could remember things and not get flustered, he would be a good student. Harry looked up and met Draco's eyes. Draco winked at him. "Hey Potter," he sneered. "Walking all by yourself again? Can't even keep your Gryffindor friends?" Harry had to restrain a smile, detecting the cut at Ron. Neville, a few steps behind Harry, hurried up beside him. "Shut up, Malfoy," he said fiercely. Harry said he was thinking and didn't want to talk. Harry looked at Neville in surprise. "Never mind," he said. "I think I've got it now. What were you telling me about wormwood?" Neville, compliantly, began chattering about the properties, uses, and dangers of wormwood. As often, Harry found himself reflecting that if they had a supportive potions teacher, Neville would doubtless be as good at that as at herbology. Harry slowed a little so that he and Neville lagged behind the others. "Thanks, Neville. I hate it when he goes after you. There's no reason for it." Harry shrugged. "Keeps us both entertained, I suppose." Harry hesitated. There's something I want to ask you, and I'm not sure if it's polite." "Go on." "Does anyone ever talk to you about your parents?" "I know about them," Harry said hesitantly, "what the Lestranges did to them. Now we hear about Lestranges all the time since she's after me, but no one ever mentions. People, teachers, tell me about my father a lot. No one talks about my mother much. Do they tell you about your parents, or is everyone too afraid to mention it?" Neville looked down and whispered, "I think they think they're being polite." "How old were you?" "Not quite 3. I remember a little." Neville trailed off. "I don't know if that would be better or worse. Having them alive would be worse, I think." Harry caught himself. "I'm sorry. It's okay." Neville looked up at Harry with eyes bright with tears. "I never know if anyone knows or not. I think it's easier. Can I talk to you? Sometime where everyone can't watch." "Anytime, Neville." Thursday, Harry came into the chamber late, after Quidditch practice. Draco looked up from a book. "Butterbeer? Is there cognac?" There wasn't much left. Draco smirked. "I didn't save you any." "Of course not." Harry took the proffered butterbeer. "Kale," he said firmly, giving it his attention this time. "We need to get more cognac," Draco advanced. "Yeah, I suppose," Harry said. "Well, you drank most of it, didn't you?" "I expect so. You want more, right?" Harry, though apprehensive at the prospect of another of Draco's burglaries, had to concede the point. "Yeah, good, then. How about Saturday?" Harry was silent. 2 days' delay gave Draco ample time to send word to his father, should he decide to give Harry to Dominique Lestrange. Trust me, Draco said lazily. Last week you were telling me not to. Harry protested. Not with your honor, but you can with your life. Trust me on the excursions until I get the mark. If I wanted to betray you to my father, so his associates could kill you for having the audacity to survive the killing curse, I'd have done it by now. Draco's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Let them flush their own game. After dinner on Saturday, Harry was alone in the dormitory, dithering over his preparations. Draco could get a lot out of having him killed. He wouldn't even need to stay and watch. Harry considered backing out. Perhaps Draco expected him to, and would scold him if he didn't. At the time he was supposed to be meeting Draco on the pitch, he finally made up his mind. He was going. Draco hadn't killed him yet. Harry scooped up his things, and was halfway to the door when it opened with a bang. Ron froze a step inside. Harry watched his eyes scan the visible slice of Harry once down and up, taking in the firebolt, and possibly noting his rucksack. Ron gave him a twisted smile. He stepped to the side and bowed slightly. Don't let me stop you, Harry. I can see you're in a hurry. Yeah, thanks, Harry said, as he settled the hood over his head, drew the broom beneath his cloak, and pulled the cloak closed in front. He felt a stab of regret as he slipped down the stairs. If he wasn't already late, he would have stayed and asked what was wrong. The next morning, Ron was not talking to Harry. Ron didn't appear to be talking to Hermione either at breakfast. She was talking to Neville. Harry looked wistfully across the room at Draco Malfoy, who was sitting between Crabbe and Goyle, radiating bored indifference. Harry wondered if he could do that. He leaned back slightly and tried to pretend he owned Gryffindor. He almost had the feeling for a moment, but then he looked back at Malfoy and saw his secret friend staring at him incredulously. Immediately, Harry burst out laughing. Harry? Seamus asked. Harry choked. I couldn't possibly explain, he managed. Harry? Seamus again very quietly. What? Are you okay? I'm fine. Seamus nodded. Still speaking quietly, he said, I'll believe you because I think you're smart enough to know the difference. If you're ever not, though, you know you can talk to me, right? Harry looked appraisingly at Seamus. Seamus had grown over the summer. He was now taller than any of Harry's roommates except Ron, and so broad through the shoulders that Ron's advantage in height was often missed. But Seamus had kept his boyish face and demeanor. Harry was surprised to see him looking serious. He would not have thought of the outgoing Irish boy as a confidant. Thanks, Seamus, he said. Really, I'm okay, though. Well, good, then, Seamus said. He returned his attention to his breakfast. The Facilis Potion. The Facilis Potion. By the end of the Care of Magical Creatures on Monday morning, Ron and Hermione were holding hands. Harry scowled at their backs. He wished it was that simple for him to make up with Ron. He took the long way up to the school so as not to overtake them. Harry came in sight of the potions dungeon just in time to see Snape's black cloak disappearing through the door. He sprinted forward and managed to get through the doorway just as Professor Snape pivoted towards the otherwise seated students. Harry thought he could probably squeeze in next to Neville. He started forward. You may sit with Malfoy, Potter. Snape indicated the empty space next to Draco. Harry felt immediately cheered and tried not to show it. But, he protested. It is not open to debate, Potter. Sit with Malfoy, and don't sabotage his work. Harry slipped in next to Draco. My favorite partner, Draco muttered sarcastically. Harry bit his lip and pulled out his white notebook. Snape began to scratch out a title and ingredient list on the board, and Draco immediately began to write in his own, identical notebook. What was it this time? Draco wrote, Anything. I was just annoyed at Ron. More than usual because I feel like I may have deserved it for once. Wanna talk? Tonight? I can't stay out late again, but we could meet during library hours. I could use some help on my Transfiguration homework. Anyway, Harry hesitated and looked at Ron and Hermione, seated halfway up the Gryffindor side of the room. Ron looked back at him and scowled. Sure, Harry wrote, but I can't sneak out tonight. Meet me behind the stands after dinner. Mr. Finnegan? A cold voice said, penetrating Harry's thoughts. He was immediately relieved that it had not been his name. He didn't have the slightest idea what Professor Snape had been talking about. Seamus's voice said hesitantly, by decreasing fear of others' opinions, yeah, but sir, how is that different from just getting drunk? The Facilis potion does not damage either your mental faculties or physical coordination, Snape said, though it remains a worthwhile question. However, some in the healing community feel that it is better to keep some people continually altered than to force them to endure the basics of social interaction. Snape's scowl showed what he thought of this idea. Listen to that, came the words from Draco. He hates it enough to agree with a Gryffindor. You will prepare the potion with your partners, Snape said. At the end of class, we will test the potion on Mr. Longbottom, who seems our most likely candidate. Several people gasped, and others, mostly Slytherins, snickered. Hermione raised her hand. After Snape had ignored it for several seconds, she finally said, "You just said this was a regulated potion, Professor." "Shouldn't. I did not ask your opinion, Miss Granger, and am not a student for you to oversee." 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape turned and swept his black gaze once across the classroom. "Lest anyone else feel that I am exceeding my authority, let me make it clear that I have the requisite permission from Mr." Harry glanced over at Neville, who was looking at nothing but the top of his desk. The boy's hands were visibly shaking. Harry wondered just what a Neville who was not afraid of people's opinions would do. Tell Snape he's a vicious, bullying arsehole, I expect, he thought. "You planning on doing any of the work, Potter?" Draco asked loudly. Harry jumped.
Sorry, des Malfoy.
Harry reached over and pulled a pile of roots toward his side of the desk. "Thin, even slices," Draco muttered surreptitiously. "Skin on." Harry worked on that, using the knuckle of his steadying hand to guide the knife. It occurred to him that if he got nothing else out of potions, he would at least be useful helping in a kitchen. Eventually they were done with the preparations, and their potion was bubbling on the desk, ready for the last ingredient, a fine crumbling of chameleon skin. Across the aisle, Dean and Seamus were whispering to each other as they worked. At the desk in front of their own, Pansy was openly chatting with her partner, in a way no Gryffindor would ever dare do in Snape's class. Harry looked wistfully at Draco. Draco caught the look and scowled warningly back at him. "Ready for a show, Potter?" he asked softly. "I'm afraid of what he'll do," Harry said, at a bare whisper. He was too worried to summon the sarcasm that he and Draco attempted to maintain in public. "Say hi?" Draco prodded. He rubbed the already powdered lizard skin between his fingers and thumb. It drifted down on the gray glop, setting it glowing with specks of brilliant orange. "Tell Snape he's a slimy, underhanded bully," Harry whispered, stirring the orange in swirls through the potion below. Draco snickered. Harry looked away, failing to contain a smile. Across the room he met Ron's eyes. The redhead was glaring at him. Harry grinned back and turned away. The potion was hot. When something hit it, it came splattering up out of the cauldron in huge, thick globs, and burned where it landed on his hands, throat, and face. Harry gasped. "Weasley!" Snape was screaming. 50 points from Gryffindor. "That potion is intended for the extremely shy." Harry turned to Draco. Draco had also been splattered with copious amounts of the thick orange goo. Surprisingly, it did not seem to be leaving burns on Draco's face, and Harry could feel the pain fading from his own. "You look utterly absurd," Draco said. Harry laughed. "So much for your perfect hair," he retorted. Snape had approached them. With tongs, he picked up the stone pestle that had skimmed the top of their potion, and glared, first at it, then at Harry. "Mr. Malfoy, report to the hospital wing," he ordered as turned away. He strode to the front of the room. "We will use Potter as a subject for observation, since Mr. Weasley has so kindly selected him for us." Draco leaned back. "I'll stay, Professor." "Mr. Malfoy, this potion was not intended." "I refuse to miss the show, sir," Draco said firmly. He grinned. "Don't worry, I'll say anything I shouldn't. It's not Veritaserum." Snape scowled. "Very well. Be it on your head, then." Under the table, Draco put his right hand in the outer pocket of his robe and drew out 2 of his usual vials. He passed these to Harry, then stretched and stood up. He dipped a spoon in their still bubbling potion and drew it out full. With a hand under the spoon's brimming bowl, Draco prowled slowly up the aisle. "Here you go, Longbottom," he purred. "Give it a try. It's nice." Everyone's attention was locked on Draco or Neville. Harry quickly filled the vials and slipped them into his own inner pocket. Once they were safely hidden, he stood. "Leave off, Draco," he said. "Neville doesn't need to play guinea pig today." "But it would be such fun," Draco retorted. He had reached Neville's desk and his eyes were sparkling as he looked back at Harry. Harry found he was grinning in return. It seemed suddenly ridiculous that they had been carrying on with pretending to hate each other. Really, he thought, who would care? "But he's my friend," he coaxed. "Come on, Dragon, you're not that bored." "I am now," Draco insisted petulantly. Harry laughed outright, and Draco smiled at him. Everyone was staring at them, which was very amusing. Still smiling, Draco dribbled the potion, in lazy swirls, on Neville's desk, and Neville pressed into his chair to get as far away from the streaks of orange as possible. "Don't worry, Neville," Harry called. "I'll protect you." He pointed his wand at the spilled liquid and yelled saltawait. The strands of potion lifted up and began to sway gracefully, forming a circle around Neville's cauldron. "Point," Harry said triumphantly to Draco. "Bloody heck," Draco returned. "All right, so you managed to make that one useful. But it would be easier to just—" He raised his wand. "Refert." Obediently, the strands of potion flew back to his and Harry's cauldron. "That is quite enough." Snape began, but, miraculously, the lunch bell rang. Snape growled, then quickly raised his voice to announce, "Homework, research 2 earlier variants of the Facilis potion, and discuss the benefits of the ingredient changes that led to the current formulation. I want 20 inches, 25 if your writing is overly large. Here." He looked meaningfully at Ron, with some indication that you attempted to think. "I can't believe you made saltawait useful," Draco fumed at Harry, as they stuffed their books back into their school bags. "That's 3 you've done." Walking companionably close, they left the room. In the hallway, Ron blocked Harry's way. "Get away from him," he ordered with a curt, angry gesture indicating Draco Malfoy. "It's your own fault, Weasley," Draco said. "You shouldn't throw things in potions class." "Move, Ron," Harry said quietly. "You were laughing," Ron accused Harry. "When Malfoy laughed, whatever he said, you thought it was funny. And that was before I threw anything." "It was what I said," Harry returned, "and it was funny. It was nothing for you to get upset about, and you've no reason to assume it was." "You were talking about Neville." "What's it to you, Weasel?" Draco challenged. Harry thought that was rather lame, considering Malfoy's usual wit. "Neville," Harry called. Neville scuttled back. "Harry?" Harry smiled coaxingly at Neville, which appeared to make Neville nervous. "Do you mind that Draco laughed when I told him I was afraid the potion would make you tell Snape that he's a slimy, bullying git?" Neville choked slightly. His face turned bright red. "No," he admitted. Harry smiled. "Well, there you have it, Ron. Nothing for you to be indignant about." Draco nudged Harry. "Lunch, Harry," he urged. They passed Ron and continued up to the Great Hall together. "It's not as much fun when it's you and your friends being bullied." "I expect so. You usually manage to hold your own, though." "And Granger. Typical idiot Gryffindor heroes." Draco laughed. "That 'I'll protect you' thing, that was brilliant, utterly Gryffindor." "I liked the little dribbles you did," Harry admitted. "Very pretty. It's a pretty potion, isn't it? Like lava." Harry was not unaware of people, both Gryffindors and Slytherins, muttering as they passed, but they didn't bother him. He thought it was rather funny that he and Draco could cause such a fuss just by chattering about a class as they walked. Draco appeared to have the same thought, and they both began to talk more loudly and more cheerfully as they started up the steps. It wasn't until they reached the Great Hall that they realized they couldn't sit together. Draco stared at his house table. Harry followed the look for a moment, then surveyed his own. As the Gryffindors looked at him, they bent their heads toward each other to whisper. Most looked away when he met their eyes. Hermione waved frantically and gestured for him to come sit with her. Harry and Draco looked at each other. "Mess," said Draco succinctly. "We can't just grab food and take off." They'll allow that at breakfast sometimes, but not at lunch. Too many professors, Harry agreed. He brightened. I know. Shall we party, Lightning? Draco inquired hopefully. Harry led the way down to the kitchens. He rather expected Draco to know about the kitchens, but Draco seemed utterly confused when Harry began to tickle the pair, and astounded when it turned into a door handle. Welcome to the kitchens, Harry said. He had a brief impulse to usher Draco in, but then thought better of it and preceded him instead. Harry Potter, sir, came a familiar squeal, and a moment later, Harry was struck at the hip by an ecstatic house elf. At the hip because he had learned, after his growth spurt the previous year, to turn slightly.
Idumbi.
Dobby's clothes had, if possible, gotten even odder. In addition to his previous accoutrements, he now had socks dangling off each of his ears, and was wearing a large doily as a sort of poncho over Ron's old jumper. Harry hoped Draco wouldn't snicker. He glanced at Draco and decided he was currently too astounded. Dobby, however, had noticed Draco and was glaring past Harry at the young Malfoy. Draco and I wanted to eat outside, Harry said, as casually as possible. Is there anything we could carry for lunch? Picnic foods? Dobby looked at Harry severely for an entire second, then reverted to a pleading look. Harry Potter should not be about with a Malfoy, sir. The Malfoys are bad dark wizards. You must not trust them, sir. Draco rolled his eyes. Could I please be me, for a bit, rather than a Malfoy? It's so tiresome being part of a set. Dobby set his arms across his chest and glared directly at Draco. You, Draco Malfoy, he said shrilly, are cruel, spoiled, vindictive, and a bad dark wizard. Other elves were running about the kitchen, gathering up food. Draco looked at Harry. I am so evil, he drawled. Aren't you afraid of me, Harry? Now let's see. Harry began speculatively, but at that moment, a simply enormous picnic basket was shoved into his hand by one of the anonymous elves in Hogwarts tea towels. Harry Potter should leave now, sir. The elf squeaked. It is good picnic. Thanks, Harry said. He looked at Dobby, who was regarding him with horrified dismay. We can talk later, Dobby. Okay? You can come up to my room sometime. Dobby's face brightened at this. Harry Potter is very kind to Dobby, sir. Dobby will come talk to Harry Potter. Great, said Harry. See you later, Dobby. Come on, Draco. Harry and Draco walked up to the entrance hall. It wasn't until they crossed into the sunlight that Draco spoke. When you talk to that creature, please remind him I was all of 12 years old when last he saw me. It was cold outside. Harry led the way to Greenhouse 1, which contained the most innocuous of Professor Sprout's plants. Did you ever torture him? He asked. Draco scowled, but considered the question. Nothing so organized as torture, he said finally. I kicked him about a bit, but he's a house elf, Harry. That's how everyone treats them. Everyone you knew, perhaps, Harry countered. Honestly, I don't understand about wizards. You treat creatures that are smart enough to talk in ways I wouldn't treat a dog. In ways I could get arrested for treating a dog. You're not cruel to your owl. Why to the elf? Because he snivels. He snivels and he cowers, and I hate that. If something cowers to me, I give it a reason. Harry opened the door to the warm greenhouse. I'm not afraid of you, Draco, but I have to mostly agree with cruel, vindictive, and spoiled. Oh, thanks. And here I've been being nice to your friends for you, and doing a very good job at it. You can learn. But your first impulse is still to be cruel, isn't it? Harry wondered if he would be saying these things without the potion. He suspected not, but perhaps it needed to be said eventually. He set down the picnic basket and looked steadily over it at Draco. Draco looked sullen. It works, he said. I'm sure, Harry said. And I'm sure it's what you were brought up seeing and hearing. It's the way you know best how to handle things. And honestly, you do it quite effectively. Look how long I hated you. And spoiled? Draco questioned. Well, let's see. Who carried the basket all the way here? And who never offered to help? Would it be the same person who wouldn't carry the chairs I bought? Perhaps the one who thinks he shouldn't have to pay for anything, because other people's welfare doesn't matter? Who seems to believe he's entitled to anything he likes? You never asked me to carry anything. No, I didn't. But if I'd been walking with Ron, carrying something heavy, he'd eventually say, "Let me take that for a bit. It doesn't occur to you to do your fair share of the work. You've never been expected to, outside of classes." Well, no. Someone has always done those things for me. That's what I mean by spoiled. It isn't that you're trying to impose on to me. It's just that you don't think about it. Work gets done. You don't do it. Things appear. You don't pay for them. Harry was too hungry to continue lecturing Malfoy. He took some of the chicken and some ham and a crisp, speckled apple and began to eat. After a while, Draco asked, "Do you like me?" "Of course." Harry grinned at Draco. "I wouldn't be here else, would I?" "Well, after all that, why do you like me?" Harry looked speculatively at Draco. "I don't know about all of it," he confessed. "But some is that you're smart and witty and fun. You have ideas and you're not afraid of them. You can be nice when it's what you're trying to do." He shivered. "Then, you know what the Cruciatus curse feels like. We can honestly talk about things most people just repeat rumors of." He looked at Draco. "Do you like me?" "Of course," Draco said, "but don't expect me to sing your virtues. I'm not in the mood. You're an irritating, lecturing, oh-so-honorable Gryffindor prig." Harry glared. After a moment, this classification struck him as amusing. "And your accomplice?" "Well, maybe I'm exaggerating a little." Draco smirked and poked around in the basket. "Claire?" he asked, offering one to Harry. Harry bounced. "Thanks. Don't mention it," Draco said airily. He smirked. "Especially as it's your food." "Draco? May I keep one of the vials of potion?" Draco shrugged. "You nicked them. You can keep both if you like. One will do, I think. I wouldn't want to compromise the integrity of your collection." "Really, Potter? I didn't think you knew such fancy words." The rest of their picnic passed more pleasantly. They arrived at Transfiguration precisely on time and sat together. McGonagal looked surprised and a little displeased, but she let them get away with the level of interaction she usually accepted among her students, which got them through the first half of the class. At that point, Harry got bored. He lost 20 points for Gryffindor by turning one of the leaves on his geranium into a flimsy spoon and using it to pelt beetles made from the flower's petals at Lavender, Hermione, Ron, and Seamus. Draco lost 15 points for Slytherin by unexpectedly shoving Harry off his seat. 2 minutes later, Draco attempted the same trick, only to be grabbed and pulled over by Harry. Both of them sat on the floor laughing. "Detention for both of you," railed Professor McGonagal, "and 30 points each from Gryffindor and Slytherin. I have never seen such behavior in a 6th-year class." Harry and Draco looked at each other. Harry stood up. "Professor," he said politely, "Draco and I aren't really responsible for our behavior right now." The class shrieked with laughter. "And why would that be, Mr. Potter?" "We had a contamination accident in potions, Professor." Professor McGonagal looked around the room. She apparently noticed that Harry's latter statement was not causing shrieks of laughter. "Finnegan?" she prompted. "Please tell me what happened in potions?" Seamus looked at Harry, then at Ron. "I think you should ask Ron, Professor," he said. Ron looked at the top of his desk. "Mr. Weasley?" Professor McGonagal prompted. Ron blushed. "I threw something at Harry, and it landed in his cauldron, so Harry and Draco got splashed with the potion, which is some orange goop that makes them not care what anyone thinks of them." Professor McGonagal regarded Harry and Draco disapprovingly. "Well," she said, "it seems to be working." She turned back to Ron. "And why, Mr. Weasley, were you throwing things in potions class?" "Professor, look, I'm sorry, but Professor Snape already took 50 house points and gave me 2 nights detention, and I've had to watch Harry chumming around with Malfoy. Haven't I been punished enough?" "I am not adding to your punishments, Mr. Weasley, yet. I want to know why you were throwing things in a classroom replete with dangerous substances." Ron looked at his desk. "Because I have Harry," Draco drawled. He smirked at Ron. "Didn't anyone ever warn you I steal anything that isn't nailed down?" Draco met Harry's eyes. "Oops," he said lightly. Professor McGonagal rubbed her temples. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, there is an empty classroom 2 doors down the hall. Please go there and wait for my arrival. Do not speak to anyone on the way. I will come at the end of class and decide whether you are competent to attend your next periods." Harry and Draco went down the hall. They ran into nearly headless Nick on the way and had a fun 10-minute game of charades explaining that Professor McGonagal had told them not to speak to anyone. In the classroom, they lounged around and speculated on what they would regret when the potion wore off. By the end of the period they were feeling more in control, and assured McGonagal they were able to behave. In History of Magic, his last class of the day, Harry arranged to sit next to Neville. This wasn't difficult, as no one else seemed eager to sit near him. At the end of the class he held Neville's arm. "Wait," Harry hissed, under the noise of students rising and shuffling books. "I need to talk to you." Neville, round-eyed, nodded, and deliberately dawdled with packing up his books, while their classmates left. Finally, only Harry and Neville were in the room. Harry pulled the vial of potion from his pocket. "I got some," he said. Neville jerked back, then froze. He looked frightened. Harry frowned. "I just thought you might want to try it," he said. "With people that you trust, not Snape and all the Slytherin sixth years. You could have it up in the dorm." Neville relaxed slightly, but still wouldn't meet Harry's eyes. "I don't think, with you and Ron, it wouldn't be a good idea, Harry." Harry considered that. "Well, you can arrange it," he said. "Who do you trust most?" "Of Gryffindor. I mean, Hermione." Neville answered immediately. Harry nodded. "Okay, so have Hermione there. That's a start. Do you not want me and Ron? Or do you not want me at all?" Neville bit his lip. "Harry, if it wasn't for Ron, I'd be glad to have you there. But I think that if I leave you out, you'll still be okay to me, and if I leave Ron out." Harry shrugged. "Invite who you like. I'm not offended." "Will?" Neville seemed unable to continue. "I'm not sure I want to, Harry. It was nice of you, but what?" Harry asked. "It's not unpleasant. I doubt you'll act like I've been. You heard what Snape said. This isn't approved for people like me. Do you think I'll like whomever is there?" Neville asked. Like you and Malfoy?" Harry laughed. "Draco and I have been friends for over a month, Neville, since Christmas break. We just haven't been letting on." Neville's eyes widened. Harry looked away, slightly embarrassed. He thought, I can be distantly embarrassed now. The facilis must be starting to wear off. So, he urged. "Take it?" Neville blushed. "Could you give it to Hermione for me?" he asked. "And tell her to talk to me?" "Sure. No problem." Harry stopped in the doorway. "What? I think you're a really nice person, even if you do like Malfoy. You're my nicest roommate." "Thanks, Neville." Harry grinned. "Let's dump our books before dinner. Okay?" At dinner, Harry slipped into a spot next to Hermione. "Tired of Slytherin company, Potter?" Ron asked him from Hermione's other side. "Drop it, Ron," Hermione ordered. "You know he wasn't responsible for his actions. The facilis potion is a very powerful drug." "Is that who you were with?" Ron asked angrily. "When I couldn't come." "Malfoy?" Harry sat back. "That's right." Hermione stared. "Harry, you can't. Draco Malfoy is horrible. He's bigoted, arrogant, spoiled, intelligent, witty, fun, and as bored and lonely as I was." Harry scowled at Hermione's indignant look. "Did you expect me to just sit in the common room until you two had time for me? Again? You could have asked." Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry decided he was done eating. Deliberately, he stood up and walked over to the Slytherin table. The glares he got there were not actually as bad as the ones at his back. The Slytherins seemed to be reserving the worst of their disapproval for Draco. Draco looked up. Harry inclined his head to the door. "Grab your broom and meet me on the pitch." Expressed with your usual lack of charm, Draco sneered. His smile warmed slightly, but a fine idea, nonetheless. He stood up. "Beat you there." On the pitch, Harry's gloom was left behind in blinding speed and dizzying turns. He and Draco played with the quaffle. Rather than throwing it towards each other or towards the goals, one would throw it in a random direction, then the other would pursue it. Draco, Harry decided, would be a fair chaser. As the last light of sunset began to fade, Draco paused, some 20 feet above the pitch, and looked up. "We should go in," Harry called. "Bag's Eye the Bat." Draco yelled back, and he was off. There were actually several bats, Harry realized, once he figured out what Draco was chasing. They flipped and turned and swooped more dizzily than the golden snitch. Harry took off after another one. He and Draco shouted to each other and twisted and chased, several times almost colliding, until the magically magnified voice of Professor McGonagal caused Harry to flinch so badly that he nearly fell. "Harry James Potter, you get down on the ground this instant. That goes for you as well, Mr. Malfoy." Harry swooped down and dismounted so quickly that he staggered. Draco followed slowly, almost lazily, and smirked back at Professor McGonagal's glare. "You are supposed to be in your houses by now." "Sorry, Professor," Harry said quickly. "We were just practicing." "Practicing what?" "Quick moves," Draco volunteered. "We were chasing bats." "Was that it?" she said sarcastically. "The both of you looked as if you were having some sort of aerial convulsions. Come with me." She led them back to the school in silence. Inside the entrance hall, she shooed Draco off towards the dungeons, then began to escort Harry up to Gryffindor Tower. Harry did not dare to say anything, and McGonagal did not speak until they were at the top of the stairs. "I suggest, Mr. Potter," she said, "that you do your practicing with your own teammates. I expect you to beat Slytherin in the spring." While he was putting away his firebolt, Harry heard the door behind him open. He took his time settling the broom securely and closing the trunk. Then, apprehensively, he looked back. Ron was half standing, leaning slightly back against his bed, and watching Harry. Harry stood up. For a minute, they looked at each other in silence. "Malfoy's your mate now then," Ron said quietly. Harry felt awful. He nodded. "Yeah," he said seriously. "Draco's my mate now." Ron's eyes flickered down, pale lashes briefly veiling blue eyes. "Draco." "Yeah." Ron looked hurt. It was much worse, Harry decided, than having him angry. Harry had a lot of practice in ignoring stupid insults and accusations. He wasn't as good with hurt. "Since when?" Ron asked, his voice flat. Harry shrugged. "Christmas?" "It was leading up to that before, in ways, but it was over the holidays that we started doing things together. You didn't tell me." "Why would I tell you?" "You never asked." "Asked what?" "Where you were sneaking off to. What I'd done over the holidays." "Not once did either of you ask. You didn't really start taking any interest in me again until 2 or 3 weeks ago." Ron bit his lip. "I started noticing you were gone a lot." "Yeah." "So you wouldn't let me come with you because you were off with him. It doesn't seem like a pleasant combination. I'd spend all evening hauling the two of you off each other." Ron flinched. "I wouldn't go anywhere with Malfoy along, and I'd already made plans with him. I usually have done." Ron looked down. "Harry, Hermione's really upset. You know what he calls her, how he acts. Could you please come downstairs and talk to her, so everyone can gang up on me?" Harry retorted. "It's not appealing, Hermione, Harry." Ron growled. "I'll hold everyone else off, if that's what it takes." Harry sighed. "Okay, I'll talk to her." Talking to Hermione could have been worse. Harry pointed out that Draco had been better over the last month, and that was partly his influence. He pointed out that Draco looked down on him as well. "He considers my family substantially degraded, Hermione. He says that if it weren't for Voldemort, I could still get invited to the best parties, though on the strength of my father's name." Hermione looked incredulous. Harry grinned. "He says he wishes I would, so those parties wouldn't also be the most boring." That had made her smile. Harry pressed his advantage, telling her stories that she could appreciate, like that night's adventure of chasing the bats and the Battle of the Icicles. They were almost the last people in the common room, but he left her not only still friends, but aware that his mother was Muggle-born, like her, and he remained uncomfortably vulnerable to capricious rejection or acceptance by the society which rejected her. Black ice. In potions, the next day, Snape seemed determined to exert complete control. "Weasley, sit with Zabini. Perhaps he can force you to behave." "Malfoy, I'm afraid I'm putting you with Longbottom. Good luck." "Granger," Snape smiled dangerously at Hermione, "you may sit with Mr. Goyle today." Snape's eyes fell on Harry. "Mr. Potter," he hissed. Harry looked steadily back at him. "Presume I wish to make you miserable, Potter." Snape sneered. "With whom should I pair you?" "Dean Thomas, Professor," Harry replied. "Dean Thomas? Rather transparent, Potter, don't you think?" Normally, I'd say crab, sir, Harry returned. But the Slytherins are traditional enemies. I've grown rather comfortable with them hating me. Dean, on the other hand, is furious at me over Draco, more than the others because he's Muggle-born, and I'm not used to that from him. Snape evaluated Harry for a long time before saying, "Sit with Crab, Potter. I'm not going to risk the chance you shamed your housemate into behaving." Potions class was horrible. After dinner, Harry met Draco in the Chamber of Secrets. "Up for an expedition?" Harry asked. Draco looked surprised. "Already? Whatever for?" Harry looked off down the hall. "Not at anything, just away. Remember when we were flying by that lock? The sign that said, 'Caution, black ice'?" He looked back at Draco, who nodded. Harry smiled slightly. "I want to steal it and hang it on the door of Snape's potions lab. Tonight." He grinned at Draco, who was looking encouragingly stunned. "Up for it?" Wednesday, Gryffindor and Slytherin had potions first thing in the morning. Harry and Draco arrived early enough to sit together, and early enough to be certain they would see Snape arrive. The sign they had put on the door a few hours earlier was still there. Snape's footsteps slowed considerably, but never quite stopped, as he approached the door. He strode to the front of the classroom, did one of his usual smart pivots, and surveyed the class. Harry thought he was actually smirking. "Should any of you be responsible," Snape said, "thank you for the decoration. And should I discover who was responsible, I shall report you to the headmaster on suspicion of theft, interference with Muggles, and leaving Hogwarts without permission." He turned again and began writing on the board, then, abruptly swiveled back. "Mr. Malfoy, pray tell why you are with Potter again." Harry looked at Draco. Draco raised his eyebrows. Harry nodded slightly. "Because we're friends, sir," Draco said clearly. "We have been since December." Snape looked startled. His eyes darted quickly to Harry's, then back to Malfoy. "I see. Perhaps this explains the sudden improvement in Mr. Potter's work? I've been explaining things to him, sir. I haven't done any work for him. If you can get the boy to understand simple concepts, Mr. Malfoy, please feel free. He should keep in mind, however, that he will be sitting exams on his own." With that, Snape turned back to the board and began the ingredients list for that day's potion. Though he occasionally cast searching looks on Harry and Draco, who were collaborating with cautious cheer, he seemed to be in an unusually fine mood. By the end of class, Gryffindor had lost only 15 points. As they were packing up their books, Draco caught Harry's arm. "This weekend." "What? Since we're in for it anyway, want to meet me for the Hogsmeade visit?" Harry grinned. "Absolutely. Notes. It's the obligatory potions accident. Black ice. I don't know if this road sign would actually exist in the UK. Chances are it's worded differently. But I couldn't resist. Snakes and lions. Snakes and lions. I wanted to get you a present," Malfoy said, as Harry followed him curiously down the street. "Except it's alive, and I'm not sure you'll like it. So I had it sent out here, and you can refuse it if you like. They'll just charge me for shipment, or, rather, charge father. I'm sure your father will be delighted to be paying for presents for me." Draco smirked. "He won't know the difference." Harry looked at the other people on the street. Most were locals, and did not look at them long enough to recognize the boy, who lived walking with Lucius Malfoy's heir. A small group of Ravenclaw students did, but looked uneasily away when Harry smiled at them. "Don't take this wrong, Draco." "But why?" "Sapet," Draco replied. "Because we probably won't get to be friends for long, and I want you to have someone to talk to once I'm a Death Eater." His words came out evenly, but his voice was a little too firm to be casual. Harry flinched. "Have you considered refusing?" he asked wryly. "I am not a suicidal Gryffindor," Draco retorted, quickening his pace. "Odd as this may seem to you, I place great value on survival. That means I do not say no to the Dark Lord." Harry wanted to argue, but couldn't think of anything convincing. Certainly, he had survived refusing Voldemort, but he had been well protected, and his escape still a matter of considerable luck. Before he could get anything out, Draco had turned. He was walking toward a door painted like a large owl, with round windows for the eyes. Harry glanced up the shop sign before following. "Cristada's Creatures," he read. He followed Draco inside the shop. It was well lit, and less smelly than the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley, though still decidedly musky. Harry glanced around, and quickly decided that the shop sold more supplies than actual animals. There were a few different owls, a cage of rats, various reptiles, and at least 2 free-roaming cats. But the groups of cages were separated by shelves of food, toys, books, and potions. Behind the counter, a pretty blonde which was playing with a 2-tailed kitten. She looked up as Draco approached. "Draco Malfoy," Draco said crisply. "You have a shipment for my evaluation?" The witch made a soothing noise at the kitten and pushed it gently away. "It arrived this morning. Let me get it." The witch ducked through a velvet-curtained doorway. A minute later, she reappeared, holding a clear, seamless cube, which she put down on the counter. Harry looked inside and heard his breath leave him in a gasp of admiration. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. "Perhaps you could open the enclosure?" Draco suggested sarcastically. With a slight sigh, the witch pointed her wand at the tank, and the clear top faded away. Slowly, Harry reached out a hand toward the space. "Now, as you requested, Mr. Malfoy, this snake is untrained," the witch warned. "It is naturally fond of human contact, but it does not know the standard positions, and is unlikely to lie still for more than half an hour at a time." Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. "Beautiful," he said again, and the snake stretched out her head and closed her eyes. "I like you," the snake hissed softly. Harry hardly dared breath. He looked at Draco, who seemed thoroughly pleased. "I take it you will accept my gift?" he said. Harry looked at the snake. He wanted to agree enthusiastically, but a twinge of caution stopped him. He met Draco's eyes. "A few things first," he said firmly. Draco sighed and nodded. Harry resumed. "Remember, I was raised by Muggles, right? What, precisely, is this? What does it do? What can it do? What kind of care does it need?" Draco deferred the questions to the shop witch, who answered, "This is a Torklind, young sir. They are ornamental only. They can be trained to lie still about your neck as they did for Viking and Celtic wizards of old, or about the arm in a more classical fashion, for up to 6 hours at a time. They have no poison nor magical powers." She dared a slightly irritated glance at Draco Malfoy. "If young Mr. Malfoy had informed me he would be bringing a parcelmouth, I could have had a more interesting assortment of serpents available. We have a runespore at the main shop." "Harry has no use for a runespore," Draco interrupted. "The Torklind, on the other hand," he inclined his head graciously at Harry, "is perfect for him. See, Harry," he continued eagerly, "she's a young one. She'll grow to about 20 inches, and not noticeably wider. They're very gentle with people and, well, anything larger than a sizable beetle, really, and since she's not trained, she'll bond closely to you. When they only have one owner, they pick up a bit of that person's personality, so she'll probably be sweet and unruly." Draco seemed to catch himself and laughed. "They live on bugs and worms and such. Oh, and a galleon every now and then, every 2 weeks at her size. So she'll probably hunt on her own, though you may need to buy some in the winter. It is advisable," the witch said firmly, "to keep a supply of nutritious insects available at all times. It can be very difficult to tell when a snake is underfed." Harry looked directly at the witch for the first time. "She'll tell me if she's hungry," he said. The witch stared slightly above Harry's eyes. With an effort, Harry kept his hand away from his forehead. "I wonder if she read enough of Rita Skeeter's articles to have known I'm a parcelmouth?" he thought. "Doesn't look like it. And here I am with a Malfoy." Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. "Stop looking so pleased," Harry grumbled. "Scary. It's nothing, really. I was afraid you'd be offended. Here I am giving a Gryffindor bloody Harry Potter, yet a snake." Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Draco laughed. "Thank you," Harry said. "She's wonderful." Notes, "Yeah, I know. I couldn't resist giving him a snake. She's a cute little snake, though. Scales and fur, scales and fur." By the time they headed back to Hogwarts, Harry had named the snake Susera. She had slid up his shirt and settled around his upper arm. He was surprised to find that he liked the softness of her skin where she coiled around him. She didn't grip like a constrictor. "Don't wear her around your neck," Draco warned. As they walked back, "Just your arm." Harry raised his eyebrows. He wasn't sure the snake was actually long enough to go around his neck. Properly, Draco elaborated. "It should just mean you're freeborn. Some wizards, however, associate it with pure blood, and you are not entitled by that criterion. Don't do it unless you mean to be pretentious. It will cause trouble. Wearing her around your arm is safe enough." When they got back to the school, Draco went to the Great Hall for dinner. Between Honeyduke sweets and snacks at the Three Broomsticks, Harry felt that he'd eaten enough, so he went straight up to Gryffindor Tower. There was no one else in the common room. He showed the room and the ways in and out of it to Susera, then she settled back on his arm. Harry sat down on a couch with his divination homework, which required more thought than usual. Everyone had gotten back a copy of their holiday prediction, and had been asked to map it to the actual events of their holidays. Harry began a slightly censored selfishness. Harry laughed out loud. "Oh, this is too easy," he exclaimed. Hi?" Harry tried. "You weren't at dinner," Ron said. "I had enough to eat in Hogsmeade." "Oh, look," Hermione began, then stopped. Harry put down his essay and looked at Hermione. Her face was a little red. "What?" he prompted. "We missed you," she blurted out. "I mean Hogsmeade. It was fun by ourselves once, last December. But we went looking for you this morning, and you'd already gone, and then we thought we'd catch you up. But we only saw you twice, and you were absolutely with him," Ron interrupted. "I don't think you even noticed us." "Actually, no, I didn't." Susera began moving down Harry's arm. Felt very odd. Instinctively, he brought a hand to the motion, then caught himself. "What, is something wrong?" Hermione asked. "Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. She's tasting your scent," Harry said eagerly to Hermione. "This is Susera, my new pet. She's a Torklind. Isn't she beautiful? Do you want me to remember this woman?" Susera asked. "Yes, she is a friend of mine." Susera hissed a neutral acknowledgement. "I now know her. Clever pet," Harry praised her. Susera stretched out happily. He smiled and stroked the snake's back, then looked back at Hermione. She seemed disturbed. Harry noticed they had attracted a small audience. Seamus, Dean, Ginny, and Parvati had drawn near the couch. People less close were watching quietly. "Harry, you probably shouldn't talk to her in front of people." Harry scowled. "Why not? She likes me talking to her. The first thing she ever said to me was, 'You speak.'" She was so surprised. "It was absolutely cute." "You can't have a snake," Ron protested. "Why not? You're a Gryffindor." Harry looked at Susera, who was starting to shift uneasily. "She's Gryffindor colors, though, isn't she?" he noted. Seamus laughed. "Good enough, Harry, but she's still a slimy snake." "She's not slimy. She's soft. Feel Seamus." Harry extended his hand to Seamus, who first pulled back, then, laughing, touched Susera. "Right," then he amended. "A silky snake. Rather like that Blontoff you like." "Well, I think she's beautiful," Harry said. Ginny Weasley. "Where did you get her?" "Draco bought her for me." "Harry," Hermione objected. "You can't accept a snake from Draco Malfoy. It's some sort of plot." Harry stroked the gold scales again. "You can go in if you wish," he said to Susera. She coiled quickly up his arm, back into the cover of his sleeve. Harry looked at Hermione. "He said I should always have someone to talk to," he said. "Whatever." Harry shrugged. "Besides, it entertains me to think Lucius Malfoy paid for a present for me." Hermione looked around them at the other people in the common room. "Let's go in my room," she said. "It's too crowded here." Harry gathered up his papers, divination books, inkwell, and quills, and followed Hermione across the common room and up the half-flight of stairs to the prefect's single room. Ron came with them. Once the door was closed, Ron sat down on the bed and scowled at Harry. "Must be fun, going about with someone who has as much money as you have." "Oh, don't start that again," Harry snapped. "Well, don't tell me you don't like it, with your aristocrat snake and your swish new clothes. It's bloody expensive, if you must know." I've spent more in the last 6 weeks than I spent for all my school things last fall. And mostly I pay for things for both of us. You pay for things? Ron asked. Why do that for a Malfoy? Because if I didn't, he'd steal them. Draco has a hard time believing in other people's property. Harry rolled his eyes. Look, I'm not complaining. It has been fun. But it could have been just as much fun with you, Ron, and much cheaper if you just have let me pay for things. Then forget about it. Ron jumped to his feet. I don't need you to buy me things. How did this turn into an argument about money? Hermione interrupted. Because Ron's here. You mentioned it first, Ron snarled. Just as an offense to Draco's father. And you were the one to make it an issue, like always. Harry, drop it. Hermione snapped. Fine. I won't mention it again if he doesn't. Ron was standing on the balls of his feet. His hands clenched tight at his sides and his face red. But he shook his head. No, he said. Hermione and I agreed this is the stupidest fight the three of us have ever had. And we hadn't even really had it. If this is part of the last month's fight, I want to have it so we can get it done. We have not been having a fight. Then why do we have to haul you in here to talk to you? Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Because we're not friends anymore. At the look on Ron's face, Harry realized that there was no more hurtful thing he could have said. He let the statement stand, and flushed with success and shame. Ron stared at him. That's it? He said finally. We're best friends for 5 years, and I ignore you for a couple of months and it's over? Look, said Harry, you're not really interested. You're just still feeling proprietary enough to be jealous, because you don't like my taste in successors. Jealous? If you're trailing around after that pinch-faced snake because you think it bothers me, you bloody well deserve whatever you get. That's enough. Hermione shouted. Ron stopped yelling. Ron, you get out of here, now. I'll talk to him. Yeah, sure. Ron backed away, his eyes not leaving Harry until he turned to go through the door. When the door shut behind Ron, Harry closed his eyes and let out a breath. When he opened them again, Hermione was leaning into her desk, staring down at the wide-grained wood. Hermione? Harry tried. I'm sorry. I don't know why he gets me so angry. Well, maybe you should figure it out. He doesn't deserve this. But he's so. Harry growled. I can't even. It isn't just that the two of you ignored me because I don't mind you. When I was telling Draco he couldn't call you that word he uses, I told him that I love you. In response to Hermione's startled look, he hastily added, not like that. Not in any way that would make this make sense. But I do. So what else about him makes you angry? This money thing. That's a pain. And no, I think I have it. Ron doesn't value anything he has, nothing, and he has a lot. If I got a choice of being in Ron's shoes or Draco's, I'd take Ron's in a flash. He has 4 brothers and a sister, who all love him very much, and a wonderful, caring mother, who really isn't as fussy as he thinks, and a home where he's safe, and with all kinds of fun things to do, and until last spring, he had a father who was also kind and reasonable and loving. Losing his father was very hard on Ron, Harry. Losing Percy was too. I know. And you'd think that would make him appreciate Bill and Charlie and Fred and George and Ginny and his mum more. But he still just complains. And it's hard to be sympathetic when I'd kill to be in his place. Harry couldn't say anything else. Hermione came and put her arms around him, and he stayed very still, afraid he might cry if he relaxed against her. He was surprised to realize how envious he truly was. When he thought he could speak steadily, he went on, that's a big difference between Ron and Draco. Ron acts like nothing he has is worthwhile, and puts himself down. Draco acts like only what he has is worthwhile, and scoffs at everything else, putting down people who aren't like him. It's just as untrue and just as destructive, but I seem to be able to put up with it better, I suppose because I haven't had 5.5 years to get bloody sick of it. So you're jealous of him, Ron? I've been jealous since I met him, especially since the first time I went to the Burrow. Draco's easier. He doesn't have anything I want. He's got money, but I've already got that. He's got social standing in pure blood circles, but I don't care about that. And for both, he has to be Lucius Malfoy's son, and I wouldn't be that for. Harry tried to think of something he truly wanted, for Voldemort's head on a platter. Hermione stepped back. Is that what you want most in the world? Harry reevaluated the choice. Of things I could have? Yes. He could tell the answer upset her, but did not try to deny it.
I'm sorry, Hermione.
It's kind of bloodthirsty, I suppose, but I can't think of anything else I want so much as to see him dead. He paced to the window and stared out at the dark. Yes, I'm jealous of Ron. It never helped that he was jealous of me, and now it makes things worse. He's such an idiot. He glanced back at her. Do you think it would have helped if I'd chosen him for the team? Wilkins is a better player. Yes. And he's less likely to lose his temper and do something stupid. So what is the captain's sanity worth? If you chose Ron over Wilkins, he'd know why you did it, and he'd be insulted. It would not have helped. Okay. Thanks. Hermione walked over to Harry. She took his hand and held it in her own. He decided that was better than being hugged. Safer. He kind of liked it. He gave her hand a little squeeze. Would it have helped if you had come to the burrow with us? She asked tentatively. I don't know. It would at least have made me feel more connected to the rest of the family. I think it would have helped to get to the burrow this summer. I understand why they didn't want me there right after Mr. Weasley died, and I'm not blaming them, but it would make it less his thing that I can't have, if you understand. I think so. Harry felt a rush of gratitude. He might let his feelings about Ron's attitudes get in the way of his friendship with Ron, but he never should have let them get in the way of his friendship with Hermione. Hermione? Don't take this wrong. Hermione turned to meet his searching gaze. Her brown eyes were wide with apprehension. Yes, I love you, Harry said quickly. She hugged him again, and it was okay. This time. I love you too, Harry. She pecked him on the cheek, like she did sometimes when saying goodbye. Then they pulled back from each other. They had somehow, Harry noticed, ended up holding both of each other's hands. So, do you think I can make up with Ron? I mean, he is your boyfriend, at least. I suggest you apologize, but don't push it. I'll talk to him later. Thanks. You're welcome. I'm sorry about getting on you about the prefect thing. No, you were right. Hermione looked uneasy. Had there been someone in particular who wanted to talk to me? Or me? Hermione laughed slightly. Is it still relevant? Harry shook his head. It's gotten too complicated to talk about. Harry, she said warningly. I needed to make a decision, and I did. The things that spiraled out of that are not all my secrets. I can't tell you anymore what the original problem was. Hermione bit her lip. If you say so. Is Draco giving you trouble? He's fine. Harry let her hands drop. I should get back to my divination homework. All right, then. I can't interfere with that. Absolutely not. I'm doing it for real, even. I'm a bit surprised. Harry laughed appreciatively and went back to the common room. Ron was not there. Rather than resuming his essay, he went up to the dormitory. Seamus and Neville were studying, and Ron was lying on his back on his bed, staring up at the canopy. Ron? Harry queried. Sod off.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have gone after you like that. So? Harry sighed and took a deep breath. Do you want to try to be friends again? I already told you to sod off, Ron growled. Harry shrugged. Okay. But next time it's your turn to apologize and my turn to give you some rude brush off. Ron leapt up angrily, but Seamus was suddenly between them. Come on, lads, he said coaxingly, placing a large hand on a shoulder of each. I say it is time you got something. Harry and Ron both turned towards Seamus, and with a sudden surprise move he shoved them together so their heads hit with a resounding crack. Ron shouted. Harry staggered back, gasping. Neville burst out laughing. Oh! Harry put a hand to his head and it came away sticky. Ron was dripping blood over one eye. Sorry. Neville gasped. Now let's go to the hospital wing, shall we? Seamus said cheerfully. And don't be such blaring prats in front of me again. Harry assumed that when Draco said wearing the snake around his neck would cause trouble, he had meant it would cause trouble with people like himself. Simply having a snake was enough to cause trouble with the Gryffindors. Talking to a snake, and Harry found it impossible not to talk to Susera, caused trouble with most people. Still, Susera said Harry was nicer than the warming device, and Harry took her pretty much everywhere. The Slytherins seemed discomfited by the Torquilind. This was Harry, and they knew they should disapprove of anything Harry Potter did. but how on earth were they to disapprove of a pet snake? Blaise, perhaps the most creative of the Slytherin 6th years after Malfoy, attempted to reconcile this with more specific insults. In the hall after dinner on Sunday he called out, "Look at Potter's Torchlind. Trust a Gryffindor to get a lady's snake." Draco Malfoy whirled so quickly that he caught everyone's attention. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry brought Susera to classes on Monday. In both Charms and Transfiguration, he was reprimanded for speaking to her. McGonagal, who seemed to consider the snake a personal insult, went so far as to insist Harry keep it out of sight. Draco did not help matters by snickering. In Potions class, Harry whispered to Susera that she could slip down to his wrist for a look around. No angry people, this teacher should not mind. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. "What did you say?" Draco whispered. They were sitting together again. Snape had not prevented this since the class immediately after the Facilis potion. Just that the teacher shouldn't mind her too much. Harry looked back up at Snape. Snape was watching the emerging Torchlind with an odd, almost wistful expression on his face. "The fire is warm. Bask if you like. Don't touch anything, though. Some of the components might hurt you. I will touch only the heat. Potter?" Snape's voice was oddly strained. "Yes, Professor? I have no objection to the serpent, but please confine your conversation to a minimum. This is, as you may recall, a class." "Yes, sir." "I don't believe you." Ron fumed as he sat next to Harry at lunch. "You've been showing off that snake in every class we've had today. I thought McGonagal was going to give you detention. Unreasonable? I think she's perfectly reasonable. I don't like watching you either. Gryffindors shouldn't have snakes." Susera chose that moment to slide out of Harry's sleeve. Harry restrained himself from summarizing the conversation for her. He settled for stroking a finger lightly down her shining scales. "I like this snake." Hermione looked over. "I've thought of something. Maybe the snake is to listen to your secrets, and then you know who will take it and question it and learn everything." "What, everything? She doesn't understand English? And I'm not talking to her about politics. Voldemort would have an easier time grabbing one of you for torture, and he'd get more out of it." Harry smirked. "Probably enjoy it more, too." "Perhaps it's just to tarnish your reputation," suggested Seamus blandly. "That could be it," Hermione exclaimed. Harry rolled his eyes and took a slice of ham for his plate. In Thursday's potions class, they were making a fur-growing potion. This, if made correctly, was supposed to cause fur to grow on any leather or skin, living or not, on which it was rubbed. A necessary ingredient was werewolf fur. Although Professor Snape had assured the class that this was not a contagion, several of the students were noticeably reluctant to handle it. Draco raised his eyebrows. "Can't see you petting that tramp this way, Harry. But you liked him, didn't you, Moony?" "Yeah. I still hear from him now and then." Draco stifled a laugh. He reached out to the fur and stroked it evaluatingly. "Not bad. Pity it won't work on plastic chairs." As they prepared their ingredients, Draco grew more and more absorbed. Harry wondered if he shouldn't have mentioned Moony, or if he should have at least stuck to Lupin's proper name. "We need to steal some of this," Draco whispered. "More than usual." He passed Harry 4 vials under the table. "You get them?" "Yeah, do it. I've got an idea." While Harry was worrying about Draco's idea, Draco bumped into their mortar, spilling thistle seed all over the floor. He stood up immediately. "I'm sorry, sir," he said quickly, as Snape approached. "Shall I go get more?" Quickly, Snape snapped. "Potter, you can clean up this mess." "Yes, sir," Harry said. He hoped that Draco was getting something more interesting than thistle seed from Snape's storeroom. Draco sauntered back as soon as Harry was done sweeping up the tiny seeds, and they finished combining the ingredients, which in this case were mixed cold except for the werewolf fur. Susera ventured out once they lit their cauldron. "May I bask?" "Yes." "Stay away from the potion, though. It would make you grow fur." Harry glanced at Snape. The professor was watching him. Harry stirred while Draco dribbled in the gray hairs, and the potion began to thicken and form into strands. When Draco declared it ready, they ladled a generous amount out onto the cooling stone. Quick as a lightning flash, Susera flicked her tail over and into the potion, then brought it out again. Susera, Harry scolded. You did that deliberately, he hissed. Draco sighed and grabbed a second cooling stone from an unused table. He began ladling out more potion to replace that contaminated by the snake. Susera looked admiringly at the golden tuft on her tail and said something to Harry. He burst out laughing, just as Professor Snape arrived at the table. Do you think it amusing to disfigure your snake, Potter? She did it herself, sir. Harry protested. And you don't know what she said. I do not, Mr. Potter. Snape snarled suddenly. Tell me. Harry reached out for Susera, who slid tentatively back around his wrist, but continued to flick and watch her little tuft. She said if she had a lion tail, maybe my housemates would like her better. Harry scanned over the staring Gryffindors, then looked back up at Snape. I don't think it will work, though. Do you have an antidote? I will have some available tomorrow. Presumably your serpent should be tired of playing lion by that time? Snape raised his eyebrows questioningly. He looked amused. Harry nodded in relief. I expect so, sir. Unfortunately, Snape's attention kept returning to Susera, preventing Harry from taking any of the potion. Guiltily, Harry hoped Neville would do something spectacularly stupid that would keep the potion's master's attention for a minute. It was actually Parvati, however, who did so. Due to her fear of handling the werewolf fur, she flicked it into the cauldron rather than placing it in gently, and managed to get her spatula in as well and splash herself with the hot mixture. Triple A, she yelled. Snape was halfway across the room in a moment. Harry immediately turned his attention to filling the vials. Draco scooped up the first two as soon as they were capped. Harry glanced over to see that Snape was still scolding Parvati, who was already growing long hair from 2 spots on her hand. Other people in the class, even the Gryffindors, were snickering. Reputed to be brave Miss Patil, but typical Gryffindor incompetence wins. Potter. Harry only just managed not to drop the 4th full vial at Snape's angry shriek. The 3rd was still in plain sight on the counter. Professor Snape abandoned the unfortunate Parvati and strode over to Harry. What are you doing, Mr. Potter? He spat. Harry looked at the full vial in his hands. What he was doing was really all too obvious. Abandoning all pretense, he stoppered the vial and laid it next to the previous one. Taking a sample. You are stealing, Mr. Potter, Snape hissed. But before he could continue, Draco Malfoy, with an ingenuous smile, had removed one of the other vials from his pocket and held it out towards Snape. The potion's master fell silent. We had an idea for a project, sir, Draco said eagerly. I wanted to do some tests first to make sure it was worth pursuing, and then we were going to ask you for extra lab time. Harry kept his face impassive. He wasn't sure if extra lab time with Snape would really be any better than a few nights' detention, but he wasn't going to give Draco away. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Very well, Snape said coldly. Both of you come to my office immediately after dinner, and we will discuss this project. Notes. So that's how to get Snape to treat you like an actual person. Dares and discoveries. Dares and discoveries. After the last trip to the Muggle village, Draco had remarked idly that it might be pleasant to have more than an hour until the shops closed. Harry had therefore suggested a daytime expedition, which would be trickier, with a simple broom flight back after dark. They left right after Saturday's breakfast with a packed lunch. First they walked to Hogsmeade via the tunnel, then slipped out into the countryside under Harry's cloak, then flew up the hill, zigzagging through the trees of a narrow wood. From there, Harry ventured out under the cloak, which was difficult to hold over himself while flying, until he found the closest bus stop on the road. He went back to Draco and they walked there, which took over an hour. After that, they wrapped both brooms in the invisibility cloak. Carrying them, they were aware, looked rather odd. Took the bus into town, then set the compass to Harry's firebolt, and tucked the bundle of brooms up on a ledge in an alley. Draco had brought an aging potion, this time, which brought both of them comfortably into their mid-20s, and easily able to walk into an off-license and buy whatever they wanted. After a bit of browsing, Draco chose a bottle of Alsatian wine and another of pear brandy before picking out a cognac. Harry, as usual, had to pay for all of it, because Draco had forgotten to bring Muggle money. This time, however, Draco apologized nicely and put the liquor in his own satchel. Harry dragged him into another shop for chocolate-covered biscuits, pop, and crisps. Eventually, they returned to the alley and made the awkward and dangerous flight under the invisibility cloak up to an open church steeple. The floor was set less than a meter below the edges of the Gothic openings, 3 on each side, that ringed the small floor, and the chains holding the bells above it looked rusty from disuse. Draco cleaned the floor with a quick spell and they settled down comfortably. Harry opened the crisps and pop. "Think anyone spotted us?" Harry asked. "Not for long enough to believe it," Draco replied confidently. He tasted the pop and took a second to stare at it, then shrugged and had more. "Still, I wouldn't want to do that again. Not sharing it. We're here until dark." He opened his bag. "Want anything? After I'm done with this." "Which do you want after? The cognac? If it's okay to open it. I don't mind. I don't have snifters, though." For all that, Draco had brought along 2 elegant silver goblets. He poured some cognac into each, then resealed the bottle with a spell. He joined Harry at the openings on the west side of the steeple, and they looked out over a strip of shops 2 streets wide, a school, playing fields, and a narrow public green that ran along the edge of a flooded river. For a long time, they watched the adults walking and children playing by the river, and the occasional people leaving or entering the church, which seemed to be hosting a small event. Occasionally, Harry would look over at Draco to see if he had resumed his correct age yet. Harry had almost finished his first glass of cognac when Draco nudged him. "The aging potion has worn off." "So it has," Harry agreed. He was surprised at what a relief it was to see Draco his proper age. "So, about these cards you use to prove your age?" Draco advanced. "Yes. What do they look like?" Well, Harry tried to think how to explain what he knew of Muggle identity cards. "There's not a standard one. Any place will accept a passport. Some schools have their own. Some stores might take a driving license, but some won't because they don't have photographs on them, so you could have someone else's. Do you have any of those?"
No.
Harry shrugged. "I'm not really a good person to ask about Muggle things. I'm not allowed to do much." He laughed slightly. "They keep me locked up half the time." "What?" Draco exclaimed. He brought his voice down. "You said, back when we were writing, you said there were locks, but I rather—" "Do they still?" Harry smiled slightly. "There are 5 padlocks on the outside of the door to my room. They unlock them when they want me out to do something." He glanced down, then met Draco's eyes. "I'm dangerous, I am. One of those freaks." He said it to be funny, but his voice shook with tension. Even now, Draco sat back. He looked pensively at Harry. "Why don't you want to kill all of them?" "I would." Harry shrugged. "It would be like killing all wizards because your father is horrid." "I know better." Daringly, he added, "You know better. So you know enough Muggles you like that it's okay?" "I don't know many Muggles, actually," Harry admitted. "I'm not allowed. But some people have been kind to me when they could. And I watch people when I have the chance. The majority of Muggles, like the majority of wizards, aren't wonderful or awful. They just kind of are." Draco leaned back against the wall between the open arches. "Well, back to identity documents. I have a challenge for you." Harry rolled his eyes, but could not repress a smile. "What?" "I want you to fly down and get me something that is used for proof of age so I can look at it." "Draco," Harry protested. "I'd have to steal it from someone." Draco smirked. "Yes." He glanced down, pale eyelashes briefly obscuring his piercing gaze. "But you can return it after I'm done." He turned around and looked out one of the windows. "How about that girl there?" he asked, pointing to a young woman who was just settling down on the grass with some food and a book. Her rucksack sat near her on the grass. "Get her bag. I'd like to see what else they carry. Anyway, she'll be there for a bit so you can bring it back before she leaves." Harry considered this. The thought of going through someone's personal things made him uncomfortable, but a session of Muggle show and tell might improve Draco's opinion of Muggles. It certainly couldn't make it any worse. He looked back at the girl. She turned a page and took a bite from a sandwich. "Okay," he said. He was pleased with the flicker of reaction that crossed Draco's face. Harry put on the cloak, took up his broom, and stepped out onto the roof. Taking the bag should have been easy. It was a stationary object with handles, yet tens of times the size of a golden snitch. On his first approach, Harry found he was wobbling slightly, and he passed by and returned more slowly. Not enough alcohol to affect how I walk affects how I fly. I must remember that. On the second pass, he coasted down at a leisurely pace and was able to scoop the rucksack up and under his cloak. The girl, to his relief, didn't even notice. He hoped he could get it back before she did. He flew back up and deposited the bag on the floor. He and Draco sat cross-legged on the floor, on opposite sides of it, and Draco began taking things out. A book, he said to the first large item. What's it about? Harry took the book and looked at it. It's a physics text. Muggle science. I never learned any of it because I've been at Hogwarts instead. Draco removed 2 more books, one that claimed to be maths, but was full of symbols Harry had never seen, and one of psychology. That's the science of how people think, Harry explained. There is no science to how people think. Harry grinned. That's been argued, I believe. This? A notebook. I can see that. But why do the pages have lines on them? I don't know. So you can't cheat by writing large? Draco removed a rectangular object with numbers on the front. This? Useful, I suppose. Draco pulled out another rectangular object. This? Cigarettes. Thinking back, Harry could not recall ever seeing cigarettes in the wizarding world. He was fairly sure he had seen pipes, though not frequently, at the leaky cauldron. Draco peered at the package and sniffed it. Are they for? He pulled one out and recognized it. These are those things they walk around with in their mouths. Harry nodded. Like a pipe, but without the pipe part. What are they like? Harry shrugged. Don't know. Never had one. They're horribly bad for you. Draco peered into the bag. Again. Well, she's got 3 packets of them, and that's the end of the large stuff. He upended the rucksack and shook everything remaining out onto the floor. He questioned Harry about lipstick to put on your lips. No. For a girl to put on her lips. It's to make the color more intense. Various other makeup items, a small battery-powered torch, a packet of cat treats, pens, pencils, markers, rubbers, and much to Harry's embarrassment, condoms. Draco's 2 favorite items were a folding mirror and a lighter. Harry found the lighter trickier to use than he expected. It took him a few tries to turn the wheel fast enough to show Draco how it worked. For light? Draco asked, puzzled, as he played with starting and stopping the flame. But she has that pointer thing. For starting the cigarettes, Harry explained. He looked out at the girl. She had finished the first half of her sandwich, and was still contentedly reading her book. Draco took out a cigarette and held it out, then put the lighter to it. Harry burst out laughing. What? Draco asked. You need to inhale through it while you do that, I think. Draco thought. Yes, I've seen that. The man outside the shop where you bought the crisps. He tried again, properly, exhaled the smoke quickly and cleared his throat. And the point to this is? He asked wryly, making a face. Harry shrugged. It's a drug of sorts. Supposedly it feels nice. Some people find it calming. It's addictive, so if you do it enough, you won't care much that it's bad for you. Draco took another mouthful of smoke and blew it out ostentatiously. Fun for playing dragon with, I suppose. He held it out to Harry. You try. Harry, reluctantly, took the cigarette. He took a shallow mouthful, breathed it out, then tried a deeper breath. He wasn't getting the coughing fit people claimed one would, he realized. He handed the cigarette back to Draco. What do you think? Draco asked. Harry shrugged. Not as bad as I expected, but not worth getting used to. Shem. Agreed. Draco pointed his wand at the end of the cigarette. Extinguera, he said, and it went neatly out. Draco tossed it into the corner and began to repack items, starting with the books. Harry thought with amusement that the girl was certain to notice that her bag was better organized than it had been. We didn't find any identity cards. Draco noted. Probably the front pocket. No, keep packing. I'll empty it. Harry opened the small pocket in the front of the rucksack. It had a wallet, more pens and pencils, and a few other small items. What's this? Draco picked up one of several paper packets and ripped it open. It contained a narrow cardboard tube with a string hanging out of it. I haven't any idea, Harry admitted. Draco held up the object so that the string dangled. He swatted at it.
Cat toy?
He guessed. Let's see. Harry put the object down on the floor and tapped it. It rolled in an interesting way. Sufficient pulling on the string separated a vaguely mouse-shaped thing from a cardboard telescope. Could be, he said, but why would she be carrying cat toys? Why is she carrying cat treats? Draco countered, shrugging. Harry glanced out the nearest arch. Oh, she's just noticed. The girl was turning in place, looking around her spot. Harry opened the wallet and grabbed a student identity card and a driving license out of it. Check these out, quick, so I can get the stuff back to her before she runs off to report it stolen. Draco frowned at the cards, then picked up the mirror and held it so that he could see the cards in it. He pointed at the mirror with his wand. Laquio, he said. As he snapped the mirror shut, Harry saw that it was still displaying the cards. I'll need to keep this, Draco advanced. The mirror? Yes. So I can check the cards later. Okay. Fine. She can get another one. Harry held out his hand for the cards and put them back in the wallet. The girl was standing up now. Harry hurriedly shoveled items back into the pocket. He looked up to see Draco pointing his wand at one of the paper packets. What are you doing? Improving it. It will wiggle now when it's hit. Harry rolled his eyes, but let Draco put the charmed item back in the pocket. He took off with the rucksack and flew in front of the girl. He dropped the rucksack one step down a short flight of stairs leading to the road, then hovered above to watch. The girl nearly tripped over it. Harry watched her snatch it up, then frantically begin to check its contents. He fled back to the steeple. Were you entertained? Harry asked solicitously as he dropped the cape. Draco smiled. Quite, he said. Harry poured himself more cognac and wondered why he was trembling now. It had worked out all right. Except, I ought to report you to the misuse of Muggle artifacts department, he teased. Draco smirked. It's just a cat toy, Potter. She may never even notice. And it's a weak charm. It will wear off in a day or two. Ha! Harry looked down at the girl. She had the rucksack swung over one shoulder and was heading off towards the shops. So that's all right. He scanned along the grassy area by the river. The afternoon had worn on, and there were fewer people walking there now. Harry saw 3 children and a dog on an island a short way out in the flooded waters. He suspected they were stuck. Slowly, Harry began to smile. I have one for you, he said. One what? Harry pointed. See those kids? The ones that got stuck in the river? Draco sounded amused. Yes. Harry looked haughtily at Draco. You will go rescue them and the dog. I will. You can use magic, but nothing they notice as such. Harry tried to smirk like Malfoy had. He thought he probably had done pretty well. You have an hour. Harry, well, Draco bit his lip and looked away, up at the bright sky. Harry thought he was trying not to smile. I suppose, he drawled finally. Lend me your cloak, then. After Draco flew off, Harry knelt at one of the openings and watched for him to appear below. He briefly wished he had brought Susera. It seemed odd to be without her now, but he had been afraid the flying might get dangerous if they were spotted. Draco emerged from the bushes near the church and walked jauntily down to the river. He called over to the stranded children. Harry drank his cognac and watched. After a bit, Draco continued upstream, walking slowly and occasionally stopping to examine trees, fallen trees, and pieces of debris. After about 15 minutes, he stopped at a tree that had half fallen, but survived so that it was now growing almost horizontally out over the water. Harry watched him point his wand at the exposed roots of the tree. Afterwards, the tree came loose when he jumped on it. Draco managed to get back on the bank rather than falling with it, but he was splashed head to foot. He looked back up at the steeple and made an obscene gesture. Harry laughed. The tree tumbled downstream. Harry thought Draco took control of its movement, although he could not see from his angle whether or not Draco drew his wand. The tree simply moved too perfectly to be at the mercy of the current. In a few minutes, the top was lodged against the little island, and the roots stuck in the shallows by the shore. Draco sauntered down and called over to the kids. The oldest, a boy, was over in a minute. He was a head shorter than Draco. The next, whom Harry thought was a girl, followed quickly. Then the boy went back. Harry could see a very young girl still on the island. She was holding something that moved, perhaps the dog. Draco edged out onto the tree until he was nearly to the island. For a while he stood there, then he began to back up. He seemed to be helping the girl, who was still holding something, which kept her from steadying herself with the branches. The boy came behind her, holding onto her arm above the elbow. They were nearly to the shore when the girl's bundle squirmed loose and fell into the water. It got swept downstream, clear of the branches, enabling Harry to see it was, indeed, the small dog. The girl on the shore ran along beside it, but Harry did not follow her progress, because the girl on the tree either fell or jumped after the dog. Harry watched the thin branch she grabbed on to bobbing wildly up and down from her weight. Draco bent a second branch into her reach, and the girl slowly inched up the larger branch until she was close enough for the boy to grab. After they made it to shore, Harry scanned for the other girl. She was quite a distance downstream, but had gotten the dog out, somehow. It was scampering merrily around her, as if the whole thing had been a smashing doggy adventure, while she strode grimly back to where they had started. Harry looked back there, and was shocked at what he saw. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. The dark mark, the dark mark. Harry heard the thump of Draco landing before he had identified the slight swish of the cloak. Draco dropped the invisibility cloak all at once, and let his broom clatter to the floor. "Are you satisfied with my performance?" Draco asked. There was an edge to the tone. Harry looked up at him, and was surprised to note that Draco's jaw was clenched. Harry hoped he didn't feel too humiliated by the exercise. "Quite," Harry said, deliberately nudging himself back into the relaxation induced by the cognac. "You were clever, resourceful, and subtle. It's quite a twist, though, to see you play nice to a lost little girl." Draco visibly flinched. "And what would you know about me and little girls, Potter?" he growled. "Huh? I have 2 cousins near that age. I like them. That is, they're witches, of course, but that young, it hardly matters." Draco sat down and pulled his knees up to his chest. He suddenly looked utterly miserable. "You all right?" "No, I'm not," Draco yelled. His eyes widened at the noise. "Sorry." Harry put down his goblet and scooted over so he was sitting across from Draco. "Want to talk about it?" Draco shook his head, then laid one cheek down on his knees, so Harry could no longer see his face. Harry carefully repressed the urge to touch Draco, or attempt to talk to him. Instead, he reached over to pick up his cognac and resumed drinking it. From where he sat, he could see a stretch of cerulean blue sky, and pieces of fluffy white clouds floating dizzily to the east. The sunlight slanted up now. He realized he was quite drunk, but he was still enjoying it. He decided he would stop drinking at sunset, so they could fly back not too far into full dark. "Remember how I was gone? Halloween weekend?" Draco asked. Harry remembered. There had been a Death Eater attack on a small Welsh village Halloween night. He had wondered at the time if the missing Malfoy had participated. Over the last months, Draco had been so diffident about the Death Eaters that Harry had decided he had not. "I was at the attack," Draco continued. "Not officially, but Father wanted me there. For training," he said. "To see how I conducted myself in a more chaotic environment." Harry swallowed. He found himself unable to move or speak. He'd heard some details from that attack. It had been a horrible one. "It was fine at first," Draco said. "We had this lot of fat shopkeepers who'd been at some sort of merchants' meeting, and we tormented them. They were shapeless men in shapeless gray clothes, and stout women in skirts too stiff to fall down, even if you spun them feet up. We made them do things and hurt them and told them what we would burn. No burning, yet, as that would attract attention. Then their guards came with their silly uniforms and useless weapons, and they were great fun to humiliate, and their humiliation made it more exciting to hurt the others." Draco was speaking very clearly and rapidly now. He had raised his head, but was looking far beyond Harry. His cheeks were flushed pink, and his breathing quick and shallow. Harry was frozen in horrified fascination. How could something so terrible make Draco look so sparkling and perfect? Draco shuddered. His eyes shut and tightened that way, and he turned his face down again. "Father and I chased down a family. One of the merchant women had fled to a house and tried to get her children into a car and away. He let them get out of the main fight, then stopped the car and took them out. Father killed her. He killed the 2 boys and gave me the girl to rape. I might have been able to if she was older. She was a child, 11 at the most, with golden curls like cousin Marcella and crying so hard for her mother that she scarcely noticed what I was doing to her, except when it hurt. I was terrified Father would kill me. He'd gone quite blood mad, so I was trying to do her, and all the time whispering that I was sorry. I've never apologized to a Muggle before or since, but it was so awful. I couldn't get it up and he would notice, and then he cast the Imperious Curse on me, and after that it was blissfully easy. Harry remembered the Imperious Curse and how it always seemed it would be so nice if he ever gave in to it. Draco pressed his face into his knees and was silent for several minutes. Harry watched his shoulders rise and fall in forced deep breaths. Eventually, Draco turned his head to one side and spoke again, his voice unusually high and strained. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. What more could you ask for? Harry said. He tried to speak lightly, but his voice squeaked like a child's. He swallowed the rest of his drink, forgetting it was alcohol until it hit his throat, then coughing embarrassingly. Well, Draco said angrily, after Harry had finished choking. Go on. With what? Lay into me. Why? Draco stared unbelievingly at Harry. Harry shrugged. I wouldn't have cooperated. On the other hand, I wouldn't be expected to. And I don't see that there's much of a difference between being forced to rape someone and being raped. I mean, technically there's not, is there? Don't make me an innocent, Potter. I knew perfectly well what can go on at these things. Torturing her some other way wouldn't have been any better, either. I didn't expect it to be like that. I thought there'd be a bit of a fight. I'd have managed better if she'd been bigger than me. Someone who'd bite and kick and think she ought to be able to get away. But they're Muggles, Harry said flatly. You know they don't really have a chance. Draco nodded. I don't want anything more to do with it, he said. Harry, with a sense of relief, nodded. He still felt rather ill at the account, but it was reassuring to see that Draco seemed to as well. It's been pleasant to let you convince me that's reasonable. From what you say, and how Father behaves now, I can say that I believe they will lose, rather than having to think about being revolted by it all. I mean, what purpose could it possibly serve to torture them? Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. You still say you'll be a Death Eater, though, Harry pointed out. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Charming. Yeah, Draco went up on his knees to look over the short side wall. Golden light rested on his face and hair. I'm starting to feel like I wreck everything I touch. Here I am with you, all brave and fierce and honorable, and the best I can think of is to get you drunk and try to talk you into stealing things. Harry considered this. He did not, he decided, consider himself significantly corrupted by Draco. But we've done some marvelous exploring, he pointed out, and we've both learned more from our schoolwork than we would have alone. And you've got me over being afraid to deal with snakes, which really is one of my more exclusive skills. And we're both better on the pitch. I've gotten vague invitations from recruiters already, and I suspect you have as well. I recognize that blue envelope you got at breakfast yesterday. I know more about my family, both good and bad, than before, and you know more about Muggles. You even acknowledge the usefulness of some Muggle ideas, such as inflatable chairs. Harry laughed. And we've turned the dreaded secret lair of Salazar Slytherin into a clubhouse. I rather like that. You would, Draco said, rolling his eyes. You admire impertinence. I've had idiots yelling about my impertinence for so long. I rather had to develop some and revel in it. It was really my only defense. Not being impertinent never helped in the slightest. Harry looked at Draco's cup. You gonna finish that?
No.
I'd be sick if I tried to drink anything. You want it? It looks like about the right amount. Harry picked up and eyeballed the liquid in the silver goblet, which was difficult to estimate from the top. He took a swallow from it, then looked again. Draco, Harry reckoned, had drunk about half a serving. Harry, thinking back, suspected this was also Draco's first glass. He thought it was his fourth. Draco frowned at him. Can you stand up? He asked. Harry got to his feet, bumped his head on one of the beams above them, and abruptly sat again. Yes, he said. Don't fuss, Draco. We can't leave for an hour yet, and you won't be in any shape to fly for at least 2. So? Harry forced himself to take another swallow, to show he didn't care what Draco thought. Draco looked away. His shoulders lifted in a shrug. I want to be back at school, he said. Harry put down the goblet abruptly. Oh, he said. Sorry. It's all right. I don't have a good reason why. I think just talking about all this makes me feel something. I won't have any more. Thanks. I hope you'd had intimacy before. What? Harry blushed. I mean, that'd be a horrid first time, wouldn't it? Oh yes, I suppose. I've had Pansy a few times, to see if I could stand her. It wasn't bad, but I don't think I can endure her as a wife. I sort of did it with Blaise, which was rather more fun, perhaps because no one is expecting me to marry him, but then he thought he could get familiar with me. I disabused him of that well enough, but I haven't been able to go back to normal with him since. I suppose that's another reason I was lonely last fall. Blaise is low class, but clever. He used to be my refuge when I needed intelligent conversation. Who expects you to marry Pansy? Draco rolled his eyes. There are not many suitable pure-blood girls available, Potter. I'd been thinking of telling Father I won't have any I've met and asking him to send me to Durmstrang for my 7th year, so I can check out the possibilities there. But the Durmstrang students all seem so impressed with the luxury of Hogwarts that I'm afraid I'd spend all year in some horrid, frigid hovel, whining. Harry, though, about this. I'd miss you, he said finally. Draco turned away again. You'll miss me anyway, Harry. Don't expect me to return, next fall, as someone with whom you can still associate in private. Harry looked at the floor. He couldn't think of anything to say. Quiz me on herbology, Draco asked suddenly, sounding oddly desperate. Harry nodded. Yeah. What are the, principal uses of belladonna? Draco scowled. Killing people, whatever the freaking textbook says. Harry didn't say anything. Half an hour later, the sky was growing dark. Harry carefully stood up to look out to the west. Lines of gold still shone behind purple clouds. You still look pretty wobbly, Draco observed. Sorry. You stopped when I said I wanted to leave early. Harry shrugged. Still, he watched the brilliant gold darken and fade. The town below him was all in shadow now. I need to pee. Draco snickered. Get it in the guttering, then. The night was growing cold. Harry followed Draco's advice as quickly as possible. Feel any better? Draco asked when Harry sat again. A bit. Not flying anytime soon, though. Draco started to chuckle. A familiar burn cut deep into Harry's forehead. He gasped in pain and pressed his hands to his scar. Harry? Draco questioned. Harry. He moved forward. As he did so, his eyes widened, focusing beyond Harry's shoulder. Oh crud. One hand still pressed to the searing pain in his forehead. Harry twisted. In the sky over the town's center, glowing with lurid malice, hung the dark mark. Flying and falling, leaving the steeple was terrifying. Harry was certain he would crash, but somehow they made it down to the dark churchyard unharmed. Then Draco wanted Harry to ride behind him, but Harry's firebolt insisted on remaining airborne, making it difficult to control. They hadn't passed the graves before it managed to pull Harry off Draco's broom. Let's try this, Draco said. You get on the firebolt and try to just keep it level. Then grab on to the back of my broom, and I'll pull you. This was awkward, but they made it through the residential area that way and out to the fields. Harry kept swaying to one side or the other, and was afraid he would pull Draco down. Draco seemed concerned as well, for he stayed low and did not move very fast. When they passed a pond, Harry could see green light reflected in it. He looked up over his shoulder. The hideous skull and snake was still hanging in the sky. Harry shuddered and unbalanced. He keeled to the left and then, trying to correct himself, to the right. Draco swerved wildly. Determined not to take Draco down, Harry let go. He had a glimpse of Draco's broom shooting precipitously up. Then he crashed. Harry decided he must have passed out, because Draco was right beside him. Sorry, he muttered. Draco let out a gasp of relief. Okay, can you stand? Draco pulled him into the cover of a hedge. We're not going to make it, he said. We need to lie low and go back later. Harry remembered the fuss there had been after the last Death Eater attack. You need to get back, he insisted. He twisted out of his rucksack. Take the cloak, he said. Apparate to Hogsmeade. Fly to school. I'll follow slowly and carefully. 'Kay? I can't leave you here. Yeah, you can. You need to. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Draco, listen. I'll get along better alone. And if they check, this is close to school, remember? If they check, and I'm not there, I'm in trouble. If you are not there, Harry let the words hang in the air for a moment. They'll assume you were involved. You need to get back to Slytherin and you need to do it fast. Draco looked slightly less dismayed. He took the cloak that Harry was pushing at him. I could take this and go back, you know. I could tell them where you are. Harry nodded. You could. Get on now. Draco sighed. Be very careful. I will. Draco nodded. Thanks, he said. Well, he put on the cloak and drew it closed. Disapparate, said the empty air. There was a brief rush of power. Then Harry was alone. Afterwards, Harry wasn't quite sure how he got back to Hogwarts. He flew low, as he had promised, and fairly slowly. He crashed 2 more times, but more slowly and not as badly, and he didn't pass out again as far as he could tell. Eventually, he made it to the Hogwarts grounds and then to the school itself. By that time, he was feeling only slightly wobbly. He got back on his broom inside, and flew up the stairs and down the long corridors, all the while fearing that he would encounter Peeves or worse, Snape. At Gryffindor Tower, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone would be at dinner now. He'd made it. Switchback, he said to the fat lady. She opened her eyes and yawned. Found a bit of mud. Did you, dearie? Harry chuckled. He was a complete mess, covered with mud, with the occasional strands of last year's dead grass, for good measure. The portrait swung in and Harry began to step inside. Standing by the hearth, looking directly at him, was Professor McGonagal. Half-truths and consequences. Half-truths and consequences. Professor McGonagal took Harry's broom and marched him straight to Dumbledore's office. Harry concentrated on walking steadily. I have him, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagal said. Dumbledore and Snape both looked at Harry. Harry raised his head and stared back at them. Where were you, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Hogsmeade, Harry answered defiantly. Professor Dumbledore shook his head. No, you don't need a broom to get to Hogsmeade. I wanted to fly. Dumbledore's normally merry eyes flashed angrily. He reached over to Harry and plucked a clod of mud from his jumper. Designatio, he snapped, and threw it at his desk. Harry stared. The top of the desk was currently a map, and the clod swerved to land near the western edge of it. Dumbledore took another scrap of mud from Harry and performed the spell again. He did this 5 times, marking 3 places. Would you care to revise that statement, Mr. Potter? Harry crossed his arms over his chest. Doesn't look like you need me to, he said. Snape was watching Harry through narrowed eyes. He had leaned forward so that his hair fell down to either side of his face, making it look longer and more predatory. Slowly, he pulled out his wand and began to move it very slightly, whispering to himself. May I suggest, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore snapped, that this will be easier if you cooperate? Harry stared back at the headmaster with every ounce of insolence he could muster. He did not answer. May I suggest, Headmaster, Snape said dryly, that Mr. Potter might be more cooperative were he sober? Dumbledore twitched, then looked more carefully at Harry. Harry attempted to step back, but Professor McGonagal was behind him. He teetered awkwardly as he attempted to shift forward again. Mr. Potter is a capable, in fact exemplary, flyer, Snape noted. Either he has taken a liking to half-frozen natural mud baths, or something caused him to crash, not once, but 3 times. Snape, with a sneer, gestured at the map, over a course of 7 miles. Furthermore, while he is arrogant, he is not usually stupid, nor unsteady on his feet. Dumbledore drew his wand. Harry, suddenly frightened, lurched to the side, but the spell hit him anyway.
Fi sobre
Harry's head cleared painfully. Everything looked so sharp that he felt he might be cut if he moved. Involuntarily, he let out an obscene, if imprecise, exclamation. Can be a bit shocking, Dumbledore said dryly. One does not usually go from there to here all at one jump. Harry let go of the bookcase he had grabbed when he lost his balance and turned. Sorry, sir. If you are apologizing for your language, I accept the apology. Now then, where have you been? Harry swallowed. In a Muggle town about 15 minutes flight, usually west of here. I don't know the name of it. Took me about an hour to get back, I think. Though it could have been more. Or less. I passed out one of the times I crashed. Why were you in this Muggle town? Harry evaluated how much truth to use. A good deal, he decided. No telling what else they could check. Draco and I wanted more cognac. He was going to come with me, but decided he was too worried about herbology, so he stayed to study. We could have gone next week, but I decided to go alone. You have done this before, then? Twice. Did you fly out there in the daylight?
No.
I flew part of the way, near Hogsmeade, then walked to the road and took the bus. I decided that was too long to do twice, so I flew up into a church steeple using the invisibility cloak and was going to hang out there until dark, then fly back, but I lost track of time and was still too drunk when it went dark. But then I saw the dark mark and knew I needed to fly back anyway. Whereupon you crashed several times, McGonagal observed. Harry nodded. You could have killed yourself, Potter. She raged. I know. But if I'd stayed, I would have seen something, and then I would have gotten killed trying to help someone, and probably have failed to help them anyway. Harry yawned. I should learn that spell. You cannot cast that spell drunk. Teach it to Draco, then. He's usually with me and never gets really drunk. He hates losing control. Potter, Snape said, in his most condescending tone. The utter stupidity of you, of all people, leaving the school to get drunk with Draco Malfoy astounds me. I didn't leave the school to get drunk with Draco. Draco wasn't even with me. I was just looking for a way to kill 4 or 5 hours today, and he wasn't even there to talk to. Dumbledore glared frighteningly at Harry, then turned to McGonagal. Stay here with him a moment. I must go tell his godfather he's alive. Albus.
No, Minerva.
I am too angry to continue with this right now. I will be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Dumbledore looked at Snape. And you may leave, Severus. When I am finished here, I will come to your apartments for the rest of your report. Snape nodded tightly, then with an odd look at Harry, whirled and left the room. Dumbledore went the other way, further in from his office. Harry tried to decide what Snape's expression had been. He would have expected a satisfied sneer, but although the expression had been contemptuous, it had looked almost regretful. Harry wondered if Snape were starting to like him, just in time to see him expelled. McGonagal fumed in silence. Several times she turned and looked as if she were about to speak, then did not. Harry was glad he had not brought Susera with him. Much more than 3 minutes later, Professor Dumbledore returned. He walked directly over to Harry. First, Mr. Potter, let me say I am extremely disappointed in you. You have admitted to 2 things for which we usually expel students: leaving the grounds, especially beyond Hogwarts, and flying drunk. Furthermore, it is obvious from other parts of your story, and I do not want details, please, that you have been interfering with these Muggles in some way. I will not permit Professor McGonagal to expel you, because I do not believe you would survive outside of this school. I am quite likely, however, to agree to any other punishment she devises. Is that clear? Harry nodded numbly. Yes, sir. He was wondering what else to say, when Sirius stumbled out of the fireplace. Harry started to move towards him, but the look on Sirius's face stopped him. You idiotic child! Sirius roared, stalking towards Harry. Could you devise a better plan to kill yourself? I didn't know there'd be a Death Eater attack. You know Lestrange is out to kill you. Why would she notice I'm in? Sirius grabbed Harry under the chin. Harry froze automatically. Sirius glowered. Remus has a message for you, he snarled. Harry drew himself up and glared back at Sirius. The hold loosened. His godfather no longer towered over him. He noticed, though he still had considerably more bulk than Harry. Let me guess, Harry clipped. I'm still a selfish, thoughtless child who would rather have a good time than live. Sirius, with harsh satisfaction, let go of Harry and nodded. Harry felt a rush of anger sweep through him. Well, you tell Remus. He spoke his former professor's first name with relish. I am never not going to have people seriously trying to kill me. I am not going to live as long as my ill-fated father. If I'm good and cautious, Harry spat the words, I may make it to graduation, but then I leave here and that will be it. No Dumbledore to protect me, and no amount of life is worth returning to the Dursleys. He may not like what I do with my life, but this is all I've got, and it's not much, and I don't care what he thinks of me. Harry could tell he was going to start repeating himself and made himself stop. Sirius was staring at him in wide-eyed shock. Harry realized that his anger had been replaced by trembling, and he was desperate to escape before Sirius started looking sorry for him. I'm going to bed. When you decide what you're doing to me, let me know. To Harry's surprise, no one stopped him from leaving. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower. He ignored the people in the common room and went directly up to the 6th year's dormitory. The room was dark and empty. Harry stood by the window staring out at the dark night. Behind him, the door opened. A shape was silhouetted against the light from the stairs. You all right? Ron asked. I'm not being expelled, if that's what you mean, Harry said coldly. He glared at Ron's dark form. So did you rat me out? Or was it Miss Prefect? Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry suddenly felt exhausted. Sorry then. Scene softened to comply with platform guidelines. Harry woke up early, with his head itching from the dried mud in his hair. Quietly, he got up. After a shower, he put on some clean clothes and went and sat at the window. He heard some stirring behind him, but did not look. After a few minutes, Seamus tiptoed over, still in his pajamas, and sat next to him. Harry ignored him. So, Seamus said, after an awkward silence, you finally got caught. Did you? Yeah. Couldn't have been a worse night, either. I heard McGonagal tell Hermione that you couldn't be in the castle, or Dumbledore would have been able to locate you. They were frantic. I was in a Muggle town, not the one that got attacked. Yeah. Did you see any of it?
No.
I saw the dark mark and flew back. Seamus was silent for a minute. I heard that the attack had been going on for a bit when they sent us to our houses. Harry shrugged. I was drunk. I crashed a few times. Seamus gave a low whistle. Good Lord, Harry. It's a wonder they didn't expel you. It's a wonder I didn't kill myself, Harry replied. And Dumbledore said he would expel me if he thought I'd survive it. Harry chuckled. There's something to make me look forward to graduating. Maybe he's trying to manipulate you into staying to teach. Go on. What could I teach? Seamus's mouth quirked. Why, defense against the dark arts, of course. You have practical qualifications. Harry actually laughed. But that only gains me a year. Mr. Potter, she said, you are to come to my office. Miss Granger, I require you as Gryffindor prefect, there as well. You may bring your plate. Harry was certain the last remark was directed only to Hermione, so he left the rest of his breakfast. They followed McGonagal from the hall and up the stairs to her office. Once there, she motioned Harry to a chair in front of her desk, and Hermione to another by the wall. Mr. Potter, McGonagal said severely, by all rights you should be expelled. Much as it would pain me to do that, it also pains me to show you undue leniency. The following conditions, therefore, are intended to be severe, as well as to substitute for the good sense and responsibility you are apparently entirely lacking. Harry didn't think he could reasonably argue with this. He looked down and found he had to swallow. He seemed to have a rather large lump in his throat. First, since you will not restrict yourself to permissible uses of it, I am taking away your broom. Harry looked up, shocked. Quidditch, he croaked. The sound of it vaguely reminded him of Oliver Wood, during Wood's last year. You may fly your broom, supervised, during scheduled practices and games. The rest of the time it will be kept in the changing rooms at the pitch, very well secured. Second, since you do not respect school rules as to where you may go and not go, you may not leave Gryffindor Tower unsupervised. Miss Granger, this is why you are here. I am afraid I require you to escort Mr. Potter to and from his classes and meals. You may defer this duty to any staff member, or any other prefect except Draco Malfoy. Mr. Potter, you may also go to the library, if Miss Granger agrees to take you, but she is not required to do so. Do you understand? Harry nodded. Since McGonagal continued to stare at him, he added, yes, I understand. Third, I am told you have an invisibility cloak. You will give that to me for safekeeping, to ensure you do not use it to violate these restrictions. Harry took a deep breath. I can't, he confessed. You cannot. I lost it. McGonagal yelled, what? And Hermione exclaimed, Harry. One of the times I crashed, Harry said. It was easy to sound miserable about it, as he was genuinely unsure he would ever get the cloak back from Draco. You what? Hermione interrupted. I don't know when. It wasn't until I got back to the school and went to settle it for going up to Gryffindor Tower that I realized it was missing. Mr. Potter, honestly, if I had my cloak, don't you think I'd have worn it? What is going on? Hermione exclaimed. She looked wildly at the two of them. What did Harry do? Harry looked down. Harry? Professor McGonagal prodded. Please tell Miss Granger what you did. Harry didn't look up. I went into a Muggle town alone because Draco was busy, got cognac, drank 3.5, I think maybe it was 4.5 largish glasses of it, and flew back here anyway because I saw the dark mark. And you have done this before? McGonagal prompted. Going into the town, yes. Twice. In neither case was I drunk. Harry, Hermione exclaimed. People are trying to kill you. People are always trying to kill me, Harry said wearily. He looked up and focused on Professor McGonagal. He tried to keep his voice and expression neutral. For how long? We have not decided. It may be until the end of the year. That's nearly 4 months. I can read a calendar, Mr. Potter. McGonagal stood. You may leave now. Miss Granger, please come see me this evening after dinner. Out in the hallway, Hermione exploded. Harry, that was the stupidest thing I have ever heard. I know. What were you doing in a Muggle town, anyway? This time I was buying cognac. You can't buy liquor. You're too young. Aging potion. Hermione sighed loudly. And the previous times? I was with Draco. Once to buy some things and once to steal the sign we put on Professor Snape's door. That was you. Hermione's mouth quirked. And for a moment, she looked less severe. Buy what things? Muggle stuff. Draco wanted Muggle stuff? Well, it was my idea. So was the sign. It was still mad. And your cloak. Do you have any idea how rare and valuable invisibility cloaks are? That's irreplaceable. I know. Draco wants one frightfully now, and his father said, if I ever found an invisibility cloak available, I would have better things to do with it than give it to a spoiled little boy as a plaything, which I thought was a bit rich. I mean, on a list of people responsible for spoiling Draco, Lucius has to be tops. Harry sighed. Dumbledore knows where I crashed. Maybe he'll find it and give it back to me before I leave. It was a very long, very dull Sunday. Throughout it, Harry worried about whether or not Dumbledore would speak to Draco about their previous activities. He hoped it would be left up to Snape, who might gloss over the matter. He spent the time alone. Hermione was avoiding him. Ron had left for the weekend to meet Charlie, who was staying with their mother during a dragon predation conference in Glasgow. Harry couldn't decide if his presence would have made things better or worse. In Transfiguration Monday, Harry sat down next to Draco. I'm in serious trouble, he said. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagal said clearly. I think it is high time you and Mr. Malfoy were separated. You will sit with Dean Thomas. But, no buts, Mr. Potter. Now, next to Dean, who glowered at him, Harry took out his white notebook and considered how best to convey the needed information to Draco. Since Dean might notice the entries and report him, he decided he should be circumspect. Whatever he wrote must not provide any more information than was already known. Smiling slightly, Harry began to write. He had gotten most of it down when he became aware of something next to his desk. He looked over and saw Professor McGonagal. What is this? To Harry's horror, she reached down and took the notebook. My notebook, Professor, Harry replied, glad that his instructions to Draco were finally couched. McGonagal peered at him over her glasses and humphed. How odd, Mr. Potter. Your notebook seems to contain 2 distinct types of handwriting. Harry did not respond. McGonagal looked back at the notebook. This first one, very elegant, Potter, hardly like your chicken scratches, says, what trouble? Here's your writing. I got caught coming in. I flew back when I saw the dark mark, though I was far too drunk, and McG caught me. I told them almost everything. That I was getting cognac, that you had been going to go with me but had to revise for herbology, and that we've done this before. Sorry to give so much away, but I was afraid you would say the wrong thing if I lied, and then we'd be in more trouble." Professor McGonagal looked suspiciously at Harry, who kept his face carefully blank. "Then there's this elegant writing again on the other side. It reminds me rather of Mr. Malfoy's script." "That's all right. What else could I expect of a Gryffindor? And you're right not to improvise when you couldn't get me word, but they haven't asked me yet. What did you tell them about last time?" "Yours again. Just that we went to the same place twice before." McGonagal glared across the room at Draco, then down at Harry. "This is a Liber Geminis, Mr. Potter. 20 points each from Gryffindor and Slytherin for illicit communications in class." Professor McGonagal walked back behind her desk, still holding the notebook. Harry watched her nervously. "Fulfilling his worst fears," she said. "And what did happen last time?" "Perhaps we can find the entry." "Professor," Harry said urgently, "please don't read that in class. It was written in my class, Mr. Potter. Only bits. And it has information not everyone should know." Professor McGonagal, after a severe look at Harry, resumed flipping through the pages. "Ah, the Dark Lord," she read. "Well, let's see what Mr. Malfoy has to say about, Harry glanced over at Draco. The blonde had his copy of the book pushed forward on the desk, and he was unobtrusively, with his hands still flat on the desk, pointing his wand at it. Harry saw him mouth an incantation. Suddenly, both books burst into flame. With a startled shriek, Professor McGonagal dropped the one she held on the floor, then, recovering, reached for the glass of water she kept on her desk. Yelling, Harry rose from his chair and kicked the book clear of her, over towards Malfoy. Malfoy pointed his wand again, and the flames leapt higher, engulfing both books and singeing floor and desk. "You utter idiot!" Harry screamed at McGonagal. Everyone, including Harry, fell silent. Harry could hear the scritch of claws as someone's rat moved across a desk. He stared at the Transfiguration professor in horror, as what he had just said sunk in. McGonagal cleared her throat. "Everyone is to stay here and practice their assignment. I am leaving Miss Granger in charge. Anyone she informs me was uncooperative will come to regret it. Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, with me, please." She led them, as Harry had rather hoped she would, to Dumbledore's office. Furthermore, she did not attempt to speak. Her first words were canary cream, and then they were riding the spiral staircase up into Dumbledore's office. Professor Dumbledore looked unusually displeased to see them. "So soon, Mr. Potter? I think you have broken the Weasley twins' record. Don't encourage him, Dumbledore. These children created a Liber Geminis and were using it to exchange messages in my class." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose.
"A Liber Geminus?"
"Much as I hate to say it, Minerva, I am impressed. Impressed. When I attempted to read this book, Mr. Malfoy set it on fire. Mr. Potter kicked it away from me, and then he had the audacity to call me an idiot. We let her read the bit we wrote in class, sir. She was recklessly endangering people reading something, if they are going to. We'd written about Voldemort." "Quiet, Minerva." McGonagal, reluctantly, fell silent. Harry waited quietly. The headmaster looked anxiously at him. "What had you written about Voldemort, Harry?" "That's not the point. Draco asked me a question about Voldemort. I answered it. Can you think of anything that fits that which doesn't lead to people trying to kill at least one of us? And maybe other students that they hadn't known were Death Eater's children," or Harry broke off. He was shaking. Professor Dumbledore looked at Draco, who seemed even paler than usual. "Mr. Malfoy? Simply that I asked a question, sir, would be enough to endanger me. I am not supposed to ask questions about the Dark Lord. Fortunately, I managed to cast Incendio before Professor McGonagal did more than note that the entry concerned you-know-who." Dumbledore looked disapprovingly at Professor McGonagal, whose eyes had widened in understanding of Harry and Draco's reaction. "And now we do not have this book," he observed, "which contained all our Transfiguration notes, and all our potions notes," Draco complained, "and some of Charms. I'll never be able to pass them." The headmaster sighed. "Minerva," he said, "please escort these boys back to class, then return to see me privately. And Mr. Malfoy, please come see me at lunchtime." I will try to brief enough that we can both get some food. I hope you all enjoyed the show and tell session. It's quite a while before anything else funny happens. Rules and perceptions. Rules and perceptions. When Harry got to potions, the Slytherins had already arrived, but Draco was still standing, speaking in a low voice to Pansy. When he saw Harry, he sat and motioned to Harry to sit next to him. It wasn't too bad, he whispered. Mr. Potter, your head of house has told me to keep you apart from Mr. Malfoy. Harry looked back at the potions master. He tried to sound politely curious. Do you take orders from Professor McGonagal, sir? Snape smiled tightly. As it happens, Mr. Potter, I do not. His gaze again swept the room. Start fires, everyone. The first components of today's potion will be added dry and must sear quickly. At the end of class, Snape told Harry to stay. He did, as did Hermione. You may leave, Miss Granger. I have to escort him, sir. I will escort Mr. Potter to lunch. You will wait for him there. Hermione nodded. Yes, Professor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Once Hermione left, Snape closed the door to the lab. He pointed his wand at it and muttered something. What was that, sir? Harry asked. Silencing spell. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Uneasily, Harry sat down. What do you want? I want to talk to you, Potter, about trusting Mr. Malfoy. I do not object to you sitting with him. The two of you do better work together than either of you does separately. I do not object to you enjoying it. However, you must not trust him. Draco has had plenty of opportunities to kill me. Draco is, first and foremost, a Malfoy, Snape hissed. He aspires to be a Death Eater. Whatever you tell him, he will tell his father, and his father will tell Lord Voldemort. I don't think that's true. But, Snape thumped the table with his fist. Potter, for once in your life, try not to be an arrogant idiot. I know that boy. He comes and talks to me. I know his father. Draco is playing you for a fool. He has some scheme to bring you down in some messy way, and last night was probably the first step. He knew where I was going. He could have just told them where to look. Maybe they didn't look soon enough. I doubt that. I wasn't very efficient. Potter, Draco has told me he is going to betray you. Told me, do you understand? He has been in this very room, boasting about it. Harry found he was trembling with anger. He had to tell himself that Snape's reaction was entirely reasonable. Of course he does. Excuse me, Potter? Of course. He knows you're a Death Eater. He assumes anything he says to you, you tell his father. He's told me he's pretending to have some clever plan for me. Occasionally I help him with the details. He is lying to you. I know this game, Potter. He is lying to one of us, and I say it is you. He could be lying to both of us, Harry pointed out. This seemed to calm Snape. He nodded. Possibly. But I do not believe Draco would defy his father. In confidence, sir? What? Do you promise to tell no one? Not Lucius Malfoy, not Professor Dumbledore? Snape rolled his eyes. And you would trust my word, Potter? Harry considered this. Not completely, he said after a moment. But it would be sufficient. Snape scowled. Why, thank you, my lord, he said in a voice as brittle as dried beetles. Harry did not smile. And, yes, you have my word. I won't tell your ridiculous secrets. Draco has warned me about you. About me? Snape was surprised. About trusting you. He has told me several times that you were a friend of his father's, and we must assume anything you saw or heard would be repeated to Lucius. He has also told me that you practice dark arts, and overlook such practices in your house. And so you trust him, Snape said in oily sarcasm. I didn't want to reveal anything about you, Professor. I don't trust Draco so much as to risk your safety. I did say, however, that I trusted Dumbledore's judgment. When I would not agree to avoid being alone with you at all costs, he told me you were a Death Eater. He what? Snape's voice was a whisper harsher than any scream. Harry had to trust that he would calm down before doing anything rash. This is what convinced me he is lying more to you than to me. That is a major betrayal, and he did not need to make it for any other reason than to protect me. I had already agreed to everything else he wanted. Snape was still stunned enough to stay silent. He does not trust you, sir. You cannot believe anything he tells you. It is all planned for you to repeat. Snape twitched. He betrayed me to you? He repeated incredulously. Don't get him in trouble for it, Harry said. His voice came out hard with threat, and he lightened it to continue. If you wish, devise some plan to test his loyalty, for your own satisfaction, but I am trusting you to not betray him to his father. Of course, I would not do that. Snape already looked thoughtful. Yes, I could come up with something. He straightened. So, Potter, I have heard about your punishment. He sneered. Almost satisfactory, I believe, and long past due. Harry tried not to think about it. However, Snape continued, it does not excuse you from work on your special project. We will start this week as scheduled. Hermione should come down to meet you at 9:30 on Tuesdays. Great, Harry said. He caught himself.
You
mean, Snape said dryly, that you would like another 2 hours a week in the company of your untrustworthy companion. Despite my presence. Harry decided Snape was amused.
Yeah.
More or less, sir. Snape laughed coldly. I'll work on that plan, Potter. Then we'll see how enthusiastic you are. Harry stood up. Halfway to the door, he turned. Oh, Professor Snape? What now? Snape growled. Draco has requested that I be biddable in your presence. Don't worry too much about how easily I take direction. As part of the plot. Snape pointed his wand at the door. Finite incantatum. Good day, Mr. Pot, he growled. I need to walk you to lunch now, don't I? Afraid so. Please don't worsen the waste by talking. Hi, Ron said.
Harry mutarat.
Doing anything? Does it look like it? You could be planning out an essay or something. No. Ron shifted uneasily and cleared his throat. Before he could speak, Harry interrupted. Look. Let's just pretend we've already had the conversation about how stupid that was. Okay? I've been through it with Dumbledore, McGonagal, Snuffles, Seamus, Hermione, and Snape of the ones I can remember. I won't be able to endure another repeat. Ron sat down on his bed and leaned against the headboard. Okay. He drew his knees up to his chest and locked his arms around them. Are you all right, though? Of course I'm not. I've been lying here contemplating the possibility of months of not getting a moment alone with Draco. I'll go mad. I'm used to having someone to talk to. Now, I'm someone. You're. Harry sighed.
I'm sorry, Ron.
I didn't mean. He looked desperately at Ron. Listen, I like you and I think you still basically like me, and yes, I think we can and should be friends again. But, Ron challenged angrily. But you don't understand the sort of things Draco understands. Ron sat upright and glowered at Harry. What don't I understand? Then, what sort of wine glasses to use when getting pissed? At Ron's angry tone, Susera flickered nervously down the neck of Harry's robes and into the cover of his sleeve. Harry sighed and sat up. We usually drink cognac and he does have the perfect crystal snifters, but that's not important. What then? Ron growled. Name one thing Malfoy understands that I don't. Harry shivered. He remembered Draco lying on Ron's bed, talking about the Cruciatus curse under the cover of darkness. Did you scream? Pain, he muttered. What? Ron's eyes narrowed. Like I've never been hurt? Cruciatus, Harry elaborated. Not wanting to answer any questions about Draco and the Cruciatus curse, he continued. Watching someone die. How it feels to. Never mind. Making huge choices, deciding what your life is worth. Harry frowned. I suppose that's not fair. You've been there, haven't you? Yes. Not as often as you, perhaps, but yes. Scenes softened to comply with platform guidelines. Ron twisted at his bedspread with his hands. Do you want to die, then? He asked. Of course not. But I'm always willing to. I've made that choice so often it's become automatic. Harry rolled onto his side to face Ron, but looked instead at the bedspread. He traced along the gold threads with one thumb. There are these things about being friends with a Slytherin, he said hesitantly, like never knowing when you'll get stabbed in the back. Harry shrugged. I don't know that anyway. Do I? Actually, on average, the Slytherins may be more predictable. You have to look at it as a game. No one knows all the rules because everyone makes up his own and tells only some of them to other people, but there are rules. For example, Draco thinks he knows Snape's rules, but he's wrong about a lot of them and vice versa. I'm sure I know more of Snape's rules and Draco's than they know of each other's. I used to think Dumbledore knew all the rules, but he doesn't, just more than he ought. He's very good at this, for a Gryffindor.